hypocrisy leading to a genocidal world war, and post-war injustice and hysteria, a boom, a crash, totalitarianism. Act 2. Greed and hypocrisy leading to a genocidal world war. Post-war injustice and hysteria. A boom, a crash, totalitarianism. Act 3. Greed and hysteria. A boom, a crash. I don't dare continue. Totalitarianism. Again, yes. But never before has mankind been confronted by the problem of surviving global death, total death, the doubting of reality, and overall a well-bred paranoia, totalitarianism. And our personal antidotes: dope, marking time, and making money, making it, turning on, turning off. Dope, 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 dope. The facts are potent enough. The facts are potent enough. The facts are potent enough. Was the death of society to tell the truth.
Let's see what we're doing today. Okie dokie. Wow. Wait, is the song not over? Oh, okay. It's not over. Oh, well. We started. Let's see what we're doing today, folks. I know there's been a lot of arguments between food shops and everyone. That's entertaining. Imagine interrupting the song. I know, I'm just the worst, aren't I? Let's see here. Alrighty. Jesus Christ. I'm like bright as fuck. I'm white as fuck. This camera needs to change. I need to get my good camera fixed. Holy fucking shit, this is horrid. Holy shit. Okay, well, I guess I'll just deal with it. I tried food shops. Apparently Twitter isn't the way to go with that. What happened? Did she block you? Wait, what did I just pin? How do I unpin a message? Delete. Okay. Oh man. So I don't know what the fuck Food Shops is thinking. No, she just said nothing. Ah, okay, gotcha. Let's see here. Do I now? I'm thinking because I got an emulator for Pokemon. What is the buttons? What is A? What is B? Sond. Oh, set the clock right fucking now. Okay, it is 5:23. Close enough. All right, Z and X. Why would it be Z and X right below WASD? No, I think it's J and K or K and L. It must be K and L. Okay, should we? Should we do it? Should we do a dive into what happened with Food Shops? Because I opened up the Zonia debate because that just sounds funny to me. Because it feels like all of the people that I know that try to give people a bunch of rope to, you know, as a lifeline, feels like all of those people end up giving people a bunch of rope to hang themselves with. Did you see Food Shop's DMs to Destiny? What was she trying to go onto Destiny's stream and talk about Lolita? What? Why is there still a pinned message? How do I unpin a message? Pinned message deleted. There we go. Okay. They're cringy. DM it to me. See. You should cover it from Food Shop's point of view. She shows things on her screen for evidence. Why is evidence in quotations there, buddy? Oh, look, it's Doobie's song. I forgot Doobie had a song. Throw one of these on in the background for a minute. Don't want to spoil? Oh, no. Is it that bad? Okay. Well, this is what we'll do. Oh, man. Wake up. Let's wake up. Okay. Let's start off looking at some short videos for news. And after we look at short videos for the news, we'll move on to the Food Shop stuff. Does that sound good?
In Vermont, the mannequin.
Watch the news on 1.5 speed. Catch up, because I have been so out of the loop on like current events.
Accused of shooting 3 Palestinian college students over the weekend had his arraignment in the last hour. He pleaded not guilty. According to authorities, the students were out walking when the suspect fired at them, quote, without speaking, end quote. 2 of the victims are now in stable condition, but the third is more seriously injured. Their family.
Oh my God, why are you linking? Jesus Christ, what the fuck is wrong with you, Gas? I should unironically ban you. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Are you okay?
Families, along with civil rights organizations, are calling for an investigation into possible bias by the attacker. And the family's lawyer says this was a clear case of a targeted attack.
From our understanding and from our read of the facts, hate and the ethnicity and the race of these individuals did play a factor in them being targeted. And I think as the investigation plays out and as we get deeper into the suspect's mindset, we're going to
stop just before the FBI. I'm sorry. I felt like I needed to. Okay, hold on. Where's the start button? Let's just press every button until we get a button that gives... Okay, enter. Option. Nope. K is B. Enter. L? Okay. Text speed? Very fast. Battle scene? On. Set. Okay. It is Visual Boy Advance.
Was a hate crime?
Our Polo Sandoval is following this for us in Burlington, Vermont. Polo, very difficult news to come to this morning. What's the latest?
Well, at least all three are alive, though at least one of them is in critical condition at last check, and two others are stable. And we'll tell you a little bit more about these three young men in just a second. But first, Casey, let me get you and our viewers the latest that just came out of court
that's right.
a few moments ago. Is 48-year-old Jason Eaton, who actually lives on the block that you see behind me, which is where that shooting took place. He faced a judge, entered a plea of not guilty to 3 charges of attempted murder. In addition to that, a judge ordered that he be held without bond until the next hearing. So he will remain behind bars while this investigation presses forward, as authorities here in Burlington seek to answer that key question of what the motive was. Now, when you hear from the families of these 3 young men identified by an organization that's working with the family as Tashin Ali Ahmad, Kinan Abdelhamid, and also Hisham Al-Wartani, who are the 3 young men that are seen in a photograph that's been shared by their family. That photo, Casey, actually taken just moments before the shooting itself. And in that photo, you could see that traditional Palestinian scarf that the families believe may have made them a target. In the meantime, though, investigators here in Burlington saying that they are not at the point of this investigation where they can conclusively say that this is the latest potential Islamophobic incident, violent incident that took place. They say more evidence needs to be gathered at this point. But one more thing that I can also tell you about what took place just yesterday when they arrested Eaton, the suspect in this, according to some newly released arrest records that I just had an opportunity to read through literally in the last few moments, it paints a clearer picture of how that arrest went down. And according to that court documents that I've had an opportunity to review, it was local police together with ATF agents that actually made their way to the house of the suspect, which is just to my left shoulder, right in front of where the shooting happened, that they made their way into the home after investigating. And inside that house, he found a .380 pistol. Now it's going to be up to ballistics to determine if it's the same pistol that was used in the shooting of these 3 young men that are recovering in the hospital.
Very, very difficult. Polo Sandoval in Burlington, Vermont. Thank you very much for that brand new reporting. Let's bring our panel in now. We're joined by Republican strategist Doug Heye and CNN political commentator Maria Cardona. Susan Page also back with us. Thank you all for being here. Maria, this was just a very, very difficult thing that happened in Burlington, Vermont.
So awful. And I think it just shows you just how this horrendous foreign war is affecting people here in the United States. And it's, I think, one of the most difficult issues facing the administration, but also facing the American people, just because of the history, because of the changing demographics in so many of these states. And frankly, the hate on both sides, the Islamophobia, the
Did he plead not guilty and is claiming self-defense, or is he pleading not guilty like he didn't shoot him? 1 second. Let's see here. Shot in Vermont. No, stop. Held up. Biden claimed, I know I can't prove this, but Hamas attacked because I almost had peace in the Middle East. Wait, can you link that, Nair? The suspect had not made any comments to them and had merely approached them while they were walking down the street, essentially minding their own business, and they were speaking in a mixture of English and Arabic. lives in an apartment building, and blah, blah, blah. Anything he may have said to us, we can't disclose. Okay, so I want to know if he said that I didn't do it, or I did it, but it was in self-defense. That's what I want to know. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just have to
Over
wait
the
for
last
more.
year, I've
Stop. I was going to download that ROM, but I decided not to.
So,
I don't care about this one. Okay. Let's see what this is.
Reprieve to millions of people in the Middle East, extending a truce that has led to the release of dozens of hostages and Palestinian prisoners. At this hour, 11 hostages have been freed. They are now in Israel. This has just happened moments ago. This footage from Al Jazeera shows them being handed over to the Red Cross. The Israeli group, includes 3 French citizens, 6 Argentinians, and 2 Germans. You can see 2 of the hostages here, 2 boys seen in yellow sweaters. In exchange for the release of these hostages, Israel has released 30 minors and 3 women who are being held in Israeli prisons. There will be more exchanges in the days to come. The humanitarian truce between Israel and Hamas that was put in place on Friday has now been extended for 2 more days under the same terms, meaning more hostages released in exchange for a pause in combat, the release of more Palestinians detained by Israel, and for more humanitarian aid to reach Gaza. Now, here's what the National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby had to say about the extension.
The humanitarian pause in Gaza, now in its 4th day, will be extended for another 2 days.
Oh, cool.
You may recall when we did the G20 about a little while ago, I was able to get a resolution, a statement passed through there. I cannot prove what I'm about to say, but I believe one of the reasons why Hamas struck when they did was they knew.
Why would you cut it off?
You may recall when we did the G20 about a little while ago, I was able to get a resolution, a statement passed through there. I cannot prove what I'm about to say, but I believe one of the reasons why Hamas struck when they did was they knew.
Bastards. You're not going to see dead babies, right? Okay, thank God. Yeah, what is this music? What is this music? Does it sound normal? What is this music, bro?
Mr. President, do you trust Hamas to observe?
I don't trust Hamas to do anything right. I only trust Hamas to respond to pressure.
Mr. President, you said you're hoping to get cooperation from Arab leaders. What are you hearing from them when you talk to them? What would you like to see them do?
I'm hearing a lot, but I'm not going to speak to it right now. There's an overwhelming desire on the part of the region to. Let me back up. I cannot prove what I'm about to say, but I believe one of the reasons why Hamas struck when they did was they knew that I was working very closely with the Saudis and others in the region to bring peace to the region by having recognition of Israel and Israel's right to exist. You may recall when we did the G20 about a little while ago, I was able to get a resolution, a statement passed through there saying we're going to build a railroad from Riyadh all the way through the Middle East into Saudi Arabia, Israel, etc., and all the way up to Europe. Not the railroad, but it'd be an underground pipeline and then railroad. The whole idea is there's overwhelming interest, and I think most Arab nations know it, in coordinating with one another to change the dynamic in the region for longer-term peace. And that is what I'm going to continue to work on.
Okay, got it.
Through Thursday morning, Israel time. This humanitarian pause has already brought a halt to the fighting, together with a surge of humanitarian assistance. Now, in order to extend the pause, Hamas is committed to releasing another 20 women and children over the next 2 days. We would, of course, hope to see the pause extended further, and that will depend upon Hamas continuing to release hostages.
And that's a suggestion the administration has made, that they will continue to see these pauses in exchange for hostage release. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he wants a minimum of 10 hostages released per day in order to continue on with this arrangement. Kirby added that the administration believes that fewer than 10 Americans are now being held captive in Gaza, but it's unclear who is holding them hostage, whether it's Hamas or another group. For days now, we've witnessed incredible scenes of Israeli families reuniting with their loved ones who spent weeks held hostage in Gaza in the middle of a brutal and bloody conflict. This video shows 15-year-old Daphna and 8-year-old Ella reunited with their mother after 51 days in captivity. Their father and their brother were killed by Hamas during the October 7th attack. Oof. This photo shows 4-year-old Israeli-American Abigail Idan. She, too, was released Sunday, where she's at a children's hospital with her aunt and uncle. Her parents were killed on October 7th. In exchange for those hostages, dozens of Palestinian prisoners have been freed. They're being released at a ratio of 3 prisoners for every hostage. 39 prisoners were released on Sunday. All of them are minors, according to the Qatari government, which is facilitating the negotiations that are resulting in these hostage and prisoner exchanges. You can see one of these released prisoners kissing his mother in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank late on Sunday. The extension of the truce today brings hope to many more Israeli and Palestinian families that they will see their loved ones. It gives millions of people much-needed breathing room. 1.8 million people have been displaced in Gaza. That's about 80% of the population. And the death toll has surpassed 14,500 people. That number is according to the health ministry run by Hamas. We have no way of independently verifying those numbers. Now, with the skies over Gaza temporarily silent, one Gaza resident tells the New York Times, quote, "During the truce, we felt like we began to gradually get our lives back. We were able to check on our loved ones, to move around and buy necessities for the house and the kids, end quote. That's where we start this hour with NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel in Tel Aviv, plus former deputy national security advisor to President Obama, Ben Rhodes, and the former CIA director, now an MSNBC senior national security analyst, John Brennan. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Richard, I want to start with you. You are back in Tel Aviv. This is an eventful day, not just the hostage release, but the announcement that this will be extended. They'll keep on trying to do this for a couple more days. The United States suggesting this could go on even longer. Tell me what you're seeing from your end.
So 11 more Israelis are tonight in Israeli territory, according to the Israeli military. 9 children and 2 women described as mothers. All of them, according to the kibbutz they were released from, and all of them were released from the same kibbutz, Nero's, have other relatives who are still being held by Hamas. And also, according to the Israelis, 33 Palestinians will be released. And all of the Palestinians, according to activists and people who support the Palestinians, say, or people who are following the Palestinian side of these negotiations, say that the Palestinians have been released thus far have been relatively low level, a lot of administrative detainees. But at the end of the day, this all shows progress. It shows that compared to where we were 2 or 3 weeks ago, we're starting to see diplomacy pay off. The Qatari, the Egyptian mediation is getting hostages out of Gaza. It is getting the Israelis to release.
I'll have you know there are no hidden items yet, dumb fuck.
Some prisoners, although some say they're very low-level prisoners, but they're still being
I
released.
actually don't know that.
So this is perhaps a way out of this. And if you speak to the Arab media,
all right, let's see what our first encounter is going to be.
They're hoping that this can become the bedrock, the foundation for a more lasting
it's
ceasefire.
a Pucciana.
Like, listen to what Prime Minister Netanyahu says. He insists that this has nothing to do with finding a long-term solution, not even the basis of a ceasefire, that this is strictly about releasing the hostages, and that as soon as the hostages are released, or as soon as Hamas stops releasing them, the military campaign will resume. So we are seeing progress, Ali, but I really don't know where this is going. That's the point of what I'm saying. Is this the start of something or no?
That's the biggest point, Richard. Thank you for that. That's the important point. Where does this go now? If we're trying to look at the future, because for 51 days we've been looking backward, we're now looking at something that John Brennan could result in the release of, in theory, all the hostages, if Hamas knows where all the hostages are. When I was in Israel, the families of the hostages were saying, if they can just get negotiations for the hostages, maybe they can have negotiations for peace. But there does seem to be some space growing now between the United States and the Netanyahu administration, because in theory, Benjamin Netanyahu is suggesting through his spokespeople and his own speeches that this thing resumes. After the hostage releases are done, this all-out war on Gaza resumes. It seems both impractical and out of sync with what the rest of the world is going to think appropriate.
Well, as Richard said, there has been good progress of 4 days of adherence to the terms of this truce by both sides, with hostages and prisoners being released, with the truce cessation of the hostilities for this period of time holding.
Look, guys, you know what he said? He said, "You ain't black. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black." Well, this guy definitely voted for Biden. All right, let's go.
And the humanitarian aid coming in. But I do believe that Netanyahu is going to be determined to relaunch the military campaign at some point. Whether or not this truce extended for another 2, 10, or 20 days, I do not believe Hamas is going to give up all of the hostages, absent some type of real change in the situation. They know that is leverage that they have, and they're buying time. They're trying to extend this truce so that they can re-equip their forces, as well as prepare for the day after. But again, as Richard said, we don't know what's going to happen the day after the truce ends. But I do believe that Netanyahu is serious when he says this campaign is going to continue. The question is, at what scale and what scope, given that the Biden administration has been putting a significant amount of pressure on Netanyahu and the Israelis to try to scale back the extent of their strikes that have killed so many Palestinian civilians over the past 7 weeks.
Let me ask you about this, Ben.
Okay, we just saw that they did extend it. Got that. All right, is there anything else that we want to go over before we start going over the food shop stuff? Ground assault to ceasefire. Oh, look, President Sunday put out a clip chimp of Keffels.
I don't really see the issue here. I'm using it to describe something in a way that's very clear to me, and is commonly used that way among my peers. It's very well known to be that.
Oh, someone bought me a sub to him? Oops.
Okay.
Never have.
So, I just, okay.
You found out transmedicalism in October, you said. Your age clearly doesn't bear much help. I get it. You're going to have some experiences I won't have, but you're also capable of being wrong about shit. I've been using the term they fab since 2013, 2012 even. Gross. It's only gross because you are woke scolding me. Explicitly transphobic insults. Wait, is they fab? What does they fab mean? Derogatory term. I didn't even know it was a derogatory. Oops. Yeah, I thought it was just a combination of they and female at birth. Be careful, Sondsol. Hey, it's not my fault. I thought it was just a fucking term that, like, trans femme and they fab and they mab. I thought that those were just words. I didn't know that they were derogatory. When did those become derogatory?
The actual DMs with Max where you said it was okay and had used it since 2012? Yes, that's when I started and the last time was 2013. Like, what do you want from me? That is... Shut the fuck up. I'm so sick of how many woke schools there are who think that they're not woke schools. This is such ridiculous drama. Yeah, like what Tipster's saying. Like, at several points during that debate, you said you agreed with Carl. I did. I agreed with Carl. The word should not be used in that context. Like, literally the entirety of that debate, I was agreeing. Yeah, you shouldn't use that word to disparage people on the basis of being non-binary. I was saying I understood the context in which it arrived, and that I thought it was weird to basically dog whistle violence against trans people for saying a word that you don't like that was born.
Turf Solidity. Listen, maybe it's because I all of my online friends that are trans are all like trans medicalists. Maybe that's why. Is it the one where I keep on seeing on my let's see, Careful's. There's this one this one keeps on popping up on my. Oh, it must be this one. Well, maybe we'll watch this one too. Oh man, which one should we do? I just want to vibe. And it went bad enough for her that she privated it and pressured him not to upload it, so Sunday covered it. Why was it bad for her? Uh-oh.
I didn't know that you were saying that Sanderhill deserved his financial trouble.
Become a little bit racist if an ethnic minority is among us. Do you know how many stupid trans people there are? Do you know how many trans people
Karl
there are?
Max compared they fab to saying the N-word in his conversation.
So you're deflecting. Why are you deflecting?
No, this is the problem, you gaslighting piece of shit. You keep exaggerating your points on Twitter, and then when you get called out on it, you end up walking it back, being like, oh, I was just exaggerating.
Wait,
I was just rage baiting.
Do you want to get right into it then?
Okay, so I want to figure out what the context was in the first place. Why were you saying that people who say they fab should be with anvils?
Look, I said that an anvil should spawn 30 feet above their head. That doesn't mean they should be...
Oh, come on, we know what you mean by this.
Okay, I strongly dislike the term they fab because it like serves the express purpose of reminding a trans person of their sex, right? Same way that you wouldn't refer to a trans woman who you disagree with as a she-mab, right? Like that feels like a fucked up thing to do. Hence why I think that they fab is really fucked up. And therefore I feel like people who are using terms that have kind of the purpose of inducing dysphoria maybe should have an anvil fall on them, maybe, occasionally.
Wait. Then what's wrong with trans femme? What's wrong with trans? Why are those not bad? Okay.
Okay, so the first thing I would say on this is, how do you know that it's
Is she
being used
playing
to induce
Bloons
dysphoria?
Tower Defense?
In which context did you see the
Cringe.
term being used?
Well, I mean, the term itself is dysphoria inducing, is it not? I mean, for lots of people who don't want to be reminded of their, like, birth sex, right? Is that not, like, pretty... Is that not directly kind of doing that, being like, hey...
If you don't want someone to be reminded of the fact that they're trans, then you shouldn't ever use the term trans. Because is that not going to remind them that they're not the sex that they're presenting as? Oh, cool. It's not gonna let me.
Hey, reminder, you're different from the rest of everyone else, right?
Like, for some people, I could see this, but that's making the
some
assumption that you're talking about someone who experiences dysphoria in the first place. And when that argument, like when that term is being used, it's usually being used to refer to non-binary people who aren't trans. They're not going through a medical transition. They don't feel dysphoria.
Wow.
I think that reminding them of their birth sex when they identify as non-binary is still... I mean, you can call it non-binary phobic if you don't want to call it transphobic, but that's still like a shitty, awful thing to do. And also, the argument about dysphoria, and if it's okay to then insult people because they're non-dysphoric or whatever, is kind of bullshit, because every time I see that being invoked, it's against people who haven't made it clear if they do or don't experience dysphoria. It's mainly just used against people who are gender non-conforming and don't look like the gender that they're transitioning to according to like conventional societal standards.
See, I feel like you're missing like the core of this issue. The reason why people use it as an insult in the first place. Like, the only times I've seen people use the term
Okay, we're looking for a wormhole here.
Non-binary people who are assigned female at birth who were doing
Wormhole, not Zigzagoon. Fuck!
Or the non-binary person who was assigned female at birth who was saying that my dog hates AMABs, which both of these things are blatantly transphobic.
I mean, yeah, those things are retarded, right? But that doesn't mean that you have then a right to try and go out of your way to remind somebody of their like birth sex for no reason. Why not just say that they're transmisogynist or something, right? Like that's just bioessentialism. Why not call them out for that rather than like going for an insult which like directly has the express purpose of trying to remind them of their birth sex?
I think the reason why is that it is such a common pattern of behavior that people coined a term to reference it. And at the point when they're doing shit like that, I don't see why they deserve that respect.
Do you think that the majority of the times it's used is actually used like that? Like, because I don't know anybody who defines it the way that you are, and I also don't understand the point of insulting people who are even non-dysphoric, really, right? Like, if that is the case, who gives a shit? Why bother? Why like go after them and try and be like, actually, you're not.
That's
valid,
why I asked.
Right?
That's why I asked at the start of this. I was like, what was the context it was being used? Because like removing it from the context in which people are mad, I totally understand why it's a shitty term. But I feel like if you're talking about it in the context that I've seen it, it just feels like tone policing a marginalized group expressing frustration at a common behavior that they see in other people.
Would you say it would be okay to call like a trans woman who's got annoying opinions on trans stuff a she-mab? Yeah.
How is that actually relevant to it?
Well, because it's a direct comparison. That would like apply to trans
women.
It's
not. I'm
asking
you what the
people.
context is in the first place that people are using it.
Okay, what is like a character that sacrificed themselves for everyone else? Because that's the only reason I would ever use this zigzagoon, is just to like send it out to die so that someone else can live. Vegeta? Oh shit. I was thinking Jesus, but I felt like that was just a little bit too that was a little too on the nose. Okay, we're naming the zigzagoon Vegeta. Watch Vegeta actually own. Vegeta's actually gonna own so fucking hard, guys. I don't know if I can make it through this debate. We're only 5 minutes in it. It just feels like there's no reason for anyone to be upset about the term they fab. For the at least for the reasons that Karl Marx is listing, right? Because if the concern is, oh well, you're reminding people that they're not the birth sex that they want to be or whatever, then why would you ever refer to someone as trans? People are mad about tomboy? Why? Like, actually, why?
Well, I mean, I made that clear, right? The context of people using it in is to invalidate people who they perceive as non-dysphoric and to insult them.
No, I'm talking about a specific situation in which you've seen it being used. Like, when was someone called a they fab? What was the context that led you to say that in the first place?
Well, I've got several friends who are trans masks and have been insulted over not being gender conforming enough and have been called they fabs.
See, I agree with you.
Why is trans mask not reminding them that they are trans? It's literally just a term. Because if you are trans mask, that means you're transitioning to a masculine gender, meaning that you were a woman beforehand, trans mask. Except for they fab would mean that you're a non-binary masculine person. Yes? No? What the fuck is the argument?
Then why are you trying to debate me over this?
Well, am I trying to debate you because I've seen people that I would describe as they fab and I don't have sympathy?
Well, why would you describe them as that? Why not just use a different term which isn't like so inflammatory and also like so drenched in like transmed bullshit as well? Like, do you want to be like associated with that crowd?
No.
Also, the argument, oh, well, why would you use this term? Even if it's let's remove all of the like negative connotations from it, except for the people that use it. Bad people use this word, so would you not be considered a bad person if you use this term too? Like, bro, give me that free potion. Okay, I need some more Pokeballs. Maybe they don't want to be mask or femme because of being non-binary. Okay, well, at that point, I become transmedicalist because you're going to be on some spectrum between masculinity and femininity. All right? Like, you're not going to avoid that. In memory of... Okay, cool.
Oh, I feel like it's weird to even say that I'm associated with that crowd when I made it pretty clear that I hate that crowd.
Yeah, but who else uses that term? Like, actually, like, I do not see. Literally,
I've seen a lot of trans women use that term specifically to talk about their experiences of transphobia from people who are non-binary.
I don't see why they would have to use that term, or why you'd then be like, okay, well, that's all right. Is it? I mean, again, is it okay to use the state like she-map against a trans woman who's being
Are you
shitty
saying
to you? Or has
she-map
to
or
do
she-map? What is she-map?
She-map. It's
She-map?
a direct. Yeah, it's a direct.
I've never heard this term before.
I know, I made it up. It's so you can
Wait,
see.
so
the
wait,
comparison.
so you just made this up for the point of an
Yeah,
argument?
it's like
See,
if-
that's
if-
the
if-
problem.
if-
It's like I don't think
That's not an argument, Careful's. If you have they fab, and you're saying that that's okay to do because it targets this group who you perceive to be invalid, why can't we flip that around and say that you could do the same thing to trans women?
Because I want to talk about actual arguments in the context in which these happen, and I don't want to talk about.
This is a
theoretical
hypothetical,
things.
though. It's a very valid comparison.
I don't think it's valid. Like I asked at the very start of the
Wait, would you or would you not think it's okay to?
I asked at the very start of the conversation, what was the context that made you say that? Was there a situation that came up? I feel like
time
right
I've
out
seen
of the
it used,
gate.
it's been employed in a shitty
When
way.
did you see it used? That's what I was asking. I was trying to understand
like
the context.
several times with like trans mask friends of mine, several times with arguing with trans meds, like pretty much every time I've argued with trans meds, they've used it. I don't understand. I don't like, why not just tell people to use a different term which isn't like set out to try and like remind people of their assigned gender at birth? Why is that the approach here? Why is that necessary?
See, in the context that you're mentioning it, I agree. That's shitty. But I don't think that it's okay to tone police people who are upset when it is very obvious that they're being targeted by a specific group.
Would it be okay to call a trans woman a she-mab if she was shitty about your gender?
That's missing the context.
This is a
no,
fucking
it's missing the
basic
context.
comparison.
It's not a
What do
basic
you mean it's
comparison.
missing the context?
Okay,
No,
now we
it's
got
not
a
a
word.
context you
Fuck.
need.
Call them. You just made up the term she-map. It's just
Yeah, who
divorced
cares?
from the reality. Yeah, I care because
No,
it's
it's a
divorced from
direct
reality.
fucking. Wait, how do you not recognize how she-map is analogous to they-fab? It's literally analogous. It's literally how do you see that, right?
How is it analogous? Give me the context in which it's being used.
Well, the pronoun they're using is they, and the pronoun trans woman would be using is she. The assigned gender at birth is afab, and therefore they-fab. The assigned gender at birth for a trans woman is a-mab, and therefore she-mab, right? That's what it would then become, right? That's the comparison I'm making here.
The problem that I'm having with this is that she-map doesn't
Would it be
mean anything.
transphobic if I named the word
Because
she-mab?
it's a term that you created. It doesn't mean anything.
On all terms created?
No, you literally just made
Does
it up.
they-fab always exist?
It's been a term for a while. Like there are definitely different.
Oh my god, guys, this is so fucking retarded. Hold on. Do that. Say that dumb shit again. This is a painful debate.
Because it's a term that you created. It doesn't mean anything.
On all terms created?
No, you literally just made
Does
it up.
they-fab always exist?
It's been a term for a while. Like there are definitely
But
different
it wasn't
contexts
a
in
term
which
at
that
some
people
point,
use
right?
it.
I don't see how this matters.
Oh man. Well, aren't all terms created? So, like the point is that you created a term in order to like fight about something that you are saying is bad, but in order to say that it's bad, it's like contextual, and we have no what was it, she-fab? I probably shouldn't do it. I probably shouldn't do it. Someone give me some wormhole name ideas. The idea that you're going to create a word and then say that the context that these things are used in is always bad, right? Well, if you're going to create a term and then say that the entire, like every context that this is used is always bad, well, then she's necessarily going to have to agree that, yeah, that word is bad then, right? But she's saying that they-fab is not always bad and that it's contextual depending on how you're using it, who's using it, and why. So if you're going to say, okay, well, here's term X, it's always bad. Your term is exactly the same as mine. Well, no, she's saying that it's different because there are different contexts that you can use.
Matters. I don't see how this matters at all. Why can't you engage with a hypothetical? Why would it or would it not be okay to call a
Because
trans
I think
woman?
that the history of the term matters in the context of the discussion.
Okay, what history are we?
That's why because I feel like this conversation got way too aggressive right out of the gate when I was trying to ask the context. Like I thought there was a situation that led to this, but it seems like there wasn't.
It's just every time I've seen that used, I do not see like people who are good faith and kind and actually not trying to like go in and invalidate someone's gender using that term. I don't understand in which argument it would be necessary to suddenly start trying to invalidate somebody's identity. Like you can say so many things. You
could just say, oh, well, if that's the case, then that's your experience, but that's not my experience. All right. My experience is not seeing people use this in exclusively derogatory term. If that's your experience, well, okay, gotcha. I understand that's your experience. But in my experience, not everyone uses this as a derogatory term. Which I've literally never seen it used in an explicitly derogatory way. Like, I don't know. Are there any hidden items in the town? No, I guess not.
You can insult people in so many ways. You can explain in a billion different ways how they're stupid and wrong. I don't understand why you have to then bring their fucking assigned gender at birth into it. It just feels weird and fucked up and unnecessary.
I'll agree with you on that. I mean, I don't think that in the context I've seen the term used, it's fucked up, but it feels like it seems pretty fucked up in the way that you've described it being used. And I think that the problem is that we're coming from this from two different angles.
But I think that the way that I'm describing it being used is the standard way. If we look at like the Urban Dictionary definition, all of them are describing what I'm talking about. None of them are talking about the thing that you suggested.
Yes. I've heard of, you know what? I've heard of people appealing to the dictionary definition on some things. And you know what? A lot of people rightly point out that that's fucking retarded. You know what? Actually, run. Everyone always rightfully points out that using the dictionary definition of something is fucking stupid because we're talking about, you know, concepts rather than just like specifically this one like use case of the word, right? So now we're going to appeal to an even less credible dictionary? Okay.
And I tuned in for a moment at the start of your stream where you defined it as like a non-binary AFAB person who's got like shitty views on trans stuff or something like that, right? Which is just not the case. It's just about
the only time I've ever
insulting
seen
people
it
who perceive to not
used
be
is when
valid.
people. The only time I've ever seen it used is when trans women were venting about discriminatory behavior.
Dude, you have not seen like so much. Then there is every time I've seen like maybe not every time. 99% of the times I've seen that term used, it is with the express purpose of invalidating some non-binary.
So wait, was this
person.
about?
That's
someone
every
was suggesting.
fucking
Was
time.
this about the now deleted Twitter thread about someone asking if a queer event was they fab or tranny being told it was a queer event only for them to show up and it was they fab?
Not really. I mean, that tweet is like that tweet's like neither here nor there. I thought it was like kind of stupid, and I feel like the terms there could be interchangeable with.
Oh wait,
like,
I'm on
trans and trans.
I'm on Twitch. I just realized I'm also on Twitch. I can't say that.
Oh shit! Wait, what can't we say?
We can't say the word that I just said, so I'm gonna go ahead and delete that VOD.
Oh yeah, okay.
Can we start this over? Because I honestly think that this got way too hot out of the gate, and I didn't expect this to be blood sports. And now I feel like
no, it's okay. I'm sorry. No, this is just.
I feel like I got put into a really defensive position when I didn't understand the context in the first place.
Yeah, I get you. No, this is also where I was confused. I don't see you as being someone who would really have odd opinions on this, so I do think it's genuinely just you not being informed about it. But I swear, if you look up the term on Twitter,
okay, I'm actually gonna do that because I want to see if I'm wrong on this. Because yeah,
I really think you are. I think you're like misled on this. I get it, and I've seen trans women using it like that, but I think it's a term that they shouldn't be using either. I don't think anyone should be unnecessarily trying to remind everyone about their fucking assigned gender at birth, right? Like, why can't we should just be able to avoid that? Even if you are venting, even if you are getting angry, it is.
And at that point, why are you getting to choose what trans people get to say and what terms they get to say? Like, you didn't get mad when she said the T slur, okay? When she said that, you didn't. There was no visceral response. But for some reason, you have a visceral response to they fab, bro. Become an adult. Log off of the internet. Get a life.
It's basically kind of just transphobia to be like, actually, you're not actually the thing that you say you are. You are just still your assigned gender at birth, right? Because that's what that's saying, isn't it? It's kind of reducing someone to that in a way, right?
1 sec.
Sorry, no worries. I can try and find some examples as well. But if you just go on any like gender non-conforming or even just not super masculine trans masks account and you like look up tweets adding them with like they fab, I'm sure you'll find something like that. That it happens like all the fucking time to trans masks. Like you and to like then enable the term when it is just kind of designed to cause dysphoria is like fucked up, right?
So I'm looking it up. You got me curious now. The first thing was you posting that you're debating me on this.
Yeah.
And then the second thing is someone saying they fab isn't a slur because they wouldn't get turned on if they got called it. And then a shit post. If you think they fab is a slur, maybe don't talk to trans women. People doing discourse about. Yeah, this is not revealing anything right now. I thought this would reveal more, but it didn't.
I mean, I'm not going to go ahead and like call out every like non-masculine trans masc I know who you can like look at like their experiences and you can talk to them, but I assure you that they have like dealt with a ton of shit using that term specifically. I mean, if you don't fucking believe me or whatever, that's fine, I guess. What's the point of using this term? And again, I am going to go back to the comparison I made before. And I really want you to answer this. Why would it be okay to call a trans woman a she-mab if she had shitty opinions on gender and fucking, I guess, was non-dysphoric or whatever the fuck? Would that be fine? Would that be okay? Or you perceive her to be non-dysphoric?
You can call me that if you want.
Okay, would you be fine with other trans people, other people calling other trans women that?
See, I just don't want to even engage with the hypothetical because it's
come on.
I don't want to engage with the hypothetical because I want to talk about terms that are actually in use in the community.
That's such bullshit.
That's
though.
not
Why
bullshit.
would you?
It's
That
not
is bullshit. It's
not
how is it not a fucking analogous argument? How is it not like directly comparable?
It's stupid. I don't want to engage.
How is it not
I
serving the
don't want to
exact
engage
same
with the
purpose that
hypothetical that you
Bayfab
just
is?
made up that has nothing to do with the community. Like I think that they.
What do you mean? I mean, how could it not be important?
Because obviously the answer is no, but we're not talking about that issue.
Obviously the answer is no. What? What do you
Obviously
mean?
the
No,
answer
it's
is
not okay
no.
to use?
Don't call trans women.
Then why would you do that to fucking non-binary people? Why would that be okay then?
Wait, I'm sorry. What the fuck just happened in this conversation? Are they talking? Is she referring to the she-mab and he thinks that she's talking about they fab? Hold on. We're going back to the normal speed for just a second.
Fucking, I guess, was non-dysphoric or whatever the fuck. Would that be fine? Would that be okay?
You can
or
call
you
me.
perceive her to be a she-mab if she had shitty opinions on gender and fucking, I guess, was non-dysphoric or whatever the fuck. Would that be fine? Would that be okay?
You can
or
call
you
me.
perceive her to be non-dysphoric.
You can call me that if you want.
Okay. Would you be fine with other trans people, other people calling other trans women that?
See, I just don't want to even engage with the hypothetical because it's
come on.
I don't
It's
want to
not that
engage with the
bad,
hypothetical
though.
because I want to talk about terms that are actually in use in the community.
That's such bullshit.
That's
though.
not
Why
bullshit.
would you?
It's
That
not
is bullshit. It's
This conversation actually is like retarded as fuck because again, he's bringing into this a hypothetical that he's saying in my hypothetical this word is always bad. In this hypothetical, this word is always bad. And she's saying, well, okay, in that case, then yeah, it's bad. But we're talking about they fab, which she doesn't agree is always bad. So why is this analogous at all? This actually is so much fucking cancer. I can't fucking believe it.
How is it not a fucking analogous
I can feel the tumor
argument?
growing.
How is it
not
not
an analogous
like
argument.
directly
I don't
comparable?
It's stupid. I don't want to engage.
It's
how
not
is it not
directly
serving
comparable because one is actually in use and the other one isn't. And in the hypothetical word that you've made up, it's always bad. So she has to necessarily say, she has to concede her entire argument in order to engage with the hypothetical. But the hypothetical does not track. So therefore, she shouldn't either have to, on one hand, she doesn't have to engage with the hypothetical because she doesn't think that it's analogous. And number two, I just... Do we continue? We're only 16 minutes into it.
I want to
Exact
engage
same
with a
purpose that
hypothetical that you
Bayfab
just
is.
made up that has nothing to do with the community. Like I think that they.
What do you mean? I mean, how could it not be important?
Because obviously the answer is no, but we're not talking about that issue.
Yeah.
Obviously the answer is no. What? What do you
Obviously
mean?
the
No, it's not
answer is
okay
no.
to use?
Don't call trans women.
Then why would you do that to fucking non-binary people? Why would that be okay then?
Why would that be okay? In the context that I saw it, I understand.
Okay. I understand his argument now. Let me think about this. Does anybody know? Hold on. Maybe I have to, well, the only trans people I could message right now would be, all trans meds. Sleepy or Cactus? Well, that kind of crew, yeah. Like,
obviously the answer is no. What? What do you
Obviously
mean?
the
No, it's
answer
not
is
okay
no.
to use?
Don't call trans women.
is there another term for they thems that is like equivalent to like trans masc or trans femme? Because I don't even think all trans people agree that I don't think all trans people agree that trans or that non-binary equals trans. I'm not even talking about trans medicalists. NB? Here's my question. Why would he be okay? Why would he be okay with trans mask or trans femme, but not they fab?
Then why would you do that to fucking non-binary people? Why would that be okay then?
Why would that be okay? In the context that I saw it, I understand why people are frustrated. I don't think that
it's still practically
I feel like
misgendering,
tone
though, isn't
policing
it?
trans women is shitty.
I
think that they're allowed to be
I think you should tone police people who are practically misgendering all the time. Fuck that.
Misgendering all the time. See, we're talking about different things entirely.
Okay, look, if you're going to reduce someone to their birth sex, that is to me equivalent to misgendering. I don't give a shit. You're saying that they are not what they
I was so expecting this
identify
to be
as.
more chill. I'm very confused.
It's frustrating because I just see it be used in such an awful way.
That's why I was asking you for the context in which it was used.
But I explained it, and you continue to defend it.
You didn't show me any context.
I mean, I can send you some stuff later, but I don't want to put someone on blast here. You know, do you think I'm lying about it?
I don't think that you're. I don't think that you're. What?
Do you want to look through the Urban Dictionary definitions of it? Because I assure you, nobody's using it like the way that you think it's used. So go on Urban Dictionary,
yes,
look at AFAB
because
and see what comes up.
That's the only way I've ever seen it used.
Wait,
it's not describing, huh?
How many trans women are you close friends with?
Oh shit, she's going for the chaser.
Yeah, I've got lots of trans women friends. I'm a Volshite, and I like I'm very much. I know tons of trans people. I know it's okay.
She's going for the chaser angle.
I still tell someone, regardless of their gender identity, cis, trans, or otherwise, to not.
How many trans friends do you have? Suspicious much.
Make an insult that harkens back to someone's assigned gender at birth unnecessarily. I think that's just kind of like.
Wait, is this like trans?
It's kind of stepping too far.
Am I doing this? Is this like some weird trans incel shit that I'm just like unaware of? Is that why?
What are you talking about? Would it be okay?
No, not you. Stop being defensive. Okay. I was asking if the term itself. I'm not trying to attack you.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
I was asking if there's like context I'm missing here, because I legit the only times I've seen this term used in tweets that get big, it's literally people who are being real.
Do you want to look at you know Cactus, right? The random piece of shit.
Oh yeah, Cactus is a piece of shit.
Go on Cactus's account. Look up Cactus.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Do you think she's going to be using it to vent about every personal experience she's had being invalidated by a trans mask?
I feel like using Cactus specifically is bad because everything.
Look at any of her friends. Look at any of the general transmed community. Okay, yeah, but I'm using. Well, you wanted examples, right? Obviously, that's going to be a strong one. But if you look at any of the
people, we have to figure out what select is.
I thought that there was a context in which you tweeted it, like a greater discourse that was currently happening. And I thought
it's just the term itself existing. Just why would we use that? Why have to invoke that? Why permit that and why defend that?
What's the
service? What does it do?
In the context in which you brought it up, I totally disagree with the term. Yeah.
Okay, but why? Okay, so do we have to keep on using the term then if that's how it's often or I would say primarily used? Would you not want to just maybe select different terms if you want to vent about a non-binary?
See, I think this is where the confusion came up, because you're saying that it's primarily used as a way to just attack non-binary people, and I think that the amount of times I've seen, I think that the amount of times I've seen it used has actually just been pretty limited, and in the situations the person was so shitty that I didn't feel like tone policing them on it.
Okay, so if someone's really shitty, we can just go after their identity regardless of what it is? Where's the line on that, then?
Where's the line on that?
Well, yeah, because I mean, if you're saying it's okay to basically try and use an insult that's could risk inducing dysphoria, what else can you say? How far can you go? Is this same thing true for other groups? Can you become a little bit racist if an ethnic minority is annoying enough? It feels like you're permitting just a degree.
I mean, no.
Of discrimination on the basis of someone being annoying and retarded, which I understand as an urge, but I think that's, as a principle, really
I feel like if we're going to get into tone policing and woke scolding, it feels really weird to use the term retarded in the same conversation. Don't you agree?
I mean, I don't really care. I'm disabled. I can use that. I can say that if I want to say that.
But that would apply to yourself, but you were using it on other people.
It's very well known to be that.
I would agree with you. That's why
you don't see they used. Okay.
I never have.
Did I just skip? somewhere.
Okay, so if we agree Shemab is known to be that.
I would agree with you. Other people.
Okay. I mean, I don't really see the issue here. I'm using it to describe something in a way that's very clear to me. I don't. The principle really.
Because you're saying that it's primarily used as a way to just attack non-binary people.
If you want to vent about a non-binary.
See, I think this is where the confusion came up. Because you're saying that it's primarily used as a way to just attack non-binary people, and I think that the amount of times I've seen. I think the amount of times I've seen it used has actually just been pretty limited. And in the situations, the person was so shitty.
Retarded.
That I didn't feel like tone policing them on it.
Okay, so if someone's really shitty, we can just go after their identity regardless of what it is? Where's the line on that then?
Where's the line on that?
Well, yeah, because I mean, if you're saying that it's okay to basically try and use an insult that's like could risk inducing dysphoria, what else can you say?
Okay,
really weird
this is
to
where
use
we were.
the term retarded in the same conversation. Don't you agree?
I mean, I don't really care. I'm disabled. I can use that. I can say that if I want to say that.
But that would apply to yourself, but you were using it on...
Can you save this stream in the VOD section? Yeah. Does it not do all of my VODs not automatically save into my VOD playlist?
Other people.
Okay. I mean, I don't really see the issue here. I'm using it to describe something in a way that's very clear to me, and is commonly used that way among my peers. It's very well known to be that.
Also, why?
I would agree with you. That's
You
why
said
I
you don't see
use the term
DayFab
DayFab.
used. Okay.
I never have.
So, I just okay, but okay. So if we agree Shemab is bad, can we agree that DayFab is probably bad and unnecessary and avoidable?
Yeah.
Aced. Okay. W. Then we shouldn't be. Then I should be fine to say I want people to have anvils fall on their head. I'm just saying I want it. Obviously, I'm not going to do it.
I mean, the fact that it's a term that comes from the trans community, and that you say that if someone uses this term...
What I don't understand is, why is it the biggest crusaders on language around trans people are fucking cis people? I have never, ever heard a trans person complain about the term they fab. This is literally the first I've ever... I'm actually a little taken aback. I have no fucking clue where this idea that it's a derogatory term came from. I've literally never heard that in my life. 1 second. Yo. Is the term they fab bad? I'm messaging people. I actually want to fucking know. Where the fuck is this guy getting this? I always hate conversations that are just like the language police. Like that shit always fucking bugs the fuck out of me. But like, it's extra ironic when it's the people that are like, oh, well, we have to listen to, we have to listen to the people who are part of that community. Unless they disagree with me, in which case they're just, not one of the good ones, right? Like, who cares where they get it? Even if it's a slur, who cares? I mean, yeah. Okay, will this guy just not get poisoned? Got it. I just want this guy to evolve. Oh, wait, hold on. How do I ensure that I get a Cascoon and not a Silcoon? 1 second. Editor, if you're going to cut this up, cut this out. Cascoon. Personality value starting at level 7. How do I know? Wait, why did they take away his spikes? Now he just looks goofy without the spikes. Why would you do that to the dude? How are you supposed to know how to evolve it into the... What determines silicon... Wurmple evolves into solely on its personality value when you hatch the Wurmple. Oh. Basically, it's random. Damn it. I thought that it had something to do with like its attack and defense being higher or lower. Fuck me.
You want them to die, that's fucked up.
Let's hope for a
What do you mean? There are so many fucking awful terms that are born from the trans community, which are terrible to say. Why would you then be like, oh, that's holy, it came from fucking 4chan? Like, really? That's not an approach, I don't think.
So you think that a term that comes from a marginalized community that doesn't belong to you, you can be the arbiter of that community.
This is some id-pol bullshit.
How is that id-pol?
What are you?
Because there are plenty of trans people who
How
agree
are you
with me.
going
There are
to
plenty
make
of
the
trans people who
fucking...
agree.
Oh, this is some id-pol bullshit. You're the one that's coming in here woke scolding over language for a community that is not your community. How are you going to be the one... Oh no. How are you going to use id-pol on me? The entire conversation is about identity politics. This is so fucking retarded. I had a little bit more respect for this guy before this conversation because it seemed like this is my impression of the Karl Marx guy based off of the one thing that I've seen him on, right? I saw about 80% of his conversation with Dev, fucking, he was on Food Shops. What the fuck's his name? SFO, Short Fat Otaku. I saw him talk to Short Fat Otaku, and he reminds me a lot of how, of like my political beginnings when I was streaming, right? Very socialist, very like chill and, you know, positive vibes. Oh, speaking of Food Shops, hey, Food Shops. Guess what we're watching next? Anyways, like he just reminds me a lot of, or reminded me, I don't think I would ever fucking fight with someone on gay fucking terminology like this shit, you know? I'm out, LOL. All right, well, why? Hold on, I'll shoot a DM and ask why. Is it that bad? You're unknowingly being a dickhead? Okay. Anyways, so moving back to this, like he reminded me of me when I first started streaming. Very socialist, you know, all vibes, you know, this is a cozy place, which is like the absolute disgusting most, like I would rather die than be like the comfy streamer where everyone comes and nobody's ever you know, challenged on anything. Like I hate the idea of it now. But let's see if we can kill this fucking loser and level up and become a Cascoon. Damn it. But now he's like the woke scold, where he's trying to be leftier than thou, right? And the way that I approach these things in the past was I either A, didn't care, or I just like didn't engage with it because I didn't care all that much, right? It really was just not that important. Like you don't have to fight people about the fucking language that they use, right? I might have argued with people about okay, everyone pray for Cascoon, not Silcoon. Everyone pray for Cascoon. Ah, thank fucking God. So anyways, yeah, like you don't have to engage on it. And it's usually just like not that interesting of a conversation. It just comes off as like a, I'm leftier than you. I am, you know, I'm better, you know, I'm more part of the in crowd of the left, and therefore, like people should respect me more, right? Like it's a little bit different if someone's like going around saying the N-word, and like depending on why they're saying the N-word, like if they're just like a white dude and they're ignorant and they're stupid, like, hey buddy, listen, I don't know if you know how this might affect other people around you, but you should think about that, like that's something that you can say without it being like super cringe, right? Like, hey, like number one, this might be like bad for future employment prospects. Number two, like if you have a black friend and or if you like meet a black person and then like you casually drop this, they might look at you super sideways, right? Like you're not always going to be the cool white dude, right? In your friend group, you might accidentally drop that shit around someone else, right? Like it's probably just like something that you should avoid. I'm not gonna like sit here and shit on you and say that you're like an ultra racist over it, but like there's like things to consider when you're talking about using the N-word. This is so much different though. Who is Joe? Joe Mama, fucking bass. The Council of the Boys, I'm down for it.
I get it. You have.
Oh, 1 second. Let me comb through chat really quick. Sondsol unknowingly being a dickhead. This is me being nice. Everyone told Food to stop talking about this, and the drama will end in like a week or two. So Food is going to try and do that starting like a day or two ago, because no one wants to be known as the Mr. Girl forever. It isn't them problem. They're going to disengage. It's just me saying why they're immediately running for the hills, and if Sondsol wants to be polite, why isn't he being polite? Okay, well, I thought that... Listen, Dev told food shops from the fucking start, like, do we need to go over the part of the food shop's manifesto stream where she told, or where Dev told her, hey, you should just like never talk about this again after this stream? And then how many fucking days? Wait, you can get a C dot? Oh, I'm playing Emerald, of course. Right? There are also dumbass 20-year-old and 20-year-olds do stupid things. I think she's old enough to know that. Okay, I think she's old enough to know that that's not the, this isn't the way to engage. But she like carried on for like a week and a half, 2 weeks with it. So I didn't know that she was like actually going to disengrade. I'm also not telling you not to watch that shit. You should watch it still. Okay, well, let's get through as much of this as we can handle, and then we'll consider it.
Be like, actually,
I just don't understand how this like.
This is a weird optical move.
How is it a weird optical move?
I asked ChatGPT.
It is a weird optical move. You're trying to attack me, saying that I know people who agree with me, because you're trying to imply that I don't know anybody who actually thinks this way.
Oh, antenna cactus in chat. Cactus, you were catching some strays in this conversation, bro. Bro, you are catching some fucking strays in this conversation. Unwarranted, a little bit. Halfway warranted. You're a little aggressive on social media. You're a little aggressive on social media. But I didn't even know that they fab was a bad term. I've never heard anyone say that until this conversation.
Trying to imply that I actually haven't spoken to enough trans people to understand why it might be okay that this term gets used, aren't you?
I just don't know why you're being so defensive on this.
I'm not being. I'm being pretty straightforward, and you keep on dodging shit. I feel like I don't know. I mean, did I not? Is it not like? I don't know. I mean, you agreed with me that we shouldn't use it, and yet, like this entire conversation, you've been defending it. Like, what's your actual position here? Is it not just so? Yeah, but we agree. It's a term that should be avoided, and we shouldn't use it. And if somebody is shitty to you,
I mean, yeah, in the context in which this came up in the first place, you were saying that people who say this word deserve to.
Well, oh my god, it's a fucking tweet, Caffles. Like, really?
Well, that was the context of the conversation.
Okay. I mean, I was making a joke about anvils falling on people's heads. Like, really? I was saying that I think it's annoying and shitty when people do that. Okay? I was putting in a creative and humorous way. I don't actually believe, shockingly, that people should have anvils fall on their head if they use a shitty term.
So how do I know when and when you aren't serious? you say something and then it's a joke.
I'm sorry, do you read a tweet where I say every time someone uses the term they-fab, an anvil should spawn in 30 meters above their head and go, oh no, they're gonna do it?
Well,
Like,
I mean,
really?
you could have just said that it's shitty and no one should say the term, but you specifically
Yeah,
said
everyone would
that.
love that. That would be really funny. That would do really well. That would do great on Twitter. Everyone loves when you make a blank statement and you don't, like, add anything to it.
Oh, so wait, you were rage baiting.
I mean, no, I was making a point about how I'm annoyed by people who use that term, and I was doing so in a way I found funny. I mean, sure, you can say I was rage baiting. I mean, my tweets are generally kind of provocative, right, to people who disagree with me. If that's how you want to define it. But I was just saying my opinion, really.
Yeah, this is all like really, I don't even know where to go from here in the conversation. Hey, I think I misinterpreted where this was coming from. I thought there was a situation that was happening that provoked this, and you were subtweeting. I didn't know that it was just provocative tweet.
Well, no, it's an ongoing situation of that being used to discriminate against trans masks for ages. I would say that's a situation. It's just not a very specific one.
And see, I think that's the problem as well, the difference in our experience. I've never heard that term used to talk about trans masks.
Look, hey,
I would think that's
later.
And is they mab different? Is that, like, again, like antenna cactus? Do you use they fab exclusively to be derogatory? Well, actually, hold on. Let me. You're probably the worst person to ask this. Jesus Christ! Just stacking the slurs. Like, again, like, I'm sorry, but this is such a fucking this is just like woke scold conversation. Like, I don't know. Like, it's not even entertaining, really. Except for the fact that, like, I know some of the people that are being listed off. Like, that's literally it.
Incredibly shitty. That's why I was so confused.
I'm really baffled by this. Look, later when you're done streaming, I will go through and I'll send you some examples from people I know. Later, I can send you examples of people being called they fab in a derogatory manner solely for existing as a trans mask person. I can send you plenty of examples. I can send you tons of. I can send you examples of people being called they fab in a derogatory manner solely for existing as a trans mask person. I can send you plenty of examples. I can send you tons of.
You can find a million examples of people just using trans as a slur. All the conservatives who are just like call everyone like like look at all these transes, look at all these trans, like they don't. I don't think I've ever seen a conservative use trans in a non-derogatory way. So should we stop using trans?
Tons. Okay? But I'm not going to do that right now because I don't want to put people on fucking blast. But if you don't believe me, I think that's really stupid. But I can like prove it to you later. But I'm not going to. First of all, I don't have a bunch like in the back.
Yeah, I think that at this point I think I am closer to transmed than not. However, I don't think I'm as hardcore on that train as someone like Antenna Cactus. Now, I don't have too much disagreement with Cactus, right? But I might be a little bit looser with some of the terms because it feels like I'll give people some carve-outs for like certain extenuating circumstances, But I think I'm probably fairly I almost said transphobic. I'm not transphobic, but I'm probably transmedicalist a little bit, right? This is why we have issues with they fabs. What is it? Is this going to be... Wait, hold on. I see big naturals. I don't even know if I can show this on stream. Hold on. I don't think I can show that on stream. But it's basically someone who says how I look with he, him pronouns in my bio, and then big titties with very small micro bikini barely covering the nipples. Trans used to mean something. When someone said that they were trans, it used to mean like a specific thing. But now I think it's just like an amalgamation of anything that you want it to mean. Like, I'm trying to word this in the most delicate way possible. Trans used to mean that you were someone who had like gender dysphoria, you had some disconnect between brain and body, right? You did something, whether it was a medical transition, if you were able to, if you were unable to, then it was at least like some amount of social transition. Actually, I would say that there's probably a level that you have to reach with the social transition. If you're unable to do medical transition, whether for monetary reasons or for, you know, some other reason, like your family will literally like put you on a cross and crucify you in their front yard, right? Right? It's easy. They're gender abolitionists. Oh, you mean retards? Sorry. Apparently the guy debating Keffels is claiming to be non-binary now. Oh, of course. And in a year they'll come out as trans. Sorry, I'm being hateful at this point, but it's just like that's what trans used to mean. Like you were transitioning from one gender to another, right? But now trans just means like I don't conform to like the visual aspects of gender binariness, right? I'm a man and I dress a little bit femininely sometimes. So therefore, I am what? Like it doesn't feel like there's any actual like solid definition. It just feels like it's like all over the place, and it makes it impossible to explain to people what it means to be trans. When there's a million people who are like a part of like the trans activist crew who are like essentially muddying the waters. And I feel like if you're going to say that we can't like refer to someone as like a they, them, like assigned birth, like feminine or female or male, then we're just going to call everyone that isn't cis trans. But not all non-binary people identify as trans. So we can't call them trans, but non-binary is trans unless they say that they're not trans. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. I just want there to be some sort of like concrete like definition, and it's not that hard. I have a hard time with Keffels. I don't think people make changes that fast. Here's the thing. I think that the change was from the performative socialist, you know, getting attention form of Keffels and into like the more like real Keffels. But I guess if there's another heel turn in, you know, a year or two, then, you know, it's not Ruby, it's Emerald. Bitch. All right. Do you not see? I'm wearing a green headband, retard. Okay. But yeah, I would say that if someone's going to pivot from being a lefty to like, you know, joking about their time on 4chan, that they're probably being more authentic than they were in the past, right? I would say that yeah, I would say that Keffels seems to be more authentic now than she was in the past. What's the difference? Number one, Emerald is the like definitive Gen 3 game. Number two, fuck Ruby, all right? I had Sapphire as a kid. Number three, I think that the Emerald Nuzlocke are harder than Ruby and Sapphire, but I might be wrong on that.
Because I thought it was like known that it's used like that. And furthermore, I don't want to have like put people who I'm friends with and who are already getting enough shit on blast, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. Sorry, I was just like, I didn't know that you were saying that Xanderhall deserved his financial.
Wait, Honestly, if he's still having financial troubles despite the opportunity he has to make money, then it's kind of on him at that point. Oh, I want to see the context of that. Question, who cares? Am I right, chat? True. Kind of weird fucking thing to say about someone who was financially abused and put into debt by his ex. Okay, I'm sorry. To Xander Hall is like giga retarded for that whole fucking thing with his ex, okay? How does someone steal that much fucking money from you and you not fucking notice? Unless you just bought so much fucking weed, okay? Unless you just bought so much fucking weed that you could just see yourself spending that much money and being that poor all the time, I guess. Which isn't that far outside of how Xander Hall's life is. Men don't do finances? Okay. I'm sorry. Like, I have like next to zero sympathy for Xander Hall on that whole thing. Right? I feel bad that, you know, there was an older woman that was definitely taking advantage of him, right? He's a little retarded as a kid. You know, he's in his early 20s. That's the part where I can have a little bit of sympathy for him. But like the idea that you're going to lose that much money and, you know, you're going to have to like break your lease and she's like breaking in and she has a meth lab in your fucking house and you don't even fucking know it. Like all of that shit was so fucking stupid. I'm sorry. Yeah, if he's still having financial troubles at this point, yeah, it is 1,000,000% on him. Like, no shot can you blame it on anyone else.
Troubles?
Oh
Just
my
a random
god!
thing out of nowhere.
Really?
Yeah, my chat is drama frogging. I mean, that's shitty, but
This is
unrelated to
this is from the ad block drop.
Still hasn't shown proof of the meth lab. You know what? I'm inclined to believe it. Why am I inclined to believe it? Because it's really funny.
Drama, where the ad block drama, where he said that ad block being blocked on YouTube would be great. I made fun of him for it. He blocked me and everyone who likes my tweet. The context of that being said was that no, hold on. Let me explain the context.
No, you know what? I'm not going to explain it. I think the problem is that you came from this. Like immediately off the bat, you've been bad faith.
Don't.
You have been bad faith with me. I asked the
How the fuck
context
have I been
in
bad
which
faith?
this conversation was happening.
Sorry, also the finances thing was in response to me saying that if after a year of like him fucking like trying and streaming and like selling merch and shit.
Hold on. Taking the femoid side? No, I don't think that what she said was truthful at all. I think that what Xander Hall said was probably the closest thing to the truth that we're ever going to get. And it's really funny. Okay.
That he should be able to make back like the fucking, I think it was like 10 grand that he like lost or something. And I said that if he hadn't managed that, it would be shitty finances. And it was, I tweeted at a time when I was being dogpiled and stuff. And it was like my first big drama. And it was obviously an exaggeratory tweet.
I think it's funny.
But you know, it happens, right? But yeah, no, I'm not saying that he deserved his financial troubles. That is an exaggeration.
I mean, you said if he's still having financial troubles despite the opportunity he has to make money, then it's kind of on him.
Oh, wait. Silly me thinking lefty content being available to as many people as possible is the goal and not individual React lords increasing their revenue. What was the original? Scroll
okay.
up.
I mean,
how
much? I don't know how much money he lost. It was an exaggeratory tweet made at a time when I was being dogpiled. It's
So
interesting how you're deflecting. Why are you deflecting?
No, this is the problem, you
Where's this going?
gaslighting piece of shit. You keep exaggerating your points on Twitter, and then when you get called out on it, you end up walking it back, being like, "Oh, I was just exaggerating.
Wait,
I
I'm
was
sorry,
just rage baiting." It's so bad.
Are you saying that I'm bad faith because I made a fucking joke about anvils falling on people's head and I said it's
I'm
not
saying you're
actually
bad
serious?
faith because you say one thing, and then when you get asked about it, you just walk it back. It is bad
I'm not
faith, and it's okay.
walking it back. I'm sorry. I think I'm making a very reasonable case for why I said that, and I'm explaining it in a pretty reasonable manner. Also, that tweet's from like fucking 7 months ago. Like, really, get some new material. I'm sure I've said some fuck shit since then. Holy shit.
They're both
and I
right
don't think
here.
I've been that bad faith.
They are both right here. All right. Number one, yes, it is cringe that she is deflecting right now. All right, and he's also, every single time he says something on Twitter and she points it out, he walks it back. So they're both right here. They're both being cringe. Does Zan even have more than 40 concurrent viewers? I actually have no clue what his numbers are like. I haven't thought about Xander Hall in a while. No, that's not true. I remember recently someone brought up Xander Hall. I think it might have been IRL. I don't know who the fuck it would have been, but someone brought up Xander Hall, and then I told them about my one and only time I ever spoke to that motherfucker on stream. And it was when he talked about jerking off into his shorts and wallowing in it for hours at a time. And it wasn't a one-off situation. It was like how he hid the fact that he was jerking off. Like that's like the one time I ever interacted with him, and then I never talked to him ever again. He still gets a few hundred. What the fuck does he even do? Okay, if this is gonna pivot over to Xander Hall at this point, then we're moving on. One sec. Let's look at what Xander Hall's numbers are really quick. Xander Hall. $6.5. How many? 92. 14K, 24K, 13K, 17K, 17K. Okay. That's not bad viewership. That's not bad viewership. I'd be surprised if most of this is monetized. I wonder how, like, does he talk about having money problems still? Xan can apparently pull numbers on YouTube. His most recent stream, or I don't know, is that his most recent stream? No. His most recent stream had 5.4. All right. Are we going to watch this or are we not going to watch this? In dedication to Xan?
Just nodding their head as if you're...
This is the story I told them about. I told them that my favorite Xan clip was him fucking puking on stream. Oh, this shit's so fucking funny. Oh, I fucking love this clip. This is so fucking good.
And going along with what you're saying, but not just nodding their head as if you're a child. And going along with what you're saying, but not actually internalizing any of it and like introspectively considering what you're saying. So like a Cheeto sounds to me kind of like that, like a good person on the outside, but like intellectually and I guess morally they're kind of like shallow and they don't really look inward at themselves and try to like critique their own ideas to the point where like you know they constantly backslide back to those dog shit takes.
Why did he throw up?
Until eventually they alienate everyone they're like.
Sure, I think that you're probably right about that for a lot of people. What? Did Xander Hall just die?
I think
did he? Xander?
Did he? Was it really just he smoked too much weed? He was drinking hard. I don't think I've ever heard of someone throwing up because of smoking weed.
Hall died. No.
Okay, guys.
No.
Stop. Bunk.
Xan
Wait,
down.
everyone stop. Calm yourself.
He's
calm.
throwing up, guys. He'll be just a second.
Christ.
You know what? Maybe she did deserve to steal a little bit of, just scrape a little money off the top. All right. Green out. Listen, I'm not a stoner. I don't know all these terms. Is greening out a thing?
Just nodding their head as if you're a child and going along with what you're saying but not actually internalizing any of it and like introspectively considering what you're saying. So like a Cheeto sounds to me kind of like that, like a good person on the outside but like intellectually and I guess
it's so bad. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. Okay. One second. Didn't have a thought to get up and try to reach the toilet. I feel like at a certain point, like if you feel like it's going to happen, I don't think I've ever... Have I have I thrown up since I started streaming? Have I thrown up in the past 3 years? Like at all? I don't even know if I have. I feel like if I felt even like 25% like throwing up, I would immediately end stream and just go sit by the toilet. I would. You'll never. You'll never catch me throwing up on stream. You'll literally never catch me throwing up on stream. I haven't thrown up since I was like 8. Okay, well, you haven't drank enough. Okay. If you are drunk off your ass, you're fine until you aren't. I haven't even like drunk thrown up in a long time. Sondsol puked on stream already. So true. Okay. I think we are going to watch this. At least a little bit of it. Basic groundwork, foundational discourse debate ramps up. Stardust drops in. Tomfoolery show drops in. Advice. Okay, off-topic talk. We're going to skip past that. Fuck that. Actually, let's listen to the intro and then we'll skip past the other thing.
Hello.
Sondsol got blasted and streamed. I used to, it used to be every single stream, I felt the need to take at least a shot, like one every hour and a half of whiskey while streaming because I was so insecure. Maybe that is a good word. It's not like I was like insecure about my appearance or something. I was like stage fright, right? Especially once I had moved into that house I sat at for like a full year when I was full-time streaming. If I was streaming at night, I would always take shots because I would just feel like stage fright because there were so many more people in the space coming in and dropping out of chat and jumping in and out of voice calls and shit that I just felt like I had to be, loosened up, But now we're just like chilling, Hello Fresh stream, my guy. Oh, you know what? But I didn't throw up, all right? That Hello Fresh stream, you'll never catch me throwing up on stream. That Hello Fresh stream was the drunkest I've ever been on stream to the point where I forgot that I was streaming and I was laying down on the ground behind my kitchen island thing, right? Playing guitar. And then I remembered, oh shit, that's right. I should probably end stream. I just reached on top of the, I just reached my hand on top of the kitchen island where the mouse was. And I clicked around on the screen until I finally found the end stream button. Sponsor lost? Hell no. I got $800 for that sponsored segment, bitch. Okay. I sold 8 fucking HelloFresh subscriptions, and I got $800 for that shit. Food shop shouldn't feel
okay. So if you were to, there's pedophiles, right, who buy child pornography. Mm-hmm. Would you say they should not be held responsible for doing that?
Yes.
Really? Even though they're directly supporting child rape?
Yeah. I think it's hypocritical. Because I bought my computer and the silicon in it was farmed in Africa by slaves. If I can do that and that's legal and no one's going to call me out on my shit, then yeah, I have to be consistent in that respect.
Wait, I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. I was
if
reading
you
something.
were to, there's pedophiles, right, who buy child pornography. Mm-hmm. Would you say they should not be held responsible for doing that?
Yes.
Really? Even though they're directly supporting child rape?
Yeah, I think it's hypocritical. Because I bought my computer and the silicon in it was farmed in Africa by slaves. If I can do that and that's legal and no one's going to call me out on my shit, then yeah, I have to be consistent in that respect.
Okay, look, I think there's levels to this. So I wouldn't equate buying a computer.
This is what happens. This is what happens when you take your logical conclusions to the very end. That was a hell of a bullet to bite, Vosh. God, this is a fucking classic.
I am going into battle, and I want your strongest potions. My potions are too strong for you, traveler. Potion seller, I tell you I'm going into battle, and I want only your strongest potions. You can't handle my potions. They're too strong for you. Potion seller, listen to me.
Have you guys never
only
seen
your
this shit?
strongest potions. My potions would kill you, traveler. You cannot handle my potions. Potion seller, enough of these games. I'm going into battle. And I need your strongest potions. My strongest potions will kill you, traveler. You can't handle my strongest potions. You better go to a cellar that sells weaker potions. Potion seller, I'm telling you right now, I'm going into battle, and I need only your strongest potions. You don't know what you ask, traveler. My strongest potions will kill a dragon, let alone a man. You need a cellar that sells weaker potions, because my potions are too strong. Potion seller, I'm telling you I need your strongest potions.
Yeah, I can't believe. Look, this shit has 11 million views. You guys haven't seen this shit? No. It's like my entire chat full of like 20-year-old fucking like TikTok fucking watchers. What the fuck? Okay, let's watch.
Hello. Wait, hold on. Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you. I don't have my camera on though. I'm kind of lounging in the dark.
Oh, that's okay. Hold on. Then I'll just turn it off. Wait, no, you can. I'll just turn my on.
Based
Dude,
killer
my stomach
state.
hurts. Yeah.
Fuck this.
I will say this before we dive into it.
Yeah, what's up?
It seems to me like you're not taking Dev's advice. And I do want to ask you, I want to kind of get clarification from you on that and why it is that you're not taking his advice and Stardust's advice at that, because they both gave you the same advice around the same time.
I talked with them in private. Not so.
Now, really quick, I do want to say this. So for me, number one, I generally, just personally, do not, I do not like engaging too much with the topic of pedophilia. All right, there's a bunch of reasons for this. Oh shit, this is actually a bad spot for me. Okay, I'll do the fucking OBS thing. I don't like engaging on the topic. Number one, like it seems pretty easy just to say like pedophilia is bad. And I don't think that I need to have deep conversations about the ethics of child porn or anything like that. It just doesn't, I never feel the need to engage on that topic. But this is the drama that's happening right now. I'll engage with it for a little bit. Food shops, in my opinion, as far as I've seen, now I haven't kept up with everything here. All right. You don't seem to, yeah. Fuck you, Kami. All right. What was I saying? Fuck, your stupid mom joke completely brain fucked me. I completely lost my train of thought. I don't like talking about this subject very much. Partly because I just don't think that it's that hard of a topic to come to an agreement on. And also, I am going to, like, I would like to go into being a teacher eventually, and I don't want a bunch of clips of people, like, clip chipping the fuck out of me saying that I'm a pedophile when I want to be a teacher in the future. I don't think that Food Shops is a pedophile based off of what I've seen, but I haven't seen everything. I think that she's a little retarded in the way that she describes, or the way that she tries to explain it, and it just makes her look like a pedophile. But I don't think that she is. But again, I haven't seen everything. I think that if you like actively seek out and consume Lolita porn, you're probably a little bit freaky as a human being. Not gonna lie. I think that that's a little bit sus personally, but you know, that's me. You haven't kept up with it, so that's why. Is it really Lolliporn, not Lolita? Lolicon? Is that the... I fucking hate all of you autistic fucking nerds who will fucking sit there and argue with me about which term is the correct one. You guys know what I'm referring to, okay? You know what I'm referring to. When I talk about Lolita or Lolicon or Lolly, you know what I'm fucking talking about. We're watching fucking food shops. And that's what the fucking topic is. Fucking kill yourself, retard. Holy shit. Well, technically, Lolita isn't all fucking pornography. Some of it's just cute artwork. Not according to some people, okay? So, for the purposes of this, every single time I say something that starts with an L, okay? Every time I say something that starts with an L and sounds like Lolita, that means it's fucking, like, weird anime child porn. Do not argue with me on this.
Dev, but a bit more so Stardust. I think that with regards to this, that I think I was out of the danger zone so fast that I started re-engaging just because I felt like I had so much to say. That I felt like I was missing out. And yeah, I just couldn't help myself, I guess. Just mainly because I keep hearing about how people have opinions. And I don't know, I sort of want to contribute my own opinion to it.
You know, people are always going to have their opinions about it, and they're not always going to align with your position.
Yeah, I know that.
So when does it end then? When do you stop engaging with it and decide to move on?
I guess it's to moderate it, right? It's not to bring my opinions so far to the point where it becomes unhealthy, but it's not to contribute so little to the point where I feel useless to the discourse. So it's somewhere in between, I think. Because otherwise, because I think that when I feel useless, it also feels bad. But when I feel like I'm overextending, it also feels bad. So either way, I feel bad. So I don't want to feel bad. So I have to get to the middle somehow, right?
Are you aware that you may never find that middle?
I'm aware of that, but it's also that to some extent I know that it's a guaranteed feel bad if I do some little bit of it or some like large degree of it. But at least to some extent I have to do something. Yeah. And I am listening to everyone's advice in the background. There's a lot of people giving me feedback and advice. And no, not just from other content creators, but from friends and people who genuinely care about me as well. So I really do appreciate them. And these are people who genuinely care about me.
Yeah, well, like Mantis seems to genuinely care about you, and she was in Tom's VC yesterday, the community VC that you briefly popped into, and she was spending a lot of time fighting with everybody there. It was basically her against everybody. And I was asking her, like, why are you doing this? Why are you fighting with all these viewers, not even with content creators? And she was saying because they're the ones getting things wrong and talking mad shit and stuff like that, and then it pisses her off. And I was telling her, but the problem is that, like, you're not going to move them. They're not going to be moved on it. It's unlikely anyway. This is like a one-to-many problem that you just can't manage on your own. The people that you want to move on this are going to be other content creators. And she said that she didn't want to talk to other content creators, that her fight was more with the viewers and the chatters. And I was saying, but like at some point, don't you think that, because she was saying that from her thought was that you are struggling with disconnecting from it and distancing yourself from it. And I was telling her, isn't there at some point where food shops should go and be the one doing the responsible thing and ceasing to engage with it and moving on? And she said, yeah, sure, but she doesn't have like that rapport with you to kind of win that over, that concept over with you. So I told her at that point, I was like, well, I'll bring it up with food shops when I start my conversation with her. Because you know, that's the kind of stuff that's going on. There's a whole bunch of people riled up about it. There's lots of bloodthirsty viewers who are not going to be very charitable.
Yeah.
There's several people in the sphere who are not going to be charitable.
Well, the way I sort of look at it is that since it is such an active topic right now in, you know, our side of Twitch poll, right? I feel like if I don't engage with it, it's just going to be brought up over and over again. And if I even if I try to ignore it, it's just going to be really, really hard to ignore.
And if you engage with it, it's guaranteed to come up over and over again.
Well, yeah, but like even if I don't engage with it, it seems like it's happening anyway, right?
Nah, it'll die. The drama memory of this space is about like 2 weeks at most, but typically only a few days because there's always some other drama that supersedes it, and people forget and move on really quickly.
Yeah, I guess for me at some point, the drama is no longer a factoration. But yeah, that's about it. But after that, it's just I after that, I felt like I was okay to discourse about it. But I couldn't do it too much, because if I did it too much, then it felt like the old stressful feelings were coming back. So I had to sort of keep myself at a moderate distance, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Well,
So
one it's
it's
of the
complicated.
problems.
Yeah.
I get that it's complicated, but one of the problems that you have right now, pardon me, I'm eating some of my nachos while I talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
So there's this problem of once there's attention on something,
Mm-hmm.
especially when you've got certain kinds of people on it, the more autistic people like Kleeman and me, especially if there's like a community that's kind of driven behind looking at inconsistencies, helping out those autistic people, other fellow autistic people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Things start to get noticed as you continue to address it and then make statements that are slightly different from the ones that you made before, and there's inconsistencies. So, for instance, your edit of your document that got noticed by one of the people in Spicy Chat who brought it up to Kleeman while he was on stream, and he looked at it. He's like, holy shit, look at this. She just changed her own view and definition of what lolly is. How convenient, right? And so that gets weaponized against you as like a sense of, clearly you're feeling a sense of guilt and realizing that you've built a problem for yourself. And so that's why you're reevaluating what your own definition and view of lolly is in the middle of this. And that is used against you as like a more incriminating evidence against you. And so, and these kinds of things are kind of inevitable if you keep engaging with it and wanting to be like, oh no, the previous statement, it wasn't sound enough. It wasn't solid enough to drive the point home. I'm going to say it a different way this time. And then you come up with it again and you're like, no, it's still not convincing enough for people. Okay, now I'm going to say it this way and see if that works. But all those iterations, those permutations of those statements are going to be weaponized against you as inconsistency that's being drummed up because that you're trying to hide something, or you're trying to evade something, or you're trying to make your downplay the allegations, right?
Yeah.
That's how it's going to be used against you.
Yeah.
I haven't looked yet, but is there any? I don't know if there's anybody posting any of this to Kiwi Forums just now. I haven't been paying attention to it over the last few weeks.
Ooh,
Are you aware of anything being posted there about this?
No, I'm not aware. But as far as I'm concerned, I've already accepted in my heart that like, oh yeah, people will always like be pointing out these edits and then saying like, oh yeah, this is Fuchsia's being inconsistent, and etc. Right? Because for me, I've already accepted that, and I always just go like, you know what, these are people whose minds I just can't really change. Like when it comes to, because any kinds of, even if I genuinely change my mind, or if I genuinely represent something, or if I genuinely like go like, oh fuck, I fucked up here, you know, then it's like, oh, and then
on a topic where you're always going to look bad. It doesn't matter how much you try to change your language. It doesn't matter how much you try to, make everyone, like convince everyone you're not a pedophile. The more you try to convince people you're not a pedophile, the more of a pedophile you look, right? Like it's just a losing battle all around. There's no way to win. So you got to just disengage, right? Who was the flamenco guy, right? Like he fucking, sorry, stupid joke in DMs. The flamenco guy, he fought with people for how long over the fucking Lolita fucking porn that people found on his Pornhub? Like, why continue to engage on it? Just stop, right? Why would you go on to streams where there are thousands of people watching and then continue to fight about it? You're always going to come off looking like a fucking crazy person. Just skip past the cutscene. The best way to appear as though you're not a pedo is to not publicly state in written form that you enjoy drawing CP and you know it's bad. Yeah, which is why I don't, again, right? I don't think that she's a pedophile at all. But fuck, she did so much. She did so much to make herself look like a pedophile in several of the conversations, right? Like the conversation with Tom where she said what? Like, he asked her, do you think that the age of consent should be changed? I think he didn't even say lowered. I think he said changed. And she said, I think 18 is fine for now. Why did she have to say 18 is fine for now? She should have just left it at 18.
because they're like a pedo or some shit, you know. So yeah, I don't know. There's nothing I can do there. So
let me ask my chat here. Chat, do you guys know stuff being posted about this on Kiwi Forums? I'm not really sure. Somebody said it a while ago, like a few back when it first broke. Like I think it was the day of your manifesto. Someone said that they saw something posted somewhere on Kiwi Forums, but I never got it confirmed. They said it in my chat. Nothing yet, says Drow Slayer.
You know what's funny is that long time ago, in the middle of my like my
you were doing the Zonia approach of being so good faith that you look retarded. I didn't know that was the Zonia approach. This is what I've said about Zonia and Tom. I feel like they actually I think that Zonia is the good way to do this and Tom is the bad way to do this, where you try to talk to someone who you don't think is actually doing something, or you don't think is actually in the wrong. You just think they're doing something fucking stupid. And you talk to them and you give them a bunch of rope as a lifeline, right? Now, the way Zonia does that, I'm going to give you a lifeline and you can either save yourself with it or you can tie yourself a noose with it, right? I feel like that's what Zonia does more often than not, right? I don't feel like she's like just like going out there with the intentional or with the intent to rehabilitate literally every single fucking person that she talks to. Tom, I feel like Tom like goes really easy on some people, like Lav. Like he goes really easy on Lav for the kind of person she is, you know? The Zonia approach is later talked about with Tom. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Content, right? The original pedophilia arc. There was like 2 callers who came in.
Have you seen this flamenco video?
Every time I see these fucking stupid debates, you're 2 seconds to be talking about, well, fucking pedos are okay or some shit. My view is you're all fucking weird. Fuck off.
Okay, that was the stupidest thing I've ever dealt with.
Keemstar, everybody.
That was
No highlight reel at the beginning. Don't care.
And they were like, oh my God, food shops, guess what? You're being posted on Kiwi Farms. And yeah, that gave me quite a scare back then. Just something.
Did it turn out to be true?
All right, we're going to watch this video. This is the last link I'm clicking.
So I think I should rape somebody. I'm definitely going to rape somebody. Yeah, I'm for sure going to rape somebody. That's a really good idea. So I think I should rape somebody. I'm definitely going to rape somebody.
Why would he say this?
Yeah, I'm for sure going to rape somebody. That's a really good idea.
Why would he say this? Guys, so sus.
We checked. Did not turn out to be true. They were just trying to intimidate me. But yeah, they were just screaming the N-word and saying kill all J-word. And trying to get my...
Sounds like very credible people.
Yeah, they were trying to get everything taken down, trying to bomb my stream. So yeah, very, very much so, you know, I mean, at least consistent with Kiwi Farm people, at least in terms of mannerisms. So yeah.
Well, I mean, if we're to believe the ethos of Kiwi Farms is don't touch the poo, so they're less likely to be the ones to actually call
Tom
in.
is fair.
At least the people who are boasting are less likely to be the ones to call in and mess with you.
Mm-hmm.
But not everybody follows the rule.
Yeah.
Usually that's like groypers tend to be the ones most commonly who will do that kind of thing that you're describing.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I've also had people target me before during my my first arc, right?
I almost
with
lost Biden.
Monkey killing videos and shit. Because I was just hanging around in a Kronto's voice chat off stream, by the way, and a bunch of people raided Kronto's Discord, and then joined the voice chat, and then went live.
That was close.
And then turned on their cameras as well, and then put like monkey killing videos, like gore and like sex and shit and all, and
Jesus
put them all
Christ.
on. It was fucking insane. Yeah. So yeah, definitely some wild times back then. Yeah.
So here's what I would suggest, if you, because I felt it was appropriate for me to offer this advice. It would be a really good idea for you to stop engaging with it, because as I mentioned, the more that you engage with it, the more inconsistencies are going to be found.
What do I think of Karantos? I haven't seen anything from him recently, but I feel like he's really fucking annoying. Karantos is just like the screaming, let me take the most edgy position possible type person, and like talks the fuck over every single person that he interacts with. Like there have been times where I was about to jump into a call with Destiny, and like while they're debating about something, and then Karanto jumps in, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to listen to this for a second. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? Absolutely not. like, because it's annoying to listen to him screech over people. Holy fuck.
Those will be weaponized against you. And at some critical point, someone's going to get the idea to start posting an effort post about you on Kiwi Farms, which is going to get more attention, get more eyes on it, get more people into your chat trying to bait you into talking about it. And eventually it may even get picked up by other people who are not as willing to be good faith with you or charitable with you. So that it is something that's probably inevitably going to happen if you keep engaging with it. And so really, even though you're going to say, I need to find that middle ground, that balance where I feel like I'm able to give my side of the story enough and deal with this malicious narrative, the odds are you're never going to find that point, never going to reach it, and you're never going to feel satisfied enough.
Is there any way to engage with the subject without talking about myself, I guess?
I mean, that's the best way to engage with these subjects, is to
not talk about myself.
Not talk about yourself.
Yeah, I guess it's like, is there any way to?
I guess.
Yeah, like that's the real question, right? Is that like if I really want to talk about like these subjects in a more like academic sense or whatever the fuck, right? And then somebody went like, okay, but didn't you say this and that like in the past, right? Then it's like fuck, right? Then yeah, that's a bait for re-engaging with
we want Talo here, folks,
In
rather than
a way,
engaging with the subject matter.
Yeah, and in a way, you may have, unfortunately, screwed your ability to talk about the subject. The more that you tie yourself personally to the subject as a person who can empathize because of related kinds of things, the more people will look at that as you trying to justify and even normalize the things that you do and see that as a threat. So it was a bad idea for you ever to even admit to the POCD and your interest in Lolly. And so, because people are just going to put these together like, oh, they're not doing this because they want to be charitable with people who suffer from or who have an attraction that they can't do anything about. They see it as, oh, she's trying to make the rest of us see these things as a non-issue and a non-threat and destigmatize them so that she can get away with doing it.
That was lucky as fuck.
And that leads to other questions that seem more insidious.
Meanwhile, if a regular cis white guy talks about these issues, then they will they will have no problem, right?
No, Max had tons of problems about talking about this issue.
Well, they'll have
to being aroused to these girls,
right? But they will have less problems, right? They will have less problems compared to me. Obviously, I mean,
right? Yeah. I mean, even as a trans person, you don't even have to be into lolly, and you're still going to be accused of being a groomer or a pedo or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they will have less problems. Yeah. So, yeah, even though I would consider like my knowledge to be greater than I would say like most people on this subject and whatever. Yeah, I kind of fucked myself over on talking about it, but at the same time, I feel like I still have to try, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I still have to try for people who are willing to receive me and talk about it in a good faith way. But yeah.
I mean, these are subjects I've talked about before, and there's always going to be backlash. I dealt with a lot of backlash for being supportive of Mr. Girl and being charitable to him and holding on my suspicions about him for a long time. And I still don't think that he's a pedo or a rapist or anything. So
I don't know enough about Mr. Girl,
but I got a lot of shit for that, and people were accusing me of being a pedophile apologist, an enabler, and all kinds of other shit. It's just something you gotta deal with. But then the more you tie yourself to being like, oh, I can understand these people because I have these similar things that are a little different, the more people are going to just already people are being bad faith about it. But then they're just going to collapse it down and be like, oh, you're a pedophile, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
It's one of those things you kind of have to prepare to deal with the backlash of and the varying degrees of it that you're going to expose yourself to depending on how it is you handle it. So like talking about destigmatization is a very, very dicey thing to talk about. And like I had some criticisms of what you talked about wanting to destigmatize, where I was like, no, we don't destigmatize these things. We destigmatize the person, but not these things.
Right.
Because and that as it is, like if you're not cautious enough with how it is that you talk about destigmatization, people will immediately jump to, oh my God, they're making excuses and apologia for pedophilia. So you have to be also
you have to be very careful in how you word things because like you want to be clear that you're saying, oh yeah, I am destigmatizing in the sense that it's almost as if like the word destigmatize is very much like a very loaded term. Like you want to say, okay, I don't want a person to feel bad of like being born in a way that they can't control. Does that make sense, right? Because that's a much more clear wording. Because if a person is born a certain way, in the sense that they can't control of like the way that they were born, then people much more understand that. Versus like, oh, destigmatize that. Like, what the fuck does that mean, right? Nobody knows what that means. Yeah.
Or and you can use the word destigmatize, but you got to be very, very clear when you describe things. So like when Tom and I were talking, I was saying, well, we don't want people to be attracted to kids, but we recognize that there are some people who have that attraction and it was not their choice, and they're not acting on it, and so we want that person to not be stigmatized, but the attraction is still stigmatized because we don't want to encourage that attraction. We don't want to say that attraction is okay. We want to say, no, we would prefer that people were not attracted to kids. So that is the stigmatization of that.
Yeah, I think...
And it's the person that you want to destigmatize, like you said, because they didn't choose that attraction. And so long as they're not acting on that attraction, that person should be destigmatized.
You know what's the funniest thing, but also like really ironic? I think it's just the amount of exposure therapy that I went through is what fucked me over. Because I have POCD, but I went through, I guess, self-treatment for POCD to the point where...
Damn it.
Yeah, I guess I went through self-treatment for POCD to the point where I became so unicked when it came to this subject that like now I talk about it so unfiltered to the point where I became so like uncognizant to how other people react to it.
What does that mean?
I just like no longer...
Okay, really quick. What is... Okay. I remember reading in the fucking manifesto POCD. It stands for POCD. Also known as pedophile obsessive compulsive disorder, is a type of OCD that involves having obsessions or intrusive thoughts that are focused on fears about being or becoming a pedophile. These obsessions trigger immense anxiety, distress, and disruptions in a person's life. How do you they'll talk about it? I just want to like... Everyday examples of POCD. You know that you'll see children and young adults in swimsuits, and you're afraid this will cause unwanted thoughts or even worse, arousal. Instead of going to the beach, you avoid it at all costs, experiencing distress over spending time alone in a room with a small child. Okay. How do you because I know that with OCD, like part of like the treatment, quote unquote treatment plan, I don't know if that's like the right term. Part of that is exposure therapy. But you can do self-treatment for, I don't know, like germ focused OCD, right? But how do you do exposure therapy for POCD? That sounds giga sketch. Wait, hold on. Didn't I already take away this guy's item? Take. Does he just pick up items? Wait, hold on. What is his ability? Oh, may pick up items. Okay, cool. I got a great ball. You can treat exposure therapy where you prove to the person they are not attracted to the kids. Okay. Right. But like with regular OCD, right? Like I know someone who has OCD who had to do exposure therapy for germs. And part of that was like the therapist brought grapes and was passing them to my friend, and they dropped it on the ground. It was like, oh, well, exposure therapy time. Eat the grape. It hit the ground. You can't wash it, right? Which is a little gross, but it's exposure therapy, right? Or like buy a pizza and eat as much pizza as you want, right? But don't put the rest of the pizza in the fridge and then come back in an hour or 2 hours and then eat another slice of pizza, right? Like that's exposure therapy for germs. I'm interested to hear what self-imposed exposure therapy for POCD is, because that's kind of spooky.
I'm gonna become cognizant to how other people react to it, and then like that fucked me over. Yeah, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense.
I'm
not
really
hear
wanting
some
to ask
child
questions
porn, right? That's not how it sounded when she just brought that up, though. Like, see how like. She makes herself, she says things and it makes her look like way worse than it actually is, probably. Hopefully.
Exposure therapy that I went through is what fucked me over.
So that is the stigmatization of that.
Yeah, I think...
And it's the person that you want to destigmatize, like you said, because they didn't choose that attraction. And so long as they're not acting on that attraction, that person should be destigmatized.
You know what's the funniest thing, but also like really ironic? I think it's just the amount of exposure therapy that I went through is what fucked me over. Because I have POCD, but I went through, I guess, self-treatment for POCD to the point where... I guess I went through self-treatment for POCD to the point where I became so unicked when it came to this subject that like now I talk about it so unfiltered to the point where I became so like uncognizant to how other people react to it that like I just like no.
Okay. Also, if you had POCD, Why would you? Let's just listen.
No longer become cognizant to how other people react to it, and then like that fucked me over. Yeah, if that makes sense.
I don't know if it is a self-diagnosis.
I'm really wanting to ask questions.
Wait, someone link the manifesto. Someone link the manifesto in chat for me so I can see if she ever said that it was self-diagnosed or if it was clinically diagnosed. Is it even something that a psychologist would diagnose you with? I don't know. I had never heard of it until this drama. Okay. I mean, there seems to be a lot of psych websites that are talking about it, so maybe it is. If you were not a pedo, you would not be getting off to them. You would watch it, get grossed out like a normal person, then realize, okay, not a pedo. Sample exposure items include going to public parks, looking at pictures of children, watching movies such as The Lovely Bones. What is The Lovely Bones? Is that a pedo movie? I feel like I'm about to sneeze. Maybe it's going to pass.
About the self-treatment exposure therapy, because that sounds a little, we're getting into some territory where I'm like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? Like, what?
Yeah, we can get into that. We can get into that. I'm right here. Yeah, don't worry. So meanwhile, so you had doubts about on the validity of my treatment and the validity of what I went through, right? So I'm gonna send you some things, all right? So
my doubts were because of the way you verbally described them the first two times I heard it in your first conversation with Rezi, your first one-on-one conversation with him from a couple months ago, and then your conversation with Tom when he was covering the map panel. And those two descriptions did not match up with what I understood about POCD. So, and we went over it on stream and went through the International OCD Foundation's article on it and went through all the details, and it still didn't line up with even what that was describing.
Sure, I can explain. Yeah. So, but first of all, before we get through that, this is the I just sent you a picture. This is the sertraline that I take, the literal actual pill bottle that I take. So I'm gonna pull this up for chat.
Sertraline,
yeah, sertraline, and you can see the cat on there. That's me. And this is I know that you don't doubt me, but I know there's a lot of people out there in the audience that doubt me. So I'm mainly just pulling this up there for the internet to see. Yeah, here you go, guys. This is sertraline. I'm just letting you guys know that. Wow, like I know that people out there doubt me. So there you go.
Well, it's an SSRI I primarily prescribed, often prescribed for people who have OCD.
Yeah.
But yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's treating specifically POCD.
Yeah.
Because POCD is like a subcategorization of a pure obsessive disorder that is usually it's more like a talk therapy addressed kind of thing as opposed to like a.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can pop open this beer because I don't have a bottle opener up here. I don't think. Yeah, I really don't see one. Okay, let's try and use this candle here to pop this beer open. Wow, that just gouged the fuck out of the top of this candle. Let's see if we can... Nope, that's just chipping the candle top. Okay, never mind. Guess no beer for me.
Chemically treated thing.
Yeah, and by the way, I just want to let you guys know that I am under no obligation to show you guys this. I'm basically like diving into my own privacy to like show you guys this. Like it's pretty insane. Like when I'm like diving into my own privacy to show you guys this. Like if I anyway.
Looks like you were posted on Short Fat Otaku's thread on Kiwi Farms on November 11th.
Oh, nice.
At least a mention. I don't know how much detail.
Oh, I mean that's not surprising. Eventually, I'm gonna get on there. Also, so I'm gonna send you another thing. So what this is, and you can save this as well, is an exchange between me and my therapist. And this is like legally binding. But I'm gonna show you anyway because fuck the legal shit. The internet is apparently more important.
What does that
yeah.
mean?
Yeah. So anyway, so here you go, guys. This is so the first one is from my therapist to me, and the second one is me to my therapist. So I basically blanked out every single personal detail. So it says the first one says like, "Hi Kat, good to meet you today. Hope we've managed to cover most of the important issues, even though time ran short." And then she gave me like 1 to 4 in terms of like self-care and shit, like before the first appointment kind of shit. Right? I think I did. So she's basically like, "Oh, yeah, exercise is good. Having time off before your job starts is good. You need to find a doctor, like a primary care doctor is good." And then I basically say, "Yeah, that's like Kat right there," and I say like OCD, right? And yeah, a lot of personal details on here in terms of like mental health and shit. Yeah. Yeah. So again, this is what happens when I have to like prove things to you guys. I don't know. So
you don't have to prove anything. That's the thing. That's the most important thing to recognize is you don't actually have to engage with any of this. And the more you engage with it, the more likely you are to introduce more inconsistencies that will be used against you, making you feel like you need to do more to prove things, right?
Yeah, no, I'm only putting this out there to show some people, maybe to like make people realize like just how far they're going with this. Okay, because sometimes it takes a little shocker to make them realize like just how far like this little hunt of theirs have gone. You know, because in my opinion, it's like people don't really realize like how far they are willing to prosecute a person and not realize like how human they are until like they're asking for literally their personal info on like, oh yeah, what medication bottles you're getting, like what kind of letters are you sending back and forth with your fucking therapist, right? Like these are information that are so fucking personal to a person, and like they're not under any obligation to be like at all. It's fucking insane. But here I am like giving you guys this information. So yeah, fuck man, whatever. I don't care anymore. Like these are things that usually.
Okay, so we have Zigzagoon, Wurmple, Talo, and Slackoth. So we're guaranteed, or no, I'm sorry, not Talo. We're guaranteed either a Slackoff or, oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Yeah, no, we're guaranteed either a Shroomish or a Slackoth. Got it. I don't know which one we would rather have because I don't know enough about like team building, but I'm inclined to say Shroomish because Shroomish looks cool.
People pull out of you like because they're doxing you, but here I am like giving you guys this shit. So there you go.
And before I like ask you more about the self-treatment thing, the more specifics, but I want one thing to point out. You were posted, so yeah, you were posted on Dev's thread. It's a pretty brief mention though. It's a couple posts where people are basically saying that Dev has been collabing with you, and of course using not so friendly terms to describe you. But and then for one thing to also keep in mind is the more that you kind of like post this stuff. I don't know if you shared the Circling pic or the document pic to anybody like beyond. Like I hope you didn't show them on stream because
I showed them on stream just now. Yeah, I show both of them.
All right. Well, part of the reason why I'm approaching this differently, like you were saying that, you know, there's a human behind it and everything. I have a couple different approaches that I can take, obviously. I mean, you've seen the way I've engaged with some people, like Lab, for instance. I'm sure you've probably seen some of that, and I can be more aggressive at certain points, but it depends on the person. So if the person seems like they're purely being just malicious and just a piece of shit, then I don't really have a reason to be nice or to be, you know, overly cautious with them or anything like that. But with you, from what I've been able to tell, I don't see like a definite threat. I don't see a big risk with you. I don't see someone who's trying to go out of their way hurting people. Somebody was asking me in my chat yesterday, yesterday, why don't you think there's an issue if she keeps growing as like an influencer? Don't you think she would, you know, potentially be tempted to have access to kids with the power that she gets? I was like, no, I don't think so. Because already you've gotten a bit of attention. You've had some growth. You're not like a huge streamer, but you've had some growth. And this pretty big kind of like scandalous thing from most people's perspective came out back on the 15th. And usually the way things go is once something like that goes public, next thing you know, there's a whole bunch of DMs leaked. So if there were any kind of conversations between you and minors, we would have people coming and talking on stream about it. We would have DMs being leaked,
like minors would have already came forward to like literally talk about it honestly, like if there was already like shit like this happening honestly. Yeah.
And there would be lots of stuff coming to the fore by now. And so no, I don't really see that as a big threat. So that's why I'm trying to be cautious with this, trying to be open with you. But you know, and trying to give you some advice at the same time. But that all being said, I do want to know about the self-treatment stuff because that is curious. So you said you had your own self-treatment approach to exposure therapy?
So usually people do not, people should not like try to go through treatment on their own in terms of OCD just because of like how hard it is without like a guidance from like a professional. But this is like one of the few things that I did put myself
some
through.
Ideas, guys.
And one of these things, like before I sought out like a mental health specialist, like for example, I wouldn't even walk on the same side of the street as a kid, like in real life, just because I had POCD. I was definitely scared of kids. Yeah, I was just like incredibly definitely scared of kids. In general, because I would be so scared that I was like a real pedophile, that I would convince myself that I was a monster, that even breathing like the same air as children would be like be a violation, right? So yeah, I wouldn't even be like within 10 feet of them. So the exposure would be like walking on the same side of the street as them.
If no one gives
would
me
be
an
like
idea,
even like I think one time
if no one gives me an idea for what to name Shroomish, I'm naming him Naruto.
high-five the kid, like a random kid, and that's it. Like nothing weird, nothing crazy. It's just high-fiving them. And then another thing is like, for example, yeah, I don't know. It's just like just walking on the same side of the street as them, and just generally like for example, another thing is that if I visit a random ass website, and if I visit like any kind of website, okay, literally any website, like for example, I'm trying to come up with an example.
Sasuke or Old Grumpy?
like just throwing one out here, okay? Like a fucking school lunch website, right? If it's a school lunch website and originally it has a kid on there, and then I would avoid it, right? Because even seeing a kid would trigger me. Even seeing a kid would trigger me, and then I would avoid it, and I wouldn't even go to the website, and I would avoid errands that would be associated with kids, because I would be like, oh my god, I don't want to even like associate with it, because it would give me so much anxiety, and it would send me into like a panic attack, or not a panic attack, but an anxiety attack, right? So part of that exposure therapy is forcing me to engage with that website, is forcing me to walk on the same side of the street with them, is forcing me to actually like talk to strangers and like etc. Right? So yeah, it's like all of these things. Yeah. And eventually, after I got like with my therapist, my OCD specialist therapist, I think my OCD specialist therapist said this. I was like, oh yeah, I consume like pornography and stuff like that, right? And then I always feel bad because I have POCD, and how the fuck do I get over my POCD? And then my therapist says like, it seems like you already treat yourself mostly, right? Like 80% there. I honestly think that one of the exposure therapy stuff that you should try, and I don't really care if like you consuming lolly is like a good thing or not. What matters is that it's helpful to you, is that you should consume lolly. And then literally that was one of the prescriptions, is consuming lolly. And
that sounds wild to me. Really?
Mm-hmm. So one of these things is literally that if you want to actually like be able to have exposure therapy, like you should actually have like exposure therapy where you are no longer afraid that it's helpful to you, is like 80% there. I honestly think that one of the exposure therapy stuff that you should try, and I don't really care if like you consuming lolly is like a good thing or not. What matters is that it's helpful to you, is that you should consume lolly. And then literally that was one of the prescriptions, is consuming lolly. And
that sounds wild to me. Really?
That seems
so one of these things is literally that if you want to actually like be able to have exposure therapy, like you should actually have like exposure therapy where you are no longer afraid of your POCD and feeling anxiety because of your POCD. That is like literally one of the final steps. And then to get over your POCD. A lot of OCD related things is sexual. A lot of OCD related things are sexual related.
Was your therapist a clinical psychologist, or were they just a therapist?
An OCD specialist.
But were they a therapist, or were they a clinical psychologist?
Not a clinical psychologist, a therapist.
So they can't really prescribe anything then.
No. It's not a prescription. It's not a prescription. Yeah, it was just regular therapy sessions. Yeah.
Yeah, so they can give recommendations, and a therapist recommended that you consume lolly. Like, what did they give? Did they say that?
Not recommend. Well, it was. I guess like saying it's a recommendation is a bit misleading. I think it was more like me saying, okay, there's a scenario out here, right, where I say, okay, I see lolly, right? I see lolly out here, and I'm like, okay, I'm too afraid to consume it because I'm like, okay, I feel like my POCD is getting triggered, right? And then the rule, right? The rule is to always go the direction of triggering the POCD on purpose, is to cause the anxiety to happen on purpose in order to have the exposure therapy happen for you. So in order to have the exposure therapy to happen for you, in that specific case, it is to consume the lolly. Yeah.
That doesn't sound like a very good method, because everything that I've seen on exposure therapy.
It feels like that would be the exact opposite of what you would want to do, because if you're scared of being a pedophile and then you consume drawn child porn, if you're successfully busting it, wouldn't that just scare you more that you're a pedophile? Wouldn't that just be like the worst possible fucking thing you could do? Am I wrong on that, fellas? Fellas in chat. If you came upon Lolicon and you actually did end up, bussing it, would you not feel a little bit sus about yourself? Because I feel like I would be really sus.
Therapy for various things, but especially for OCD.
Yeah, see?
Well, with certain types of issues with OCD, certain types of obsessions, they do those in like a controlled setting. So you're at the therapist's office and they expose you to certain things to ask you how you feel and tell you that there's no problem with this. And in their case, like what I was seeing when it came to exposure therapy for things like that, they don't even show you. They're not showing you like nudes of children. They're like, here's a child modeling clothes in a catalog or something, right? And it's very innocent. There's nothing sexual about it. It's very mundane. And it's just like, look, what are you feeling about this? It's just a child. So tell me what your thoughts are. And that's the exposure therapy. So it seems wild that a therapist would tell you to go consume lolly. Well, that doesn't sound right to me. That sounds very irresponsible for a therapist to do.
So is it okay if I try to walk you through the the specific chart that I drew up. Have you watched my most recent video?
No, I haven't seen your video.
All right. Can I draw up this thing for you?
Sure.
Okay. So we have OCD. Oh, sorry. Can you see this? Hopefully you can.
I
right?
can see it. Yeah.
Okay. Fuck. I wish I had my pen with me. Yeah. So hopefully. So this is going to be a little bit complicated, but hopefully you can sort of wrap your mind around this. Okay. So just because mental health is sort of a little complicated. Yeah. So OCD. All right. So this is OCD. And then on the other side we have actual pedophilia. Okay. So this is pedophilia. All right, so these are two completely different things. So OCD is an umbrella, all right, and OCD is an anxiety disorder. So we're gonna call this angst, okay? So this is an umbrella thing where it can have many kinds of different manifestations. So one of these manifestations can be POCD, okay? And I redrew this before. So this can be POCD, and what is POCD? It is specifically the anxiety of, oh my God, I'm so afraid that I am a pedophile, or I'm afraid I might commit some pedophilic act, but you are not actually a pedophile. That does not necessitate that you are a pedophile. Does that make sense? So far, do you follow? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So since you are that way, so now let's bring in another part of the equation, lolly. Okay. So we have lolly. Now let's just say that you are. So let's just put the easy part of the equation out of the way. Okay. So if you're a pedophile and you consume lolly, okay, it's pretty obvious why a pedophile might consume lolly, right? It's because lolly is childlike, right? So since it's childlike, that's why a pedophile will consume lolly. Does this make sense so far?
Yeah, it would be someone who is attracted to the aspect that they are a child with usually prepubescent features.
Okay. Now here is a trick question. Ready? Here's a trick question. Now here is a normal person. Here's a normal person who does not have OCD, does not have pedophilia. Why might they consume lolly?
If they're seeking it out specifically, it would be one of a number of things. It would either be, as you mentioned, the power dynamic between the adult and the child,
correct,
that extreme power dynamic, or it could also be the more childlike behavior, which can also be sought out in adult-related like
infantilization.
Well,
Infantilization.
Right, infantilization, and then it could also be like sort of a opportunistic kind of thing where it's an available.
You see on the menu,
hentai,
right? Yeah.
Hentai is like super. All over the place, right? So I could see someone who was like looking to experiment or explore, possibly stumbling over lolly, but not actually being a pedophile.
And you can also possibly like it because of guilt. So guilt is also another part. And I know that you mentioned
that's a good point.
Yeah, you also mentioned that you might not be because of guilt, but actually guilt is like probably one of the biggest parts, because why are stepsister, like stepbrother, stepsister porn, like incest porn so popular?
Sorry, I was looking at the Charlie
which will be, as you mentioned, the power dynamic between the adult and the child,
correct,
that extreme power dynamic, or it could also be the more childlike behavior, which can also be sought out in adult-related like
infantilization,
infantilization, and then it could also be like sort of a opportunistic kind of thing where it's an available.
You see on the menu,
hentai,
right? Yeah.
Hentai is like super all over the place, right? So I could see someone who was like looking to experiment or explore, possibly stumbling over lolly, but not actually being a pedophile.
And you can also possibly like it because of guilt. So guilt is also another part. And I know that you mentioned
that's a good point.
Yeah, you also mentioned that you might not be because of guilt, but actually guilt is like probably one of the biggest parts, because why are stepsister, like stepbrother, stepsister porn, like incest porn so popular? Why are a lot of other like, oh, I got
okay. Do people actually enjoy the stepbrother stepsister stuff because of the storyline? When you guys watch porn, are y'all watching for the storyline? It's all about the story. I feel like, listen, I'm not an often consumer of pornography. All right, this is about as deep into like talking about my sexual stuff sober that I'm willing to do. I just keep that shit on mute. I just mute it. I've never seen porn that has been amplified by the sounds. Because it's usually like they're squealing like fucking stuck pigs. I don't want to hear some guy going, yeah, you like that? You like that? You like that? I don't want to hear that shit. So in the very rare occasions that I'll sit down and like watch a video That shit's on mute the entire fucking time. It just is. You don't want to know how the plumber was called over? Yeah, I don't think it's actually necessary. Okay, time to switch. I'm watching for your mom. Cringe.
Like, oh, I got caught, you know, with my promotion sex, my boss, you know, employee promotion sex, right? Like a lot of like, oh, getting caught porn is very popular, also because of guilt. Yeah, it's just very, very popular, right? So again, this is a reason why a normal person might be into lolly. Now, because a normal person into lolly, this could be a reason why somebody with OCD might also be into lolly, right? Because of these same reasons.
Yeah, it could be a parallel thing as opposed to being related.
Exactly. So somebody with POCD could also be into lolly for the same reasons.
Yep, I recognize that, but here's my question. So you said that you were afraid of lolly before.
What does that invoice look like?
That you expose yourself to it, that you said consume it.
Yeah.
Because and so you started doing that as your self, as you put it, self.
You know what was the weirdest porn trend? The one where they got their arm stuck in the garbage disposal. Or, oh no, I'm stuck in the washing machine. That was the weirdest one. That's there's only so many positions you can do there, right? What the fuck were you watching? Oh, I never watched these. Hyper Potion, hell yeah. It just feels like there were so many memes about it that I figured that it was like a big trend. Bit of a self-report? Yeah, let's go. I'm all about self-reporting. Yeah, I don't understand the like most porn trends. At least like the meme of the pizza guy showing up at the door. Oh no, I don't have any money to pay you. Is there anything else I can do? Like at least you know, that seems somewhat plausible. Compared to like, oh no, my arm is stuck in the garbage disposal. Was the entire like meme there like if you don't like fuck me, or if I can't fuck you right now, then I'm going to turn the garbage disposal on? Was it like the threat of violence?
Prescribed or self-maintained exposure therapy. But then you also say that, so that leads us to understand that you got into lolly as a result of the exposure therapy because you were afraid of it before that. But then you also stated that you have completed the therapy, yet today you're still consuming the lolly.
So I can explain. So for me, what I'm into is that I'm into petite. So I'm into petite women, all right? So specifically, I am into like the, like I would say probably like B-size boobs, or like around there, basically B-size boobs, right? Now how that translates onto hentai art, it can be anywhere from lolly to up to like early 20s. Does that make sense? So basically, that is how it looks. However, I know that whenever I browse hentai and start to dig into it, whenever I see lolly there, I feel like my POCD gets triggered. So when I feel like my POCD gets triggered, when I actually see the lolly there, I'm like, dude, SFO is screaming at me to stop. Okay, SFO, I'm sorry. I'm already in the middle, okay? The point is...
I warned her, SFO. I brought the whole thing up. We had a long talk about this, so...
I'm in the middle, okay?
Go ahead.
I'm literally in the middle. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Okay.
I tried, Dev.
Okay. The point is, okay? Yes, I know Zonia's evil, okay? The point is that...
say that.
Listen, no, I know Zonia is gonna literally... I know Zonia's working for Spicy Chat, okay? Yes, I know, okay? The point is, yes, okay. All right, fine. Zonia will be the last convo, okay? All right. Zonia, this is why it's very important for you to be very good faith here, okay? The point is, yeah. So the point here is that my POCD gets triggered, okay? When I go up searching for hentai, okay? Because I am specifically into petite, whatever the fuck, okay? However, so therefore, in order for me to, so in the middle of me searching up for porn, I need to go seek out exposure therapy on purpose when I am searching up porn. So therefore, I need to go seek out lolly on purpose. Does that make sense?
Okay. So
everything makes sense. See?
No, it's complicated. It's hard for me to wrap my brain around.
Right. I mean, this is why it's mental health is complicated. And when I try to explain to Twitch poll, everyone's gonna go like, "Oh my god, you're a pedo," right? This is why it's like, yeah, this is why it's just like nobody will take it the right way at all. Like it's just everyone is just gonna be like, "Oh no, you're the most terrible person."
So when Rezi pressed you on your interest in lolly, he asked you why you were into it. you said that you think you said that you're pretty sure, or you think that it's the power difference, and then you said it's definitely the power difference. You didn't mention the petite thing until later in the conversation, and it wasn't even really related to the lolly. You said you were more into petite.
I'm gonna be honest. The
confused.
entire thing is just one big brain fart. Okay, all right. It is the reason why I'm into.
You guys are so fucking retarded. Sondsol, you know what? Actually, you know what? I'm going to take my own advice to food shops. Just don't engage, because you guys are fucking retarded.
Lolly.
You guys have seen the memes, okay?
Is also the infantilization, the power difference, the guilt is definitely there, right? Because POCD, so triggering a POCD leads to massive guilt, immense guilt, and the guilt is hot. All right, that is a massive part of it. But now that the guilt is like mostly gone, like now it's no longer hot because of the guilt. Like, yeah, that's no longer a factor. If that makes sense. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, the guilt factor is gone.
Yeah,
so
because
by that.
Yeah. So this is why, like, now I haven't really had like an OCD attack, like a genuine OCD spiral in a very, very, very long time. But then people won't believe me on that, obviously. But I'm genuinely serious on that. I'm just very quirky and autistic. Like, that's it. That's just my personality.
Quirky.
But like in terms of OCD and genuine mental health
quirky,
problems, like severe
guys.
mental health problems, I haven't had a single one in so long, in years. Yeah.
So okay, so you're into the power difference, you're into the petite bodies, and you're into the infantilization. All right, now the power difference. So let's make it clear for everybody who's listening to this, because Lolly has a very specific power difference. You even brought up like teacher-student power differences being
that was terrible
ultimate.
phrase. Yeah, that was terrible phrasing. Honestly, like it was for that one, the teacher-student thing. I'm gonna be honest. The amount of teacher-student consumed in my lifetime is very little. Like, yeah, I'm sorry. That, like, if I could take that back, I would take that back. Yeah.
So
I consume something different than teacher student. Okay, right.
Yeah. So the power difference in Lolly, there's a very specific power difference, which is that there's an adult with de facto power over the child.
Yeah.
And so that's the power difference. Now, you were saying that was the main reason for it. Like, that was your key thing that you liked, was the power difference. So I'm going to ask you like a couple different questions here. So one would be, could you have done the exposure therapy without actually, as you put it, jerking off to Lolly?
I can't.
Yes,
even catch
I guess I
anything
could
over
have.
here.
But it genuinely wasn't a big deal to either of us, me or the therapist or anybody. That like, oh yeah, like I consume pornography, I consume
This is
hentai,
so Route
and if
104.
if like we come across Lolly and it's like a good opportunity for us to get some exposure therapy that way, then we can do that. But like obviously to like the normal, like to the normie, right? Like it's gonna set off like all the alarm bells because they're gonna be triggered.
Yeah. It definitely sounds unconventional. In terms
It's very
of treatment.
unconventional, but to a therapist, but to any therapist or like mental health specialist, like they are, honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you, like it almost seems as if like therapists and etc., like they are like the edgiest motherfuckers ever. like they are much more out of the norm than like normies. Like, yeah.
Well, that's why I was asking before if it was a therapist or if it was a clinical psychologist.
Yeah.
The other question then is, this is kind of what Rezi asked, but couldn't you have found that extreme power dynamic, the absolute top and bottom disparity, in some other form of media that isn't depicting children as being the subs?
Oh, I do that all the time. So like if I get bored with one,
couldn't you have done that as opposed to the Lolly?
I mean, like the way I sort of picture it is like just like how we switch from one porn to another when we get bored from day to day. Like that's what I also do, right?
Yeah, the problem that I see is you've got a combination of things to consider here. You didn't have to masturbate to Lolly as part of your exposure therapy. You could have exposed yourself to it to make you realize that you weren't actually attracted to children. And
I wish we knew exactly what this therapist said to. I wish we knew exactly what the therapist said, because it was like, hey, if there's this like kind of like not child porn, but also is kind of like child porn, you could kind of like do exposure therapy to it, right? Like, and if you look at it and you're disgusted, right, and you can just like look at it and realize that you're not a pedophile, that's like a good thing for you. Like, that would be one thing. But if the person's saying like, go and jerk it to Lolicon, I feel like that's way different, right?
and not get off to
No, this is recommended. I'm sure it's not.
it, which would seem to be like the more appropriate approach to this. And then in addition to that, if you like that extreme power dynamic, you could have found that in any number of other types of porn that feature exclusively adult on adult sexual acts.
I don't see how adult on adult sexual acts could have treated it whatsoever, though. Like, yeah.
Well, it's not about the treatment. The treatment was the exposure therapy of looking at it and recognizing that you're not into kids. I feel like the next step of actually masturbating to it is sort of, you're kind of going in the wrong direction there. You're going in a direction of making yourself more comfortable and okay with getting off to kids being depicted in sexual exploitative positions.
I don't think I am though. Like for example, like out of all the years that like I've consumed lolly, and etc., I don't think I'm any closer to doing anything in real life. Like somebody pointed out in the chat, right? Like I went to a trusted healthcare worker. Like even though there's a difference between clinical psychologist and a therapist still has to go through training. And another thing is like for me, one big thing is that like when I get bored of like one big misconception, it seems like is that oh yeah, like once you start with lolly, you have to escalate up from there and move on to more and more violent forms of pornography. But that's not the case for me. I just move more horizontally rather than vertically, if that makes sense, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I know there's some
like I'm a very
there's
peaceful
some truth
person
to the escalation, but it depends on what it is. Like bondage tends to feature escalations in the actions, but not so much other forms of sexual exploration and pornography. But okay, so the problem that I'm seeing here is that you sought to expose yourself to it as a means to demonstrate to yourself that you're not actually attracted to kids in order to put at ease the POCD that you were suffering from.
Well, you would do it at first in order to cause yourself anxiety. That is part of the exposure therapy, right?
Yeah, you're kind of exposing yourself to it. You get the anxiety, but then you realize, oh wait, I don't actually have any feelings for this, and then that helps sort of deal with the anxiety and give yourself a coping mechanism for it.
Yes.
So I'm familiar with that, but the part of then the next step of masturbating to it, I feel like you're playing a dangerous game there, where you're actually desensitizing yourself to seeing kids in sexually exploitative positions, right?
Well, not quite, right? Because for me, there's a big difference here. Because for me, I just don't really see like for me, it still disgusts me. Like when I think of like, oh, real world CP, and I don't want like real world children to be exploited for sex. I know that like the thought of it still disgusts me. And I know that like in terms of all that stuff, like this is why I consume true crime in copious amounts at some point. Like I had like a true crime binge. Yeah. Like I had a true crime binge, right? Where I was like, oh my god, like this person went out and what is that person, Gary, the killer clown person, right? Who like went after so many boys,
Wayne
right?
Gacy.
Wayne Gacy, yeah. And okay, somebody said why watch things that are disgusting to you? No. So with true crime, okay, you have to know there's this morbid curiosity when it comes to true crime. You wouldn't understand, okay? It's just like woman thing, okay? Anyway, the point is that it really is this woman thing, okay? So the thing is that yeah, it's just like single woman thing, okay? The point is Jesus Christ. The thing, okay, I need to stop. The thing is that when it comes to that, it's like if I wasn't disgusted by it, if I didn't feel some way about it where I would go like, oh my god, I don't like it to some degree, I wouldn't be watching true crime about it. I feel like, I don't know. And another point in it,
I mean, it would be reasonable for people to be concerned if someone was masturbating to true crime, though, right? We'd be like, why are you doing that?
I wouldn't be. Well, hold on. I'm not masturbating to true crime.
I know you're not.
Yeah,
like when you make that comparison, that's the thing I would jump to. It's like it's one thing to expose yourself to it out of the morbid curiosity. That's an exposure therapy of a sort, right? But it's another thing entirely if you then start masturbating to elements within the true crime. Well, not necessarily the murder, but maybe other elements to it, right?
So I would argue that I feel like the onus isn't on me to show them that I'm not masturbating to elements within the true crime, and I feel like the onus is on them for them to connect the fact that, oh my god, I am masturbating to elements inside the true crime thing, right? Because I feel like oh my god, like how could you make that leap that okay, jerking it off to lolly means jerking it off to true crime? Like that is such a big leap for me.
Well, when you're using true crime as a comparison for there's like a morbid element and you're watching it because it's kind of horrific and scary, but you're still watching it. But that comes in with what you were talking about with like the lolly, that you were afraid of lolly and you were paranoid that you might be a pedophile because you had POCD, and then you started consuming the lolly as exposure therapy, but then the next step was you started then masturbating to the lolly, and that's the part that like gets a lot of people their eyebrows raised, right? Like it would be one thing to look at it, just to expose yourself to it, and give yourself that anxiety and recognize you don't actually have that interest.
Right, but the connection there I'm drawing is that okay, there's a difference between okay, this is fantasy versus something that's in real life, right? The reason why I'm so fascinated by true crime that actually happens in real life is because oh my god, there's something that's actually disturbing that happened in real life that's horrible and terrible versus something that is in fantasy that I feel like okay, this is a safe space that is fantasy, so therefore I feel safer jerking it off to something that is in fantasy, right? Does that make sense?
Not really, because the whole basis for it in the first place was fear that you would be a pedophile, right? That's the whole basis for the anxiety, or for like exposing yourself to it in the first place, was that anxiety that you might be a pedophile. It would be different if it was just like general exposure to hentai over time and you found lolly kind of, naturally as a consequence of consuming hentai. But when you explicitly went to pursue the lolly as a means of exposure therapy and then started masturbating to it, that sounds like you're doing very much the wrong thing in terms of exposure therapy. Like it sounds like you're in a way kind of confirming the suspicions and the fears and desensitizing yourself.
Yeah, sure, I can explain that part too. So for that specific part, it is impossible to have POCD in the first place without recognizing first that pedophilia is something that is bad in some shape or form. In order to feel anxiety about something, in order to have an anxiety disorder about something, you have to recognize first that it is bad, that it is wrong. Otherwise, that's about it, right? So I have already, at least subconsciously or consciously even, that I recognize that it's bad. Otherwise, it's impossible for me to, otherwise, yeah.
So why go that far as to masturbate to these scenes that are depicting children? If you recognize that
because there's a differentiation.
The whole concept is a problem in the first place. Right?
Because just because you recognize that there's a concept between, okay, like pedophilia is, because if you recall in that conversation with Rezi, right, there is one question that, I probably won't take back. And it's the question is lolicon pedophilia? And do you remember what I said there? I said no. Right. And the reason I said no,
before that was pedo adjacent, but
which is an accurate answer as well. Right. So the reason I say it's pedo adjacent, it's not literally pedophilia, right, is because like you can definitely argue it's pedo adjacent. However, it's not literally pedophilia because guess what? There is probably going to be like a lot of like not actual children inside of lolly and like as well. But at the same time, it's like a depiction of youth, a depiction of that, and it's still removed. I would say it's like more removed from in real life than versus like the teen category on Pornhub or like the whatever category on Pornhub, right? Like it is more removed than versus like something like that, right? Yeah, I would say so.
I mean, I haven't explored lolly myself, so I don't know how accurate the depictions are.
You don't need to explore lolly. All you need to do is explore the Pornhub categories. Just go to Pornhub.com and then click on the teen category.
I'll let someone else do that for me. I'd rather not.
Wait, no, it's okay because you're just doing it for research purposes. And there's another. Hold on. There's a paper out there. There's also another paper out there that actually has lolly pornography inside that paper.
Is there anything else that y'all want to watch?
Like it tackles just how complicated the debate is around lolly, around like the variety of lolly around there. I didn't link it inside of the manifesto. I would have linked it, but then it contained literal lolly inside of the paper. So I that's why I didn't link it. But the thing is that the actual write-up is so fucking good. The write-up is so good. So yeah, that's why I'm so sad.
Do you recognize like why it is that I would have such strong apprehension about even looking at it just for research purposes? And you're like, no, don't worry about it. It's okay. It's just for research purposes. Like, do you realize that there's a reason? My chat is even reacting pretty strongly to that suggestion that you made and how nonchalantly you recommended going and looking at it. And, do you see like there's a perception that I and my chat have, which is, whoa, this is a little too much to even look at casually, or as a means for research. Because I've even read up on this stuff before where they had researchers trying to do studies on this type of pornography in the industry and getting sick to their stomach and being disturbed by it and having to go to therapy afterward from exposing themselves to it. And you're very comfortable with like, no, just go ahead and take a look.
Wait, from lolly or from actual CP? Because I feel like
looking at the teen category you were mentioning and looking at other categories that are related and similar, like that kind of stuff.
Hold on, they need therapy from looking at the teen category on Pornhub?
Usually from looking at a bunch of different porn that is trying to depict or present the image of being youthful to the point of possibly being like barely legal, right? Or questionably illegal. So yeah, this is something that I remember when I discovered that when I was going through an article talking about this stuff around the time that I met Max, because I started looking into this and thought, Jesus Christ, it's like researchers trying to dig into this stuff and like do studies on this stuff, and they're getting sick to their stomachs and getting disturbed by the whole thing.
But you also have to recognize that it's important research, right? Like it's really, really important research.
Yeah, but I'm sitting here wondering, like, why are you so comfortable with making the suggestion? And I'm sitting there going, no, I'll let other people do that for me. And you're like, don't worry, just go and take a look at it. It's just for research.
Can't the most simplest explanation be like the easiest one? Is that like I could just be autistic as fuck, and that's it.
Yeah, that could be
like people always go to the most like conspiratorial explanations and just go like, oh my god, like clearly as you can see Fuchs is a pedophile. If we link this clip, right, like the 12-year-old wrapping around the clip, and then if we go to this advocacy in the past where she talks about sympathy for pedophiles, and if we look at like this and this and this and this, right, clearly it's Amos she, ladies and gentlemen, right? Like obviously anybody can do that, right? With any kind of streamer, any kind of narrative, right? But the thing is like let's go to the most obvious explanation, right? I'm like stupidity, right? Like an early streaming career, right? Somebody who's trying to figure their spot out in this space, right? Is there any other indication for me where like I'm genuinely trying to like groom minors in a Discord server, or I'm trying to like do some kind of sus or whatever with all these eyes on me right now, where I'm genuinely trying to like slip into some minors DMs and shit? Yeah, like there's nothing. Yeah, there's no actual action. There's no actual whatever the fuck. There's nothing.
If you're self-aware asking this, sorry, I was reading quick claw.
Yeah, but it doesn't help when you're like perpetuating this stuff as well, right? Like you're perpetuating where like I'm genuinely trying to like groom minors in a Discord server, or I'm trying to like do some kind of sus or whatever with all these eyes on me right now, where I'm genuinely trying to like spur narrative, right? But the thing is like let's go to the most obvious explanation, right? I'm like stupidity, right? Like an early streaming career, right? Somebody who's trying to figure their spot out in this space, right? Is there any other indication for me where like I'm genuinely trying to like groom minors in a Discord server, or I'm trying to like do some kind of sus or whatever with all these eyes on me right now, where I'm genuinely trying to like slip into some minors DMs and shit? Yeah, like there's nothing. Yeah, there's no actual action. There's no actual whatever the fuck. There's nothing.
Yeah, but people are still going to see these as red flags.
Yeah, but it doesn't help when you're like perpetuating the stuff as well, right? Like you're perpetuating the insinuation of this stuff, right?
I'm not perpetuating it. I'm trying to make you understand how it is that other people perceive this thing. Sure,
Yeah,
it
yeah,
may
and
just be that you're more autistic about this. I'm like, no, it's just for research purposes.
Right. But I understand.
Most people
understand
are going
that, right?
to see that lack of caution.
Right, but I understand that, right?
Issue.
Right, I understand that, but I've seen your streams, right? Your streams have always been like people have told me, right? And I've also seen them, right? And I try to interpret you in a more charitable light, and you seem to be very good faith to me, right? But sometimes when I see your interpretations, I always go like, the analyses could be a little, more charitable to me, but it is what it is, right?
I've tried to be charitable, but then there are moments where it's like it seems like you really kind of go out of your way to just stack the deck against you. I've tried to be very charitable, but for instance, the Rob Noor conversation, I went through the whole thing, and you would claim that you were just trying to be edgy with Rob Noor, but you went through an entire line of argumentation on that whole thing to eventually come out to say at the end that you would be okay with leaving a child alone with a known pedophile who was attracted to that child. And Rob Noor was disgusted by it. So let's move on to another question because that's disgusting. Don't ever have kids.
So what do you so what do you think is the most charitable explanation? What do you think is the least charitable explanation of that one?
I would say the most charitable explanation is that you're very, very naive about this kind of thing and overly trusting of people and not really recognizing that children we protect to the utmost degree. We protect them the most over anybody else. We consider them to be the most vulnerable. And so we try to, especially these days, be cognizant of these things and keep them out of a situation where someone with an urge about those kids might take advantage of their power over them. So most charitable take is
because free speech, gas.
Least charitable take is I don't really have an uncharitable take on that one because I don't think that I can't, based on everything else I've seen, I'm not picturing you as someone who would go and throw a child to the wolves, right? You just don't strike me as that kind of person. I don't see you as malicious. I don't see you as wanting to do harm to children. So it just seems to be naivete to me.
Okay, so I'll tell you what happened. So during that thing, at that point I already knew that I lost the debate. And because he was crushing me for 4 hours straight, the entire thing was crushing me for 4 hours straight. At that point, I don't remember, it was like 1 hour or 1.5 hours in. Do you remember like how much time has passed?
It's like about halfway through.
Okay, yeah, okay. If it was halfway through, it's 2 hours in. If it was 2 hours in, then my face was completely flushed. It was red, and I wanted to put in something extremely edgy, and wanted to no mercy mode throw him off. And it was very early on in my streaming shit, content creation shit, and yeah, do something extremely
I'm sorry. I understand the content model, okay, of cringe maxing. All right. I also understand the idea that she's trying to get across of I'm just going to say something fucking insane to throw you off. That's never going to make you look good. That's never going to make you look good. I'm sorry. Have I ever done that for people who have watched me for more than a couple of months? Have I ever done some stupid shit like that where I just said some crazy off the wall bonkers shit to throw someone off? Because I can't think of a single time. I don't think that will ever actually work in the way that you want it to.
Off the cuff. Obviously, should not have done that. And yeah, I would never do it again, obviously.
But I've seen you do edgy things in order to bait people before.
The N-word,
and you don't have this whole lengthy thread of argumentation to justify the position when you do that, or at least from what I've seen anyway. So you're saying early on in your career doing this, you did actually have more of a committed troll kind of effort to these kinds of edgy takes and would actually construct an entire substantiated position in order to argue something just to
sure. So originally the argument was and because I was so flushed, right? I didn't get to make it more clear. But the original full argument was, okay, if the non-offending pedophile you had precognition, you had some degree of precognition, and you were like, okay, this person has a 100% guaranteed chance of not touching your kid or not touching your kid in any inappropriate way. If that was true, then would you be comfortable leaving that with your kid?
That wasn't what the argument was, though. We went over
exactly.
the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, it was honestly a completely missed out part that was my mistake.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You're having me take this on faith at this point because it doesn't read that way when you go through them.
And listen, right? It's up to you. It's up to you whether you want to take me on faith or not. But I'm telling you to just simply trust me. But obviously, if you don't want to trust me, then it is what it is, right? I can't really convince you either way. The only thing that I don't know. I guess it's how much you believe me as a person. But I know that there are people who will believe me and there are people who won't. So that's about it.
Andrew, or I don't know if it's Andrew. Who's the Crucible Limited? Is that
Andrew Wilson.
Or is that Andrew?
Andrew Wilson.
It might be Andrew.
Yeah, what's up?
I don't know which account. Who's using the account? It could be any number of people.
The Crucible Limited?
Yeah. I'm used to seeing Andrew in my chat using his own name, but it is
Andrew Wilson. Yeah. It's either Andrew Wilson or Crucible Limited. That's Andrew Wilson. Yeah. What's up?
He's watching. Good old friend of mine.
Well, he's always in it for the drama. So yeah.
He knows a good drama when he sees one. That's for certain.
True.
Yeah. So okay. So like I've tried to be very charitable with you. I was very cautious with my coverage, and I would go through. I'd be like, I would even give arguments like, okay, this could be what's going on. For instance, when you didn't respond initially to Rezi's question about whether or not you're into kids, I was saying, well, it could be a number of things here. It could be that just the packets didn't go through. She didn't receive them on her end, even though we saw it light up on Rezi's end.
Do you remember what my response was? Do you
Yeah, I
remember
know
what
it
my
was.
Okay.
And I told my chat, I was like, it could be that she talked over it because she did go like right when he asked it, so you could have talked over it and didn't hear him. So I was giving all these other possibilities, like here are all the things that could be wrong with this, like that could have gone wrong, to explain why it is that she didn't hear it. And I know you explained it as like an ADHD moment where
I genuinely did not process it. Yeah.
Yeah. Someone said the thing, you heard the words, but you didn't process them.
Oh, hello.
So yeah, I figured that, and I told my chat too. Once we saw your response to that, I told him, I was like, see, I knew it. I knew it. I didn't say I knew it. I said this could be a possibility. This is what it was. But yeah.
I know I'm like 3 hours late, but hi, I'm here to moderate.
We've both agreed that Stardust, you are no longer needed. You are a has-been.
What? I never said that. I did not say that. I did not say that.
Shit content.
What? I did not say that. I did not say
As
that.
a matter of fact, we're both ending
I
our
did
friendship
not say
with you,
that.
and instead,
No, I did not.
Friends in response.
What? Okay, so you would want to become friends with a self-proclaimed lolly consumer.
What does Stardust do these days? Does she, like, I know she does like debates and stuff, right? But like, I know she does debates, but does she do anything else? Like, because I've kind of stopped interacting with her nearly as much because the issue is that, like, I feel like she burns bridges with people who lightly criticize her, right? And I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that, right? Like, if I have a criticism of her, feels like it's always going to be something like some big issue, right? Does she do anything that's not... Oh, wait, hold on. He's already seated. I'll just absorb. There we go. Money, 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 money. Just me, bro? What do you mean, just me, bro?
And the only one online who would admit that, and nobody else would. All right, looking at you, Queenman. Okay.
Yeah, we've been talking about this for a while, Star. So we've been doing pretty good. It's very we are going back and forth without
disappointed
too
in
much
everyone
issue.
who's iffed up by
That's
food
fine, yeah, I
shops.
figured. From what I could hear. Yeah, I just I would, yeah, never mind. I'll leave. I'll see you.
No,
I feel like Stardust will... Now, this is going to be one of those mild criticisms I have of Stardust, and I hope that this doesn't turn into like some big thing. But like, holy shit. Every single time there is some... Now, this is going to sound bad. Every time there's like some like woman who gets into drama who is like really, really in the wrong, right? Whenever there's like a woman who's like really, really in the wrong, it feels like Stardust will defend them to the ends of the earth. Am I wrong on that? She claimed Koreman and others are putting food shops in danger by saying a trans woman likes lolly, making them pedo adjacent. She says she's into lolly. Like, there's probably some criticisms I have of wasn't Star defending Hunter's wife? I think so, yeah. That's like one of the things that I would like point towards. Okay, let's see if we can't get another sacrificial lamb here. There we go. What do we name the Whismer? Someone give me an idea, because the first thought that came into my head was Carissa Avalone, because that was the last thing that was said in chat. Someone please give me something that's not that. Yeah, I just feel like she'll defend people and like pretend like the criticisms of them aren't valid. I think that there are very valid criticisms of food shops here, and I also think that there's valid criticisms of like the people in Spicy Chat, but a lot of the criticisms of the I keep on accidentally pinning messages. There we go. It feels like the criticisms of Spicy Chat. Now, I haven't seen the Beckett Koeman debate. Maybe we'll watch that here in a second because this is getting a little boring. But if anything, maybe it's just like obsessing over someone for too long. Even if it's funny, like you're like beating a dead horse, maybe, or maybe you're like causing too much undue stress on someone. Maybe you could make that argument, but I don't think that it's on them to stop or to do something for someone else's comfort, I guess. I don't know. I'd have to think about that a lot. But in general, I just don't think about Spicy Chat as like this evil thing. And to use like the id poll argument, you're putting her in danger. Food Shops isn't in danger of anything except for like not being a streamer anymore. Like, come on.
Oh, Stardust, you should stay in here.
All right, I'll say.
Yay! Woo, let's go.
Sorry if I fucked with you.
No, Zoni, you've always been a troll. Okay. Yeah.
Wait, somebody saying flamenco something? Wait, is flamenco in here?
Flamenco has had their eye on me because they've also been a self-proclaimed whatever the fuck. But listen, I can
maybe I could tell you a little bit like, how I view things. Let me tell you a little bit about like
yes. I'm like a pile of red flags. That's how you view things. I know, right?
That is true, and a lot of things that you've said just don't really play those. Don't give any reassurances about that.
Which is
with
fine.
flamenco.
Okay.
Like I never had an issue with flamenco's lolly stuff because flamenco, yeah, he consumes lolly, and
I don't know anything about flamenco, by the way, so you might want to give me a little recap on the flamenco situation.
Flamenco's a friend of mine. He's
okay.
he got canceled. He got canceled a while back by the commentary community and by other communities. And there, a lot of the I think a lot of the right tried to paint him as like straight up like pedophile. There's no evidence to even suggest such a thing. But it was found that like he was I guess he had like a hentai list or something of hentais that he was into, and there were some sussy baka things in there. And he got canceled for that. So.
Yeah, and so like when I saw that, I was like, okay, well that's disturbing and degenerate, and like it's not something that I would ever think is something that anybody should do. But where I didn't see an issue with flamenco was he wasn't going around trying to say that lolly is okay and we should provide it to pedophiles, to non-offending pedophiles, that he wasn't trying to justify any interest in it or say that, not even going around and talking about fapping to it or anything. And so that's where I have like the issue with you, because I don't think we should promote these things. I don't even think that I don't think people should be producing or distributing lolly, because that has problems, that has issues. And I don't think that we should be encouraging people. I don't think we should be downplaying it or normalizing it or saying that it's okay. I think it's something that we should be, that's a little yikes. And we especially don't want it to fall into the hands of kids.
Yeah, sure.
Like we know that no matter what, kids get their hands on pornography.
Okay, we can either get an Abra or a Ninkata here. And I'm not going to lie, I don't think that there's much of a reason to get an Abra, because I can't trade with anyone to make it into a Kadabra, or I'm sorry, into an Alakazam. So we're hoping for a Ninkata. Are they really doing the it's not pedophilia if the children are drawn argument? They are. So if I remember Flam getting called out, it was Shota shit, not lolly. Like Flam was a Shota Steam group, and the big evidence found was primarily a Shota hentai. I thought that like there were a lot of things that you could criticize him on, but like the Steam group was not one, right? Because you don't like if someone adds you in there, you might not know. Like I don't look at any of my shit on Steam, like literally ever. Like I don't like someone could have added me to a group and I wouldn't know like at all. But I don't know exactly what happened outside of that.
Pornography these days when they're very young, they're like 12, 13 years old, it's going through puberty, they get their hands on pornography. And hentai existing, being a animated medium, much more accessible to kids in general. But then in addition to that, if you have them during their formative years getting exposure to this stuff.
One second, let me fix my hair really quick. But if you don't actually accept the invitation, do you get added to it? Because that's like the question for me, because I have no fucking clue.
And it's, you know, depicting an adult with a child. That's forming for them an understanding of what is an appropriate sexual relationship. And so we don't want that. So we shouldn't be promoting this stuff because we don't want that to fall into the hands of kids and inform them and make them think that that's okay.
Yeah. So I think I've tackled this question before when I was watching your stream, on my stream. So I don't know if you see my answer, but I think maybe it's just that I think this is like a kind of agnostic kind of answer, because how much more is the harm in terms of lolly and etc. to like kids being exposed to Pornhub for the teen category and like incest categories and etc. Like if kids were exposed to Pornhub's incest category growing up during their formative years, and then they have siblings, like would they be encouraged to, you know, have sex with their siblings, you know, as they're like growing up? And meanwhile, I don't really see an outrage over that right now. Instead, you know, you're here making an outrage over, you know, lolly kind of related stuff, which is understandable.
Yeah,
that is understandable.
Because we're talking about.
Wait, hold on. Do we want an wait? Maybe we do want an abra here. Hold on. Let me see here. Granite Cave. Because I want an Aaron. First floor. It would reduce the chance. I'm probably going to get a Zubat or a Makuhita, but I kind of don't want. Maybe I do. I don't want a Sableye. Wait, there's a 40% chance. So if I use a Repel and then I go in and I have a level 12 as my first Pokemon in my party, it's a much higher chance of getting an Aaron, whatever the fuck, than a Sableye. Okay, that's what we'll do. Ted Cruz, why are you texting so crazy?
That fundamentally is the reason people.
The Biden administration inherited peace and prosperity. Now we have insane inflation and wars in Ukraine and Israel. What is the inflation rate? $3.24. Isn't that within acceptable range? So it's 2% is the target. And we have, really? 3.24. That's not rampant.
That fundamentally is the reason people are unhappy. They look at the economy, they look at inflation, they can't afford their bills, they look at crime, they look at the worst illegal immigration in our nation's history, they look at the world, they look at Joe Biden inherited peace and prosperity, and we now have 2 wars waging across the globe right.
Peace of prosperity. We had like the worst fucking economic downturn and fucking virus spread, fucking plague in the last century.
Now it is a train wreck. Secondly, what you said in your opening segment is exactly right. This is the result of the radical woke agenda
from the left. The Joe Biden administration has handed the agenda over to the extreme left in their party.
What does woke have to do with econ policy? Okay.
About normalizing a
loser.
sexual relationship between an adult and a child. That's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about like incest porn and stuff like that. We're talking about
but
there
I'm
are,
saying,
there
I'm
are
saying,
adults
right,
going
but,
around looking to prey on children all the time, and the more that we normalize that for kids to make them think that it's okay for adults to have relationships with children, the more easy it is for those predators to get access to those children and convince them to be sexually involved with them.
Hold on,
so
hold
we
on.
don't want
I'm saying
that
I'm not right, but I'm not saying that's not like I'm saying that could be the truth, but it's just that we really don't really have like the real like science or data on it.
So you think that it's not an issue as long as we haven't proved yet that it's an issue, right? I call bullshit.
You're going off.
We don't have
no,
the data
right now. The problem right now
We
is
don't-
that
we
you're
don't-
going off of the problem is that you're going off of like moral intuition, right? You're going off of moral intuition, and the thing is that I
and taking
sort of
logical
see
steps too, right? You would agree with that,
right. But I also
To
see
reason it
sort of
out.
like a hold on. But would you apply?
yeah, let her
But if you
look at it, her
hold
opinion,
on.
yeah.
But would you apply the same standard? Would you apply the same standard when it comes to stuff like the teen category or the incest category and etc.?
No.
Why?
Because it would be anything where it's normalizing adult-child relations, because the adult has the power over the child.
Hold on, you would also be normalizing incestual relations between kids as well, like kid siblings. That's fucked up.
And with any sibling relationship,
Stardust, you're the moderator, motherfucker.
I know the moderator. I know. But
Jesus.
I know. Look, let me just like put one thing in here, okay? So with the incest thing, don't you think that it would be that there is there's going to be an inherent power dynamic with like incest relationships as well, or do you
if
not
there's like
really
an older
look at that?
child, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I could see that as being an issue. If you're just talking like some kind of like mutual, I don't know how incest porn works. I've never seen anything like it before, so I don't know the specifics of it. But I would say anything where that normalizes the adult-child relationship is something that we should not be encouraging the production and distribution of. So that's the problem that I have there, is normalizing the adult-child relationship, because the adult can easily come in and manipulate the fuck out of the child quite easily and get them to do whatever they want. And if we lower the child's defenses by telling them that that's okay to do, by allowing that kind of hentai pornography, which is very accessible and animated, so it's very appealing to kids, to make its way to children, then we're fucking up and doing something very, very wrong. So yes, I have a big issue with the promotion and distribution.
You ready for my moral intuition? Is that in terms of stuff like Pornhub, at least in terms of cartoons, there's like the cartoon aspect, right? In that at least there's a degree removed because like there's the art to get through. But in terms of Pornhub, like it goes directly to reality. It goes directly to, oh my god, these are. Hold on, let me finish.
Fuck Pornhub too, it's just as bad. I'm talking about. Let's not change the topic.
Let her finish.
Look, I will concede Pornhub should go away. Pornhub should go the way of the dodo. I agree with you on
that's insane.
that.
Okay,
but what I'm talking about is hentai lolly. That's what I'm talking about. Is the promotion and distribution of hentai lolly. Don't change the topic on it and say, well, these guys, what they do is worse. Sure, maybe it's worse. That's just as fucked up. Make it go the way of the dodo too. But I'm saying this shit right here that you are promoting with your own mouth is really fucking bad.
Zonia. Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Let's take a breath.
Wait,
let's take a breath.
Yeah, no. Okay. I do want to. Okay, so let food shops get in here. Let food shops say what she needs to say. I know that the whole thing is like whataboutism, but whataboutism can sometimes be valid when you're asking about like, moral consistency.
I concede to it.
Sure, you can do that, but you have to let the other person finish what they're saying.
She did finish, and I answered.
She did not finish what she was saying.
Okay. So sure, we can move away from the Pornhub point. Okay, we can do that. All right. I will engage on the lolly point. Okay. So for the lolly point specifically, all right. So for that one, I would then say, what is your what is your prescription then, right? Because sure, I can say that there is a concern there, right? There is a concern there, and there is, like there could be, a moral intuitive harm there, but guess what? We're going to have trouble getting the research for it because we need to basically destigmatize discussing it, right? That's the first thing, which is what I am promoting, right? I'm promoting destigmatizing discussing it, right? And then the next part is that after realizing what the problem is and getting the actual data for it, we also need to make prescriptions, right? And what is a prescription? If you're talking about like legal prescriptions, okay, what do you want? Do you want to have like age limiters on every website? Do you want to have like, okay, any breast size on art styles that is larger than like an A size or A cup or less than like an A cup or whatever the fuck, then you ban that or something like that? Like, what is the prescription that you're saying? Description, prescription, go.
Okay, before she answers that, I have to pee so fucking bad, guys. 1 sec, I'll be right back. Okay, we're back.
So I would say,
have you thought about this?
Yeah, I have. Okay. So I would say, first of all, my prescription would be you don't promote it. You're talking about destigmatizing people's innate attractions that they don't control, right? They're a pedophile not because they chose to be. They're attracted to this not because they chose to be. So we want to destigmatize the ability to talk about that issue. We don't need to destigmatize depictions of child pornography. We don't need to destigmatize illustrations and animations of child-adult sexual relationships. That's not the thing we need to destigmatize. The thing we need to destigmatize is the person who has the affliction of being attracted to children, because we want to be able to talk about that and address that issue. That's what you would do. This is where I say your desire to destigmatize is far too broad. You want to destigmatize a whole bunch of things that we should stigmatize. We shouldn't say that lolly is okay, that it's something that we should be producing and distributing. That's not something that we should be saying. We should recognize that we don't want that shit to land in front of kids.
Beckett
so we don't think that it's just a good idea to produce and distribute and promote that stuff.
Because I feel like that might be
that's
more
where
fun
I would say
than this. After
don't go onto your stream and say lolly is okay and we should make it available to people.
Okay, I think I can take on Roxanne.
All right.
What is
I
her...
don't think I've said on my stream, all right? I don't think I've said on my stream that, okay, lolly is totally 100% okay, right? And we should 100% make it available to people. When did I say that? Can you find me a clip?
You don't have to say 100%. Obviously, if you try and make it like that, I won't be able to find you a clip. But I have
so you're just pulling stuff out of your ass.
No, I have several clips of you advocating for lolly.
Advocating for lolly, like drawing lolly or distributing lolly or anything
make it
like
available
that?
to pedophiles.
Oh, can you pull that up? And
Yeah,
if that is the case, if I remember correctly, I think it's to help them, right? Is that correctly? It's to help
keep them from offending, which is a bullshit argument in my opinion.
Wait, why? And if it is the case that it helps them, why would that not be a good thing? Tell me why is that not
prevent them from offending?
Why is that not a good thing?
Because if they lose access to it, they'll offend. So that you've got basically a ticking time bomb at that point. If they lose access to the internet or something.
Okay. Do you see how you're making multiple leaps at this point, where you're going like, okay, if this?
No, hold on, no, because you're literally setting a condition where they basically have a blade held over our heads, right? Where if we don't cater to their demands, they go out and they fuck kids. Sorry, if that's how uncontrollable they are, and the only thing that can save them and prevent them from doing that is getting access to this type of pornography on a regular basis, then we need to lock those people up and treat them another way and keep them away from society. We don't give in to their demands and be like, oh, okay, I guess we got to give it to you, otherwise you're going to go and fuck kids. That's ridiculous.
Somebody just pointed out, this is a very different claim than her promoting lolly. Is this promoting lolly?
Yeah,
is this,
you were literally going
say,
on there and saying
you're
going there and saying that it has utility. You're advocating for it both by saying that you fap to it and that you think it should be made available to pedophiles.
I wouldn't say to this extent that this is generally promoting lolly. When you say so, so far when it comes to lolly,
I didn't say generally. I said you're promoting lolly.
When it comes to lolly, when it comes to lolly, I have been at least some degree of carefulness when talking about this issue. Wouldn't you agree?
No, I would say you've been very, very reckless with it and everything that I've seen. Now, you privated a bunch of your videos, so maybe you were more cautious with those, but the ones that were available to me, they were very reckless.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I have a question. Is her in these clips, is her talking about like the making lolly available to these people who have these proclivities? Is it like given that they will 100% offend if they don't have access to it, or is it like, oh, you're just kind of like helping reduce the likelihood that they would offend?
And the one I'm thinking of specifically, she was saying that there was research available. There were a couple of studies that show that giving access to I don't remember what she said at the time, but I believe in access to lolly, that it helped reduce their urges. And then she said, so if the data is true, then we should provide lolly to these pedophiles so that they don't offend. So that's the argument that was made. And I've got that one. I can pull that one up pretty quick here. Hang on.
So I have a question, Zonia. If you are a man and you're attracted towards women, is it inevitable that you'll go out and rape women?
No, it is not.
Okay, so how does that not apply to pedophiles as well?
It doesn't necessarily apply in the same way, but we do also know that pedophiles explicitly, when offending, they're explicitly taking advantage of the vulnerability of the children, right?
Okay, how does men not take the advantage of the vulnerability of women as well?
Because I don't think adult women are all retards.
Okay, but what about like the adult women who are in fact infantilized, kept in a more closed environment in more conservative areas? Like, how do you know if that is also the case as well? Like, there's plenty out there.
That could very well be the case, but they're adults, right?
Yeah, but regardless of that, just because
no, continue because this is bullshit argumentation. Do you agree that we as a collective Do you agree that we as a collective society recognize that children are to be protected above all else?
I mean, yeah, of course.
And so we don't allow them to be in situations where an adult can take advantage of them when they are not able to fully consent. Correct?
Can you repeat that question, please?
So we don't allow kids to be placed in a situation where an adult can take advantage of them not having the ability to consent, correct?
Yeah, we're usually super protective of our kids, yeah.
Whereas with adults, it's kind of like, well, you're an adult now. Sure, you may be a little bit more raised, a little more sheltered. Maybe you're raised in a more conservative environment, but you're still on your own as an adult.
Not every single woman, sure, not every single woman, but some women are in fact pretty damn protected still. Yeah,
doesn't really matter.
And if I have wait, pause, pump the brakes. Okay. Has there been at any point a place where food shops has specifically said that we shouldn't protect children?
Yeah, she told Rob Noor that when Rob Noor posed the question, would you be okay allowing your child, your 2-year-old child, to be alone with a known pedophile who said he was attracted to your child?
You want to go over?
Be okay with that? And she said, yeah, if I knew the person, I would be okay with that.
Okay, so the context of that one is, as
Probably
we had
don't
went over
want
before,
bide.
right? Do you remember what I said?
Yes,
okay.
I did.
What was the context of that, Zonia?
You were using the same argument, that it's not guaranteed that a pedophile is going to offend just because they're a pedophile.
And remember this part that I left out, unfortunately, of my own accord, that if you had precognition.
Yeah, that didn't make sense, though. The problem is, he's asking you a simple question. Would you be okay with allowing a pedophile who's attracted to your kid to be alone with your kid? And you set the condition yourself. You said, if I knew them personally, yes, I would be okay with it.
Right, but originally I meant for that scenario to be said with that condition, correct?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. Of course it does matter. Of course it does matter.
I'm answering Starda's question. Starda's is asking, did you ever suggest this scenario? And I said, yes, here's the example.
But the scenario, it seems like that question was posed in a specific way where, okay, it wasn't just like, okay, I'm asking it in a way where, all right, like obviously I'm here to provide the full context, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do we normally present hypotheticals with precognition that you will never have the negative condition that you're asking about? Because the whole point is to ask, are you comfortable with leaving a kid alone with a pedophile? Why would he ask that question if he was posing the precognition that they would never, ever offend? Why would he ever pose that question then?
Well, yeah, that's obvious. If she's trying to say that the qualifier that you for sure know that they would never offend, even he would have to say, no, he wouldn't have to say, but because it's a personal thing, but then he would have to defend why he wouldn't leave them alone with a pedophile that could never offend or would never offend with 100% certainty. That's such a stupid way to try and caveat the whole thing. I don't know why she thinks that that's a good way to go about explaining this. Like she's already explained it. She was trying to shock and awe. She was trying to go for like the shock and awe angle, and that's probably not a great idea if you're trying to not look like a pedophile. If you're talking about that topic, you probably shouldn't go with shock and awe.
Obviously, there's no precognition there. The reason why he's asking it is to see whether or not you recognize that there is a risk there.
Wait, hold on,
whether or not you'd be willing to take that chance.
Wait, hold on. He was the one asking the question, right? Just making sure that was the clear part.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what was the question again? Can you repeat that?
Oh my. He asked you if you would be okay with a known pedophile who's attracted to your kid being left alone with your kid. Why would he ask that question if there was precognition that the pedophile would never offend?
Okay, I think originally in that scenario, right? Because when I brought up the thing that I meant to say that precognition was in that scenario, right? But I accidentally left that out.
Why would
I accidentally left
be in
that
that
out.
scenario?
Because it was a hypothetical. That's what a hypothetical means.
No. Why would he ask you that question if there was precognition that there's a 100% chance?
Because I was the one that brought up the pedophilia topic. Why the fuck would he be the one who brings up a pedophilia topic?
Because he was the one testing where your moral boundaries were and decided to ask you that question.
No, I was the one in that debate who brought up the pedophilia topic. Why the fuck would he be the one who brings up the pedophilia topic?
You brought up the pedophilia topic. He brought up the question to test your moral boundaries.
He brought the question to test my moral boundaries, but I was the one who brought the scenario from what I remember.
Yeah, but when
you want to bring up,
you
hold on, you want to bring up the after segment? We should probably just bring up the after segment. Holy
is
shit.
the level cap.
Or you can just move on.
No, because when someone asks you to test your moral boundaries, you don't assume that there's 100%.
I like how she's like, or we can move on. Fuck. She does everything to make herself look like a fucking pedophile. Like, trying to change the topic when she's in a bad spot. Fuck me, dude. It is very good that she is no longer engaging on this topic. It is good that she is now at the position where she feels like it is a bad idea to continue to talk about this. Holy shit, dude.
Safety.
All right, then we can actually just bring on the actual segment. Because you're being incredibly autistic about this.
I thought you were the one being incredibly autistic.
You were the one who brought up this segment, okay?
Look, all I'm going to say, the main issue I'm seeing here is, like, people not letting each other finish, so just try to work on that, guys, all right?
We're straying away from the lolly thing.
I know.
Do you remember the timestamp?
I'm trying to find it. Let me see.
Wait, hold on. Somebody in general chat. For the food shops and raw discussion, I imagine if the question was whether food shops would leave a child molester with a child would be much different compared to the question of leaving the child with a pedophile. Pedophile wouldn't necessarily imply they defend. Yes, I think I did not mention child molester. I think I mentioned pedophile specifically. Yeah.
Yeah, it was pedophile specifically. If it,
yeah.
So
not a child
I guess
molester.
Well, I think yeah. I suppose
Okay, no, this is retarded. Stop. No, we need to move on from this. This is retarded.
So 251. So the problem, the whole reason why I was pressing on this is because of your advocacy for these things and not recognizing of certain red flags, right? And that there's obvious
which I'm pretty sure I conceded on this before, even before our conversation right now, right? Is that
So
I recognize because I recognize there's red flags. Yeah.
Do you recognize there's also a problem with you being very open about fapping it to lolly and saying that lolly is that it's okay to fap to, saying that we should make it available to pedophiles and such?
Do you recognize that number like we give off red flags off all the time in order to balance out like pros and cons for like a net positive that we accept, right?
Yeah. I think
so for me, I accept that I concede that, okay, I concede, all right, I'm giving up this, I am going to give out this red flag on purpose to get out my message.
I'm not sure I understand food shops. What do you
I know that, okay, maybe in the reservoir, that's the reservoir thing, I feel like I was, because I don't specifically think, but I think afterwards, right? After the specific reservoir talk, right? Because that one was more of a blur than anything else. Holy shit. But then after that one, right? I accept that I will give off red flags, in order to like preach my messaging, right? If that makes sense.
I don't think you're making sense. So I'm not. So you're saying you acknowledge that you have certain things, certain characteristics or proclivities that give off red flags to other people. But I think what Zonia is saying is that you preach. What you preach is what he's having a problem with, right?
Okay. So I will. Okay, what's a better way to word this?
I have no idea what she's trying to say here.
When I concede, when I give out personal details, when I give out personal details that will seem yikesy to other people, these personal details that I reveal about myself will serve a purpose in the argument that I am making, in the sense that, okay, these personal details will make me seem more, for example, genuine to my audience or to other people's audience, even though that, yes, I also understand that there could be some degree of harm that is being pushed out there onto the world. But I accept that this is a risk that I have to take in order for like the benefit of my messaging and for the benefit of like the discourse that I'm pushing out. Does that make sense? Okay. Is that a better way to word things? I'm terrible at wording. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm not sure that I'm understanding, but if Sonia understands it, then.
No, I understand what she's saying. That she's taking a chance and taking some risks in order to pitch what she believes is a correct message or a better message to destigmatize certain things that she can talk about them, and that she may be introducing some risk of harm. She doesn't know for certain, but it's a risk that she's willing to take in order to carry the message that she wants to carry. So that's what she's effectively saying. But yeah, so I don't know really what else to say other than that you're going to raise a lot of red flags, and some of those red flags are going to bite you in the ass, and potentially because some of these red flags that you're raising are going to bite you in the ass in your ability to deliver the message you want to deliver. So if your whole thing is that you want to destigmatize non-offending pedophiles and the discussion of the whole thing, you might actually be shooting your entire goal in the foot with your very, very poor messaging and your advocacy for certain things that people like myself and most other people are going to see as huge red flags, not just small ones. So you kind of have to be aware of these things. If you actually care about getting that kind of message out, you have to be aware of how much you're shooting it in the foot.
Which I understand, right? For example, Stardust has always said, and she's right here with us, right, that I am like the queen of putting my foot in my mouth, right?
Have you said that, Stardust?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Maybe we should get together and get a trophy constructed for that.
Yeah.
Make it official. Or a diadem. I don't really know what else to say. Lots of concerns. I will say the thing I'm still like, even though we moved on from it.
Can you realize? Can you at least concede that I'm not like an actual pedo, or like?
I don't have any evidence that you're a pedophile. I never said you were a pedophile. I will say that you have said a lot of things that make people believe that you might be. Like, for instance, to me, you saying that your solution to your POCD was not just to expose yourself to the lolly, but then to go and masturbate to it. That sounds real sus, and I can understand why a lot of people would think that maybe you actually are a pedophile at that point, because it seems real sus, and I've never heard of exposure therapy involving that.
And that's again, right? This is a good example of getting a red flag out there to talk about these kinds of things, right? Does that make sense?
I think that's too risky and too much self-sabotage.
But unfortunately, this is the only way to talk about it. Does that make sense? Like, there's
I don't think that's true at all. I think
that's
you could have divorced yourself from it.
That's incorrect.
That was the first thing we talked about at the start of the stream, was that you didn't have to involve yourself in it. You could have talked about it in the abstract. You make it worse when you actually go. Part of the problem why Max had a lot of struggles was because he admitted to being aroused by the cuties.
I see your point. I see your point. I see your point. No, I see your point in the sense that okay, you make it in the abstract, right?
Yeah. See, here's an example I can give up. Like I recently talked to, because this was such a topic that was bothering me so much in the space. I recently talked to some people IRL about this. Like, do you guys, what do you guys think of what do you guys think of hentai? All right. What do you guys think of loli? Right after that, right? And like how often does loli come up when you're searching, for things like that, right? Because believe it or not, like hentai has become pretty normalized. And you'd be surprised actually the amount of people that don't really give a fuck. But I would never like involve specific people, right?
What a fucking weird thing to talk about with like your IRL personal real friends. Are you surprised after Star ran around asking about everyone's dad's dick? True. And you know what? Not a bad thing to bring up.
Name and specifically talk about people. I think that might be I think you might be shooting yourself in the foot with that.
Wait, there's another part. Somebody in the chat pointed this out. And this is a part that I feel like I can't really concede on. Is somebody said, why can't food shops be herself though? And here's the thing that's most difficult for me is that it can be a personal experience, and I can turn that personal experience story into an abstract thing to make it sound rhetorically better, and then have it be delivered in a better way to the masses, right? But I would not.
Let me go back to what she said. Sorry, I was so put off by the fact that she talked to her IRL friends about it.
You can disagree with that. You can disagree with that. I'm okay with you disagreeing with that, but I would
for a second.
People that don't really give a
that you didn't have to involve yourself in it. You could have talked about it in the abstract. You make it worse when you actually go. Part of the problem why Max had a lot of struggles was because he admitted to being aroused by the cuties.
I see your point. No, I see your point in the sense that okay, you make it in the abstract, right?
Yeah. See, here's an example I can give up. Like I recently talked to, because this was such a topic that was bothering me so much in the space. I recently talked to some people IRL about this. Like, do you guys, what do you guys think of what do you guys think of hentai? All right. What do you guys think of loli? Right after that, right? And like how often does loli come up when you're searching, for things like that, right? Because believe it or not, like hentai has become pretty normal.
Do any of you people fucking talk to your IRL friends about your porn habits? I don't talk to you guys about my porn habits. It is like an incredibly fucking... I thought that I just got into the next trainer battle or the next fucking rival battle. I was about to lose my fucking mind. Wait, who fucking talks to their friends about their porn habits? That shit's so fucking weird, dude.
And you'd be surprised actually the amount of people that don't really give a fuck. But I would never like involve specific people, right? Name and specifically talk about people. I think that might be I think you might be shooting yourself in the foot with that.
Wait, there's another part. Somebody in the chat pointed this out. And this is a part that I feel like I can't really concede on. Is somebody said, why can't food shops be herself though? And here's the thing that's most difficult for me is that it can be a personal experience, and I can turn that personal experience story into an abstract thing to make it sound rhetorically better, and then have it be delivered in a better way to the masses, right? But I would personally not feel good.
I get that. I think here's the thing. Like,
and you can disagree with that. You can disagree with that. I'm okay with you disagreeing with that, but I would just. I can't do it. I just can't do it, Zonia. I can't do it, Zonia. Okay, I'm sorry. I can't do it, Zonia. Okay. For me is that it can be a personal experience, and I can turn that personal experience story into an abstract thing to make it sound rhetorically better, and then have it be delivered in a better way to the masses.
The entire issue that you are having right now is that people think that you are an actual pedophile. Why? Because you have tied yourself specifically to what many people, including myself, consider to be at least approaching child porn. All right, there's some. These aren't just red flags. These are crimson, giant, billowing in the wind flags. Okay, these are banners, giant crimson banners. Does it necessarily make you a pedophile? Technically, no. But is it really fucking weird and sus to me? Yeah. And then like every additional qualifier that you add on there, tying it to your like, not just like you as a person, but to like your like mental illness, and then like with your talking to your doctor about it and talking to people IRL about it and having debates about it online and saying like increasingly like crazy stuff about your own life. Yeah, people are going to associate the pedophilia aspect of that with you. Yeah, no fucking shit.
Pointed this out. And this is a part that I feel like I can't really concede on. Is somebody said, why can't food shops be herself though? And here's the thing that's most difficult for me is that it can be a personal experience, and I can turn that personal experience story into an abstract thing to make it sound rhetorically better, and then have it be delivered in a
the rhetoric is your entire fucking problem.
Better way to the masses, right? But I would personally not feel good.
I get that. I think here's the thing. Like,
you can disagree with that. You can disagree with that.
I don't get it. Why would you personally feel bad by not directly tying yourself to it? The only thing that you have to lose is the association of you with pedophilia. I don't get it.
I'm okay with you disagreeing with that, but I just can't. I can't do it. I just can't do it, Zonia. I can't do it, Zonia. I can't do it, Zonia. Okay, I'm sorry. I can't do it, Zonia. Okay.
Well, first off, yes, you can do it. You're
I
downplaying your capability.
No, stop. No, I'm not downplaying my capability. I'm just saying that like this is just something I do. Okay, where I say that I like if I feel like I just like telling the full truth. That's it. I just like telling the full truth. Okay, that's just what I do.
You're certainly going to be quite a target for milking then. But
you can milk me all you want.
I'm not saying I'm
going
to, but I'm just saying
you've already done that. Okay, you've already done that. Okay,
I haven't put out my videos yet. I've been holding on to them, debating whether or not I want to put them up and what I want to use as a thumbnail. And I've been trying to I've been waiting to hear more from you. I've been very cautious.
Listen. Why?
It seems kind of. Now we're in like Copeland. That's where I feel like we're at. I feel like this point. Now we're in Copeland because she's saying, well, you're already fucking me over because you're putting out videos on this. Why is that? Oh, shit. Also, what type is Slim Jim? It's bug psychic, right? Bug poison. If this is another weird pedophile clip, then I'm banning you, Gas. Oh, okay. Mr. Magoo went hard, dude.
Why let Queen Man get all of the buzz? You know what I mean? Like, just do it.
But
like she's gone from like arguing the points to your clout sharking, which is a claim that like at this point, like I couldn't make that claim. Food shops can't make that claim. She has like less than 1,000 subs on YouTube. You can't clout shark off of someone that has fewer subs than. This is like fucking crazy. How many subs does Zonia have? $2,500. You're the one that's getting the clout off of this.
He's not giving him attention, okay? The more you give him,
here's one thing that I will say. When you do this stuff improvised on the fly in like conversations and debates as a streamer, real time, you run into the problem of very much putting your foot in your mouth and giving yourself a lot of heartache and possibly sabotaging your own goal of wanting to destigmatize the discussion of these things. So it's one of those things that you should really do a lot of prep work to prepare how it is you're going to talk about it in a way that doesn't sabotage your own goal. Yeah. Or you can kind of do what like Max does or did with prepared content, where he was doing, he's a content creator making videos that he thought through and wrote an essay for and thought about how to word it and everything. You could do that kind of thing. But yeah, if you're going to be just honest and let people just kind of lead you down a path and you end up saying something that really isn't the way you want to say it, or, raises too many red flags than if you had thought it through a little bit more, then you're going to potentially sabotage your entire goal.
Yeah. And again, I'm not going to react to literally everything, right? And like for me, I just want to be able, and it's not like I'm not listening to you, right? Even though like sometimes I am salty at you, I am annoyed at you, and I am annoyed at other people, right? But it's not like I don't listen to the people I am annoyed at, right? I do. So I take everything into account, and I pick and choose what I listen to, and I end up where I end up, and it is what it is. Yeah, but I do appreciate the advice, though. You know what I mean?
I do agree with Zonia to some extent here. Now, I think Zonia is a bit more, Zonia's much more, how do I say it?
Prudish.
No, not prudish. I think Zonia's way more critical than I am, is what I would say. And part of that also, you know, is just because I do see like kind of like a dogpiling thing going on, and I don't really like that, you know, but
I mean, that's the whole reason why I've been cautious with my approach to this is because I didn't want to be seen as being part of the dog pile, because I feel like a lot of my criticisms will be dismissed out of hand if I'm seen as part of the dog pile.
Yeah, but I do think Zonia has a decent point here, and I think I've talked with you about this, Fuchops, is that, you know, I do think that just for your own safety, and for your own career growth, I don't want to see somebody like you, who's very talented. I think you're very talented and very entertaining. I don't want to see it be cut short by.
It is so cringe when people start talking about like how safe someone is being online outside of like self-doxing. Like talking about these things, all it does is make you look bad. No one's going to kill food shops. No one's going to fight food shops. No one's going to do anything to food shops in real life. So why are we pretending like that's going to happen? Whenever someone's like, oh, well, you can't fucking call a trans person a pedo regardless of what happens because it might just lead to like worse harm. What harm besides like to their career? I'll listen to that one, right? Like someone could like dox them and then like find their work address or whatever the fuck, or like email their boss or some shit, right? But this is just so stupid. The conversation between Zonia and Food should have ended like this. SFO might try and rizz her up.
At the end of the day, and I really hope you internalize this, you got blown the fuck out. And it's not because your points are bad. It's because your points are bad and you're stupid. You're fat. At the end of the day, and I...
Giga Chad, you're fat. Fuck. I don't even know if we're going to watch the fucking Kuiman video because that one seems way funnier. I don't even remember how that debate went or what it was over. But that seems like it would be really fucking funny. Does it not? Was that just like a meme the entire way through?
Stuff like this, right? Yeah. So it might be good to kind of like even write out a document about this topic specifically, since it's such an important topic to you.
No, not another manifesto. It's not happening.
Not a manifesto. Not a manifesto. Wait, let me finish. It's not a manifesto. Okay. What I do is I sometimes will have documents where I've written out my arguments for a specific thing, and I know my phrasing is good in this in these documents, and so I will refer to those documents, and I'll kind of, as I go through them and continue to argue certain topics, I now know my phrasing on these things, and I know how to phrase them in a way that doesn't sound like, you know, crazy, sets off a whole bunch of alarms, right? Mm-hmm. So that might be a solution, right? To
I shouldn't have gone fast. I should have just switched Pokemon. It's okay. It's just a Poochyena. He hasn't done much for us yet. '07's for Biden. The eagle is down. Let's see some 07s in chat for Biden. He is dead. Hello? Let's just move him. Forest City, Desert Savannah. The Void. There's not very many letters. Holy shit. Tombstone can't do gravesite? All right. All right, I'm about done with this. We're probably going to move on to the Kuiman video here in a minute. If
Write
we
out kind of
continue
like just a
streaming.
document with your arguments on this specific topic, so you don't inadvertently put your
Oh,
foot in your
we
mouth,
need Hunter
and you kind of
Biden
memorize
next.
these ways of talking about it that don't raise a whole bunch of red flags that could make people clip chimp you and try to like character assassinate you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't know a lot about this, but if Pornhub has the shit that you're talking about, yes, we need to get rid of Pornhub.
It does. Zonia, it is worse. It is worse. Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty disgusting. We definitely need to. We should. Yeah, here's the thing. It's hard for me to straddle this line because I'm very much about like free speech. But holy shit, if Pornhub is basically at that
Optional
level of
battle after
degeneracy,
just losing someone.
I don't know.
Zonia,
I feel
just
like
visit
you know what we
Pornhub
need to
one
do. You know what we need to do. We just need to like get the message out. Pornhub is degenerate, fucked up shit that nobody should be consuming. Don't consume it. But holy fucking shit, if it's that bad, ugh. Yeah, fuck that. We should not be contributing to the distribution of this. Queeman and I talked about this. Like, I kind of agree.
1 second.
It's about supply chains. No, but I'm saying when it comes down to supply chains, did you ever think we'd be talking this much about supply chains? No, but I'm serious. It's critical. Everybody's beginning to figure it out. The average person knows what we're talking about when we talk about supply chains. When it comes down to supply chains, did you ever...
Nobody knew anything about fucking supply chains before Biden took office. Okay.
With his position that like I think the distribution of it has a lot of issues, and I don't think we should encourage it, but at the same time like I want there to be freedom of speech and freedom of expression, so I don't want like a legislative answer to this kind of like to these kinds of things in many cases. But if we're like going out of our way to make efforts that can possibly increase the likelihood of this stuff landing in front of kids who are developing their understanding of sexuality, we really need to discourage people from promoting it, encouraging it, downplaying it, and distributing it. Like, we need to work really hard to get that message across and discourage that.
I think.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. You know what? You go ahead, Fuchs.
No. What are you gonna say?
I think we'll win.
I just realized I wore my shirt backwards.
Remember. I don't remember, honestly.
I talked about the dangers of the porn distribution to kids and like etc. That debate was had multiple times before. It's definitely an interesting topic. Maybe Twitch Poll should go over it again one day.
I think Andrew Wilson might be right. I might be swinging to the fascist side soon here.
Oh, no,
Andrew, sign me up for Christian nationalism.
I don't disagree with you, Zonia. I think like people who are into poop and pee shit, like those people, like, you know, those are dangerous to society. If you're into poop and pee, like that's just unsanitary. You know, if you're into throwing up on people, that's unsanitary. Like that's probably bad for society to be like encourage that kind of stuff, you know? So
why are they so
I am getting
strong?
a question from Andrew, and it seems like a pretty good faith one. Question is, ask Food Shops, if you don't watch Lolly, do you feel your urges, what was it? Do you feel your urges toward children will manifest?
My shirt was backwards.
Your shirt was backwards?
Yeah.
Did you hear the question?
No. What was the question?
Andrew is asking if you...
Classic Food Shops. Missing the question. All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
If you don't consume Lolly, will you feel your urges toward children manifest?
Nope.
What is your answer, Andrew?
I'm into petite women, like I said.
All right, what did you want to say, Stardust? I think you had something you wanted to say as well.
I don't remember, but I did want to address somebody in chat. Somebody in chat's like, oh, Stardust tried to let me see here. Stardust tried to say that Mr. Girl was a sex molester. So I was not trying to say he was a sex molester, okay? I got triggered by seeing his, his dick print, because I get triggered by penises, all right? I get triggered by penises. I saw his dick print. I mistook his stomach hair as pube hair, and it was my bad, okay? I made a big mistake, all right? So, I was not trying to say he was like a sex molester or whatever.
What's a sex molester? Someone who molests sex?
I have no idea. All right, but yeah, no, I got triggered. I got triggered by his penis print, right? Because I get triggered by penises, and I can't explain why, but yeah, I got triggered by his penis, and I thought his stomach hair was his hair, and I'm not a robot.
From what I remember, you thought that he was doing it deliberately, like he was actually trying to do it deliberately to trigger you.
I thought he was trying to fuck with me. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
That was why. It's not specifically because of the penis, but because he was like trying to show his flash his pubic hair.
Yeah, part of it was because I saw his dick print, so I got triggered by that, and I thought he was trying to fuck with me. I thought he was trying to.
He was trying to pull like a Mr. Girl and fuck with you.
Yeah, because he fucked with me before, like tons of times in our friendship. So it's just like, it was wrong, But yeah, that's kind of like that's what I'll say on that,
Don't you feel like it's problematic that you befriended and then broke up with Mr. Girl, and then now you are befriending a person who calls themselves the
Jesus Christ, that scared the shit out of me.
Thanks for subscribing, Yun, for 5 months.
I'm claiming one mulligan.
Calls themselves the something of Mr. Girl.
Because I don't think I'm going to be able to
do you call yourself
survive.
something of Mr. Girl?
Isn't that the meme? Is that everybody? Is that like another thread that people put in the narrative that I'm like evil or whatever the fuck that I'm like the.
A couple times you said that you were Mr. Girl if he was base.
Yeah.
So
that's like part of the narrative, right? If I was Mr. Girl but base.
I don't know. I think I could be a bad judge of character. It wouldn't be the first time, but I do think that you're very genuine. And so I don't have a reason to like
one mulligan for their entire fucking.
Like feel weird about anything.
Run, because this is my first run. Okay.
What separates me from Mr. Girl?
I mean, look, I thought Mr. Girl was genuine too, and I still think he is genuine. I just think he kind of like didn't value our friendship very much, and he kind of threw it away. So, yeah.
I value you, Stardust.
Yeah, that's one of the things I appreciate is that Stardust, like me, we didn't change our positions on like what we thought of him, other than like the friendship thing and manipulation and stuff like that. Obviously, our views on that changed. But overall,
can I say something?
Sure.
So. After the whole ordeal, after the manifesto and etc. released, when I was crying, I know Mr. Girl cried to manipulate people. I know, all right. But I cried off stream, so then I don't manipulate people. Okay.
Now you're telling us, which is getting sympathy, so you might be manipulating us.
Sure, but I'm just telling you for a different reason. Okay, not to specifically turn you guys against each other. Okay. But I could be telling you guys to turn each other to gaslight you guys. Okay, no, stop. Okay, I'm doing the Mr. Girl thing. I think Yun was in that call, and I was Yun was the only one in that call, and I was like crying, right? And I was like, I think one of the names that I mentioned was like Stardust, who was being so supportive, and I was like crying my eyes out, and then yeah, I was like, I can't believe these people are so nice and being emotionally supportive, while I was like being mass canceled by everybody around me, and like everybody was like stabbing me. So
well, here's the thing: you weren't really being mass canceled. I mean, you actually didn't have too much attention on you, aside from like a handful of people. But overall, like Stardust, Tom had your back, Dev had your back. So I wouldn't say you were being mass canceled. I would say you've actually fared quite well in this space, for considering the nature of the whole thing. Because a lot of other people historically did not fare so well.
I think what it is though, like the groups of people that were after food shops kind of makes it feel like it's a lot, even if it isn't in reality a whole lot, because just knowing the character of some of the people that I know were kind of like gunning for her. So it does feel like a lot, and it comes off as a lot because you've got like, you do have Chud Logic, very publicly saying like, oh, people should be making a statement on this. People should be saying something about this. People, maybe should not be collaborating with this person. And so I actually would say that.
So is Stardust just like on the soy spicy chat is always evil? Is that where she's at on this? Is the entire thing like it's all just like made up? It's all just a lie because it was kind of picked up by spicy chat? Because that's super fucking cringe.
I think even though it could have been bigger, it was still relatively big, especially given the way that certain communities here kind of interact with people, and specifically with content creators they dislike. So and they can be very, very toxic, and it can be very hard to kind of weather that, just as somebody who's been through that.
Yeah, I guess the thing is like the semantics don't really matter, right? It's like how I feel, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah, and I think it's very fair that you feel that you felt like you were being canceled, because you were, you were. It could have been bigger, sure, but like, and you weathered it really well, but it's still you still were being canceled. So
I was recommending she take yours and Dev's advice, but I wouldn't say she's weathered it well because I think she's done what she shouldn't have done. But I have a question. I have a question from an audience member here, and I think it's a good question to ask. The wording is not quite as charitable as I would ask it, but I'm going to read it verbatim anyway. It said, why did you lie about your conversation with Jenny?
Which specific part?
About having a debate with her, letting her know that you are into lolly and then having a debate on that.
I never let her know that I was into lolly.
Well, they're asking why you lied about it in your conversation with Rezi would be the missing part there. Because you said on Rezi's stream that you had told Jenny about your interest in it when you were having a debate about lolly.
I don't remember. I don't remember I told Rezi that I told Jenny that I was personally into lolly.
Yeah, you did. That was why Jenny put out that tweet series that talked about it and had the clip of you saying that.
Then that's my bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Because you did like confirm also in the.
Then that's a genuine mistake on my part. Yeah.
Yeah, in your, if I recall correctly, it might be misremembering. Chat, please remind me if I'm wrong here. But in your document, you even clarified the whole thing.
I clarified specifically in the document that I did not tell Jenny that I was personally into lolly in that thing. Yeah, I clarified. Yeah.
So maybe something to take away from this is like, because we were mentioning this just a little bit ago, is like being more careful with your words. You can still be honest about yourself while being more careful with your words. Because in that case, Jenny was kind of thrown under the bus for something because she had just released a video on Demon Mama and Fawn about very similar stuff. And then next thing you know, you're saying, oh, Jenny already knew that I was into lolly. And then that gets weaponized against her as like, wait a minute, how are you going after Demon Mama and Fawn over lolly stuff when you're palling around with food shops who's into lolly?
I genuinely don't remember that though. But yeah, I mean, I could be misremembering. I don't know.
I mean, that's why she responded the way that she did and why she, had that thread
I thought she responded with that thread because she genuinely had like a kind of disgust reaction, right?
No, she responded to the thread because she had to clarify that you had never told her you were into that. Someone link me Jenny's tweet, will you? Someone link me Jenny's tweet, and I'll just read it off word for word. Oh, I think I quote tweeted it.
Okay, we're gonna do like
for that one specifically, I don't remember, but obviously, like, if I did say it during the Rezi conversation, then of course I'll take accountability for it.
Found it. So she says, I'm only posting this because my name came up on stream where this happened. Food Shop said that I already knew she was into lolly from a previous conversation we had, which is not true. The quote debate we had was a 22-minute call where I showed an early draft of the video, which is about 15 minutes long, and she gave her notes, including some mild pushback to the idea that people who watch lolly are pedos.
Can you bring up the part in Reservoir's conversation with me where I mentioned that I told Reservoir's audience that I said that I revealed to Jenny that I was into lolly personally?
Can someone link that for me? Because I don't think I have a clip ready for it here. The one that she's got up here comes before that.
Sorry for putting you on the spot here, but like, yeah, I genuinely don't remember. I really don't remember.
Yeah, someone link me that one, would you? Anyone? Anybody got it? Somebody's got it. I know someone's got it.
Yes. This is pretty much the end. Okay, then we're moving on to the Koeman video.
All right, we're good to go. We are good to go. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Hello.
Fix your audio levels, bro.
Hola.
Hello.
Oh, Becca is way quieter. Okay, 1 minute. Let me
I'll move my mic closer to my face. That might help. Is that any better?
Yeah, just turn you up. It's all good. I just need to set up my window capture. I haven't actually streamed a Discord call before, so let's just
that's fine.
Let's figure this out 1 second.
Fine. Don't forget to pop out the little Discord.
Yeah, I've done that. I'm all good. We're not leaking anything today.
Okay, there we go.
All right, sweet. I'll do. Okay, so I watched the panel you guys were on the other day. Oh my god, this is not good. Okay, there we go, solid. I watched a panel you guys were on the other day, and I was I think me and Bugs and a couple others, a few little questions about what exactly you meant when you said a couple of things during this panel.
Sure. Can we have timestamps for those things? Is that cool?
I've got
Do you want
quotes,
to do it
but
that way?
I can try and transcript them as we go.
Let's do transcripts as we go, because when I went through some of it, I think there's like surrounding conversation of why we get to places. If that makes sense.
Okay, so the first quote I've got here is from you, Beckett.
Sure.
It's spicy chat targeted food shops. Yeah. What do you mean by that?
Okay, so from what I've seen in quotes, it seems like food shops was annoying. I think actually when I said that before, okay, so I said that at the end with how hard you went on food shops.
What do you mean by how hard I went on food shops?
You didn't just sort of, what's a good way to put this? You didn't just laugh at food shops quietly. You were like, okay, food shops has called us mental rapists. She's done. And you were in.
What does she's done mean?
Well, I mean, like you were in multiple people's chats. You wanted to have the conversation about food shops and what she was doing, and make sure that was out in the
I was in
public.
multiple people's chats to try and get them to watch like my video about food shops, the one that Rita made. But that's because that was a highly edited video that I wanted to try and promote to people. That I felt was quite funny. So I don't understand how that's like this. Because then later on you say it's like it was very, very insidious. You said. I don't really see that as very insidious. If you make like a funny video mocking someone and you just want to go promote it, I just don't. I feel like there's this myth built around spicy chat. Everyone just sort of just accepts going into it. They're sort of like, oh, they try to destroy people. It's like, no, it's just really funny, and people like talking about the entertaining stuff that's going on in chat's Discord.
I think we said this before. I never use the word harassment. Other people have used the word harassment.
Right. Yeah, you don't.
But when I say done, I mean like you guys do focus on people, and you're like, right, okay, we're going to make sure this person is laughed at, right? That's I don't mean targeted in the sense.
This is something that I'll say about spicy chat that I don't like. I don't like the fact that they will oh, okay, do not fast forward through old Rod. Let's register that shit. They'll focus on people pretty hard and they'll continue on that shit for a long time, it feels like. Now, can I like super quantify what is the acceptable level of focusing on someone or making fun of someone? No, I can't. But it feels like they'll go after someone for a long time and then they'll like continue to laugh at them for like years and years. Well, it hasn't been years, but you know what I mean. I feel like I saw them talking about Rhizome earlier today. Is there anyone that I have that can... Oh, wait, yeah, there is someone that I have that I can throw out there and not immediately kill him. Really? Missed? Okay. Unfortunately, it's the kind of English accent that makes you sound like a lisping child. Yeah, so I feel like they'll go after someone for a long fucking time, and they could probably let up at a certain point. All right, what are we naming the Magikarp? Give me some ideas. But yeah, like ultimately, I don't have, outside of the fact that they're mean, they're like spicy LSF. That feels like what they are. Right? I heard someone describe it that way, and now it feels like that's the best way that I could possibly describe it. Just spicy LSF. So it's just going to be people being mean to other streamers. Chud logic. Let's see if there's enough. Are we just going to start naming them after different streamers? Is that what we're doing? Yeah, there is enough letters. But I feel like that's just so... It feels so cringe to do that. No. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Spicy chat. Because if it turns into a Gyarados, that'll be extra funny. Just you wait until this turns into a Gyarados. You think you've seen harassment? You haven't seen anything yet. That's what this is. But yeah, it feels like people get so ass mad about spicy chat when they don't really do all that much except for like make videos on. I feel like probably the biggest allegations that they've like harped on with people is the is like calling someone a pedophile, right? Which I thought when they did that to Rhizome, I feel like that was really bad because or at least he was a teacher. I don't know if he still gets the same numbers he did or if he gets more numbers, but if he gets like, you know, if he's making money off of this and that's like helping him feed himself, that's one thing. But if his like real life job could get affected by it, that's another for me. But like outside of that, they're just like laughing at people who are, I'm sorry, a little bit cringe. And you know what? When I'm cringe, they make fun of me. And I can't get that mad about it because they're going to make fun of you for being cringe. He's bragging about making like 10K a month streaming. Holy shit. What are Rhizome's numbers? Uh-oh, is my internet going to crash because I looked this up? No. Average viewers 200. So yes, he has grown significantly since I last time looked. Because he was like in the 60 to 100 range, 300 to 400. Really? Estimated income from subscriptions, the low end is $1,029 per month. That's not including any bits. That's not including any direct donos. Holy shit. Well, good for him. I'm not going to pay to see what people's numbers are. Jesus Christ. Who the fuck would do that? Related channels. Chud Logic, Dylan Burns, I'm Really Important, Gappy. Interesting. He has Oilers, and it's weird to brag about when you're bragging about Oilers paying you. If it's all just Oilers, yeah, that's a little bit different.
Sense of like you're trying to stalk their house out, mate. But okay, clearly you have.
But you call it insidious, and that doesn't sound insidious to me.
When did I call it insidious?
Okay, we can pull it up in the transcript quickly.
Sure.
God. Really?
Is he like a wacko progressive? I don't know. Like,
I don't get it, Becca. You never call me insidious. Why not? Why are you being so unfair to me?
I never call you insidious publicly, Sonia. Wait for the like random group chats to leak, and then it will all come out. What do you mean, just shitting on you? That's all it'll be.
1 second. What is this?
I'm a little surprised at the limitations on.
I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much, Beckett. I think that it's a really difficult question. It depends on the crime. When we're talking about sexual crimes, the eyewitness stuff is an interesting point because, generally speaking, this is one of the problems with conviction. Conducting, actually a gathering of evidence needs to be done really quickly. And this is why a lot of cases like this seem not to lead to convictions.
What is the
I imagine that gets much worse over time. But we are talking about, when we look at cases like Bill Clinton.
This project, which I'm not super familiar with, but I know there are absolutely cases of innocent people being sent to prison and being exonerated. I absolutely know that it happens.
I was sure who I would be comfortable with as a society. Number one. Okay, I got you. Okay. Number two.
God.
I think it's always going to be morally right to go after somebody that harms you, no matter what time. But number two, a good analogy is like a double jeopardy laws. The double jeopardy laws. Okay, I got you. Okay. But just more and more. For example, mines. I'm sorry. I remember right now. I know you just went in.
Gavin Newsom?
Yes. Actually, it does relate to him. He visited me in my hospital bed. Even at 11, I was like, time passes.
Holy shit!
Exists for a lot of reasons. But anyways, that's really what I gotta say.
Okay. Please, Corey.
Well, first, I'm really sorry that.
Anyways. Yeah,
I just want to know what the topic is.
It's gonna be. I think it's being driven by his politics.
And had this case decided that this just wasn't and many have been brought. But what advocates say all the time have to fight charges from decades ago. So we have. So I got echo again. Some echo. This law recently ended. The first incarnation of this was against victims of like child abuse specifically, and that was mostly aimed at the Catholic Church because, of course. Next, there was because the governor of New York figured we should expand this to people who were abused as adults.
How's it going?
They gave this secondary law. Again,
I DM'd you. I don't know if you responded.
And many have been
you
brought,
did just now.
but what advocates say all the time is that it's hard for people to come to terms with what happened to them and to get the courage to seek justice or at least some level of compensation. And that might take years, honestly, right? And we're seeing people who for at the time, for whatever reason, decided that this just wasn't a smart move for them, or they just weren't ready for it. So if you want to give space to these people, right, to get justice, why not simply allow them to do at any point in time? Why limit them? Or do you think that this law was bad to begin with? Maybe we shouldn't even have this grace period. Okay, so let's go to Admiral Gibbs. I think I'm getting some.
Is it me?
Yeah.
It's you.
Oh, my bad.
No problem. All right, so we'll start with my friend Nectar.
Yeah, so the concept behind statute of limitations is one of many considerations, one of which is judicial resources. That's a consideration. The court system's already clogged and will be clogged almost by design to fuck it back forever and ever and ever and ever. So that's a problem, right? The primary explanation, though, and I think it's one of the strongest, is that memories fade. And the vast majority of the time, the case is built off witness testimony, oftentimes almost exclusively. And witness testimony is flawed, especially after the passage of time.
My life if I pick the wrong person, and because of my testimony, me picking out something.
I imagine that gets much worse over time. But we are. If you've got the evidence, you should be able to present
reason whatnot. And so, yeah, I think
could find out if there was less evidence provided. It was at the
that ruin people's lives, or you have these fake memories and whatnot. And so, yeah, I think there needs to be some kind of limit even on civil cases, maybe a larger limit, but some kind of limit, you know.
Okay. And Tom?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with most of what everybody's been saying. I'm a little surprised at the limitations on civil suits. I'm really interested. I would be really interested to see like a study into the amount of evidence that was given, how reliable they thought it was, because it seems like a lot of these are settling at pretty high rates. I don't see like exact statistics on it, but from all of the big high-profile people that I was looking into, it seems like almost all of them have settled, and they settled pretty quickly. So yeah, I would be super interested to see like if there is like if they felt if we could find out if there was less evidence provided or less reliable evidence, if it was just
why the fuck did someone DM this to me if it's not that interesting? Okay.
Something a little bit more going on here. Maybe this is a little bit more insidious. But then
no, this isn't it. Oh, fuck's sake. You definitely called it insidious. I'm not making this up. I just listened to it.
It's fine. Listen, maybe I did. I don't know. I just want to know why I called it insidious. I didn't hear myself say that when I watched things back. But, you know, I flipped through the transcript, so.
Oh, this is gonna take fucking ages, isn't it? The bug's gone. Can you try and look for me while I'm sitting here?
Okay, let's move on to the next. Let's move on to the next thing. Sure.
You said I went full assassin mode. That was another quote.
I did say
you know you said that one. Okay,
I did.
Sure.
I think that's fair. When I say assassin mode, I mean you went like it's okay. It's weird to dissect these things because I don't think that that's a particularly. Okay, can I ask you a question? Do you disagree with that statement?
Well, I don't understand what assassin mode means.
I don't mean in the literal sense, obviously, motherfucker. Again, I don't think you're outside Food Shop's house with a fucking katana. Like, what the fuck do you? Okay, what do you think?
I'm trying to kill her. That's what you're doing there.
I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there to make a mockery of her, and that's what I mean by assassinate mode. I think when I say assassinate, I mean on her career and credibility. Okay, not that you're a fucking ninja.
What career and credibility though?
I feel
well,
like
none now.
Even like killing in the internet sense, it's like what? No, she was always kind of a joke. I felt like.
Yeah. Well, I would say it's not so much assassin as seppuku, right? It's like her doing it, right? So. But I don't know, when I heard you say assassin mode, I thought you were meaning like autistic, like sicko mode, where it's like you're so focused on digging up everything, finding all the contradictions and stuff like that, right?
I think there's definitely an element there of how deep you'll dig, but I don't think that's unique to you. But also, actually, no, hold on. I would say this. I don't think that's unique to you, but I'd probably use the same wording when, like, for instance, when the stuff happened with Flam, and a load of people went digging through his internet history to find all the Shota shit. I'd say that people went assassin mode on him. Like, I don't think that's unique language I'd use to you. Yeah, I think that's probably fine. I don't even know why you take issue with that. I mean, from your perspective, shouldn't that be a compliment? Like, because I'm not accusing you of being fucking lazy, am I?
It is like a little bit of an ego-stroking moment, but
oh shit!
Yeah, listen, Beckett. My issue with you is you're just being too nice to me. You're just being too nice to me with the work I've put in. I'm sorry, Queenman. I'm sorry. Am I giving you too much credit?
I don't like. Well, I think Beckett's sitting there might be shaking.
Is all this just the fact that Bug needs more credit?
I think I'm having like dropouts or something.
Yeah. Beckett seems to be dropping out a little bit for some reason. I'm not sure what's going on.
Oh, am I okay?
Yeah. Like
I think we all are. Because you're.
Fuck.
Oh, maybe it's Discord then. Maybe it's Discord. Maybe it's Discord. Yeah. No, I just don't like this myth that's sort of built up that Spicy's like trying to destroy people's careers and shit like that. Because it's like, what are the things that have, like you could maybe argue that with Sick because the collaboration of Sick was just like.
What did you do to Sick?
So
just because I know that I've got some people from my side watching. What did you do to Sick, buddy?
What did I do to Sick? Okay, look, it wasn't what I did to Sick. There was a couple.
Okay, what did Sick do to himself that you then propagated into by giving it to somebody who fucking hated him?
Sick decided that his introduction to the internet would be to go on Mr. Girl's Advice and Confessions and talk about an incident that happened where when
what was the incident?
He was a 12-year-old boy, and I believe he attempted to rape a 8-year-old female member of his family.
Jesus Christ! What?
Now, obviously, he was very young, and he says that this was the result of trauma that happened to him beforehand. But I did hand this off to Lav after it came out that Sick.
I remember this because someone asked to raid into him. I was like, listen, I don't want to like really associate with anyone that has any like allegations of being like an actual offending pedophile with them. And then that immediately went to Sick. And then I had to fucking talk to Sick after I had already rated out, after I'd already finished stream. So it's not even on my channel. I don't know if it's on his. But like, fuck, that felt so bad, dude. It felt so fucking bad. Because that poor bastard had some like really fucked up shit happen to him. And it's not like I can just like sit there and like tell him, oh, well, you know, that doesn't excuse. It doesn't excuse. Man, that was so fucking. God, that was such a fucking difficult conversation.
Had been sexting Lav prior to making his hour-long hit piece on her because I felt that was incredibly cringe and made him seem quite vindictive and disgusting. And I felt like I'd been when I gave him all my information that I had on Lav. I felt like I'd been used to help him get revenge on some girl who had cucked him in some sexting scenario. So I felt especially scorned by Sick, and I was like, okay, well, fuck you, bro. I'm gonna just pass this around a little bit because this is really fucking embarrassing for obvious reasons.
Okay, listen, I will take your word for that. I don't know whether it was you feeling scorned of the fact you thought it would be funny.
Well, obviously it was funny as well. Okay. Obviously it's funny as well. I wouldn't do it if it wasn't funny, but the reason why I would even think to do that is because I'm like, oh, well, fuck you, Sick. Come on, bro. And that's why I gave it to Lav specifically as well, was because it was to do with the Lav Sick beef, right? That was
sure. Who then proceeded to completely
blast it on stream.
Well, she also cut the content and focused on the most inane parts of it.
Well, yeah,
right?
Very true.
I think the only person who really like managed to get burns and burned out of it was fucking Sunday, walking on to Tom's stream.
It was like, he molested his sister. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, it's been a wild year.
Okay, I think I misheard your quote, to be fair, because I was listening 2 times earlier. You said
that's fine. Very boring.
In a really, really serious way, not insidious. So obviously there's some similar syllables there, but still, regardless, my question is, what do you think was so serious about it? What was?
Okay,
I've been sitting. I just say quickly. I've been sitting on stream every day saying that I don't have a moral issue with lolly, and I don't think it necessarily makes you a pedophile by the DSM definition. You know, if you're into lolly, that's what I've been saying on stream. So I'm not even making like strong moral condemnations of food shops or saying like super firm things about it. I'm just laughing at the fact that we managed to just ask a couple questions from Reservoir's chat, and she started spouting off about how she loves lolly and petite porn and all this shit.
I'm a believer of forgiveness. Like, how long should someone be punished by an act before they are allowed to reform? That's like, here's the thing. I don't disagree with you, Sieg. My thing is, there are some things that these are private thoughts, right? And it's insane that people are willing to share them on the internet. Some of these things are simply private thoughts that should stay in your head, right? Things that have happened to you, things that you've done. Everyone's done really fucking like weird, abhorrent things, especially in their childhood, that they should never, ever, 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 ever fucking tell the public, especially if they're trying to be a public figure. Go to a therapist, right? Oh, wait, hold on. There we go. Yeah, keep it fucking private. It's insane that some of these people will come out and just say these things in front of audiences of possibly hundreds, possibly thousands of people. But it goes back to shit like porn consumption or other wacko shit. Well, in Six's case, it would be him like doing some like sexual shit with a child while he was a child that was in his own family, right? I don't remember exactly what it was, but it's like, holy fuck. Just keep that one to yourself. Even if it was caused by like some other childhood trauma, which he links it with, right? There are just some thoughts that need to stay in your own fucking head forever. Never tell them to anyone. There's just some things that you have done in your life that I'm not going to say that everyone has done every single fucking weird or gross or cringe thing, right? But like, bro, you've got to fucking figure out what the correct time and place for something is. Bug and poison. Is poison weak to fighting? Because I feel like it is, but I'm not 1,000% sure. Ground and psychic moves. Got it. Yeah, it just like that's what's like so fucking crazy to me is that people will say their innermost dark secrets and see no problem with it.
That's what I'm laughing about.
Sure. But okay. But it's not just that, is it? You went to other streamers who were working with food shops after the Jenny video came out and said, don't you think it is hypocritical for you guys to be calling lolly viewers pedophiles?
I said that to you.
You did say that to me. I think my response was it's a mockable position. I don't take the same positions as Jenny does.
Yeah, and to be fair, the reason I initially asked that was because food shops in that conversation with Reservoir had said that she had spoken to Jenny about lolly. Obviously, then after that conversation, it came out that was a lie, and Jenny immediately disavowed. So there wasn't actually hypocrisy there in the video in the end. But you can see why, from my perspective, watching Reservoir's stream that day, I was like, well, why the fuck is these guys are all palling around? Because I'd been watching food shops cover the Jenny video and seeing Jenny on food shops stream like 2 days before. So I'm like, well, these guys are all palling around, and this one's a fucking lolicon, and this one knows about it.
I mean, I'll be clear as well. I actually, because I watched that video back, and at the point where you start asking me about food shops was when I was trying to wrangle the two fucking Zoomers. Yeah. I didn't hear your original question. Probably didn't help that I was blind drunk. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I didn't realize that you were drunk going into the call. I was
completely wrecked. I spent like £600 on alcohol in 2 days. That is fucked. Okay.
Just so everybody knows, now I'm a little blitzed. All right. I'm 3.5 beers deep and also a little high. So if I say some crazy wacko shit, tell me to delete the VOD, okay?
So, what's a good way to put this? So I think that it forces people's position. That certainly seems to have happened. Now, like, Food shops is an interesting one from my perspective, because anybody who's watched any of the previous conversations I've had about it, I was like, I'm really unsure about this person. They seem like they're just incredibly fucking clout hungry. And they basically, I don't know how useful or helpful that will be to the creators they interact with. I then relented a bit because of Reservoir, and was like, okay, and Tom, to be fair as well, they both were like, well, she seems fine, and started having conversations with food shops. Did a couple of panels and content with her between Viv, because it's funny to get two people to argue about genocide. And then all this sort of kicked off. I mean, my stance on food shops is basically still the same. It's a mockable position. I think she's a liability. And I don't particularly... I like keeping my lolcows kind of at a distance. It's why I cover people like Foodie and Cobes and all the others. Yeah. I think when I said to you in one of the messages, like, because you were like, well, what do we do wrong?
No new logo on the stream. I forgot to do that. Holy shit. I'm going to do that
tapping the glass, because it's like, I don't really go into people's chats very often, personally. It's not usually me doing it. I make content, and then there's people that are in Spicy Chat, and those people in Spicy Chat might also be Tom chatters regularly. They might also be Reservoir chatters regularly. So it's like, it just feels like you're seeing this behavior of viewers seeing content on one stream and talking about it in other chats when they want to see it covered, and then because Spicy Chat's associated, and there's this myth built up that, oh, Spicy Chat goes around and does all these terrible things to people, because that myth's been built up by, all these things over time, where you can't necessarily point to any one thing and say it's bad, but just, people have this impression of it being bad, that now that behavior is no longer this normal sort of like viewer behavior, and now it's all of a sudden Spicy Chat doing something evil and wrong, and it's just Creeman telling all these people to go in and do it. It's like, no, that's not what's happening.
I can't speak to the regularity of it, but you were the one who baited out the original question on Resi's stream, right?
Yeah, Bugs Wonder was, yeah, Bugs Wonder.
Oh, Bugs Wonder, yeah. That's I mean, I don't know of any other instances, but I do know that it was you or Bug who kind of triggered this one.
Because Bugs Wonder had, after I'd been talking about food shops on my stream, Bugs Wonder went and started looking through some food shops content, looked through one of the VOD playlists, saw there was a bunch of private videos about map debates and all this stuff, and then just started asking food shops if she would unprivate them, and then food shops goes, oh, nice try Spicy Chat, nice try Spicy Chat. So she's being really evasive about it, so then Bugs Wonder wants to know more about it, starts asking. I wasn't particularly interested at first, because I was just like, I'm a Mr. Girl fan, I probably agree with half of her fucking takes about maps and all this shit anyway, so I was sort of like dismissive at first, but then Bugs Wonder asked these couple of questions in Reservoir's chat, she just starts spouting off about how she is actually the one who's into lolly, and it's like, well, okay, well now that's a whole different thing. That's not just having debates about it. That's, you're into it, and now that's really funny. So it wasn't that I was going around trying to prod people. It was just one person who was watching content, went and started looking at another creator that was featured in content, started looking through their channel, and asked something in the chat. And I don't understand what the fucking issue with that is.
I think that's a discredit to you. I think the claim that you are at a level where you don't understand the impact you have is just disingenuous. I think give yourself some credit. There's a certain culture that is created within Spicy Chat. I don't deny that. And it's if I go on a fucking stream and start talking shit about someone, and everyone and link it in Spicy Chat, and everyone from Spicy Chat's there, yeah, that's going to create a culture, sort of like a little mini pocket of an anti-fan base around that person that are going to probably go and dig on stuff. Yes, obviously that's going to happen. And would you agree that you have been around long enough to know the impacts on creators of creating an anti-fan base?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Like, so it's not just.
I just don't see the problem. But it's like normal behaviors.
So it's not necessarily a problem from. I think there's a twofold thing here. So it's not necessarily a problem of this is how the internet works. Lots of groups do this. You're not uniquely bad in that regard. But there are ways that kind of these things break down, and you accelerate things. And this has a twofold impact on the question you asked me of why does Spicy Chat get disavowed when other people...
Now, I might agree. Fuck. You know what? Tron, I cannot find it. I don't know where it saves immediately to my computer. More. Save image. Okay, let's see if that works.
Are doing the same things. Why would I do that? I'm here laughing at like fucking Jared Genesis for like being a fucking pedophile. I'm laughing at Foodie for like being a pedophile. I'm laughing at Brony. So what's the difference with me? Well, the difference with me is I'm not accelerating. And also because I'm not, and because you get seen in that way, even if people are covering the same thing, they don't want to get lumped in as just pulling from your content, even if you're the instigating factor.
But it just
in the
seems-
same way, just very quickly, just in the same way that plenty of people use the farms for things all the time. Like multiple creators will use them for documentaries, but they're not like, hey, special thanks to Null and Kiwi
Hey,
Farms
there we go.
for like
I think it
helping
should
me
be.
put
I
this
think it should be. I
together.
think it's fucking bullshit that they don't admit that they use it, but that's beyond the point. Look, the thing is that you can sit there and say, like, oh, all the creators are disavowing, and everyone sits there on stream and says, you know, like, I heard Tom say, what was it? He said, we all know this group just picks random people and harasses the hell out of them. It's like, people just accept this as true while they're sitting on panels with people that use Spicy Chat. Like, Lasagna will pop into Spicy Chat once in a while. Sondsol has been pretty regular in Spicy Chat recently. Mindwaves is a bit of a Spicy Chat regular. You know,
Will's back.
Will's back in Spicy Chat. President Sunday is in Spicy Chat all the fucking time. You know, so we can sit there and say, like, oh, the hell out of them. It's like, people just accept this as true while they're sitting on panels with people that use Spicy Chat. Like, Lasagna will pop into Spicy Chat once in a while. Sondsol has been pretty regular in Spicy Chat recently. Mindwaves is a bit of a Spicy Chat regular. You know,
Will's back.
Yeah, and you know what? I won't try and fucking, like, caveat or anything. Spicy Chat is funny as fuck. Even, and I'll say this, and I don't know if this is a regular feeling amongst people in Spicy Chat, but even when they're fucking dunking on me, depending on what it is, it can still be funny. I don't understand. I do not understand why people get so ass blasted about all of this. I genuinely don't. Like, maybe I'm an anomaly. Maybe I'm autistic and I just don't get upset about people saying shit about me unless it's untrue. But, like, how often do they call you a chaser? Never, actually. Never. Because it's not a meme. Wait, is that a meme about me? Who says that? If it was a meme about me, I don't fucking remember. But, like, yeah, even when they're, like, dunking on me, like, that's, like, I don't get, like, that upsetty spaghetti about it. Why? Because it's fucking Spicy Chat. What will Slim Jim do? Confusion. On Machop. What will Vegeta do? Shift.
Will's back in Spicy Chat. President Sunday is in Spicy Chat all the fucking time. You know, so we can sit there and say, like, oh yeah, we're all disavowing Spicy Chat. Spicy Chat's got this really bad rep, but then it's like we're selective about who's Spicy Chat and who's not. If it's a creator that we like outside that we've had interaction with outside of Spicy Chat, oh well, they're not Spicy Chat, even if they use it every other fucking day. But oh, if it's Queeman or if it's someone else who's in Spicy Chat, but also might be a chat from other chats, oh no, they're Spicy Chat. They're marked as Spicy
You asked
Chat.
me why the reaction is what it is. Like, I'm just telling you why people are having that reaction.
Like,
obviously, I'm not in Spicy Chat. I'm not using your information, right?
Sure.
Other than what you are physically giving in front of me or jumping me with, and then I sort of have to react to that. But I'm not there sort of like farming your stream.
Sure, but I guess what I'm saying is that whatever reason you want to give for sort of like why the reaction exists, even if I accept that reason, it still seems like it's being applied dishonestly. If you see what I mean, it seems like if there's something to be gained from someone, they won't apply them with the Spicy Chat label. But if they don't see someone as having something to be gained from, they won't call them Spicy Chat.
So is your issue? Because again, I'm not.
I think
because maybe you're right. Maybe I'm being unfair, but at the same time, I don't really get your issue.
Well, my issue is that when this happens on panels, when someone brings up Spicy Chat, people just sort of accept statements, and nobody says any different, right? I remember, what was it? Sonia, was it you who dropped off a panel because there were unsubstantiated claims against Destiny brought up at one point?
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, so people do shit like that, but then there's not even the slightest amount of pushback when Tom sits there and goes, "We all know Spicy Chat just harasses the hell out of people." Everyone's just like, "Yeah."
I mean, if somebody levied an allegation, like a sexual allegation about you, I'd drop off that as well. These days, I'd probably push back.
I'm not saying you should drop off, but why is there just never any sort of like moment where people go like, oh, hang on a second, when did they harass people? Because to me, it just comes off like, oh, Tom feels like we harass the hell out of everyone because he's upset about the Orts thing that happened. You know, that's what it seems like to me. And then, you know, there are other people that have had other issues with Spicy Chat, and I can sort of see why they would accept it. But then they're sitting on a panel with people who use Spicy Chat, and it's like, okay, why aren't you painting these people with the same brush?
So the reason why I don't push back is because I've already been through that a whole bunch of times. I've got a whole video defending Spicy Chat and everything, and it really didn't go anywhere. I didn't get any traction with Stardust or Doobie or Tom on it. So I don't see that as being like a battle that I can win with them. You know.
Yeah, I think I'd also agree with that. It's sort of just a pointless thing. I mean, we went through all of this months ago, like multiple times.
That was one of the videos.
It doesn't make a fucking difference what anyone says, and like. again, it's the lecture.
It does, because it was literally used to discredit everything I said about food shops. But then when you all go on the panel, everyone agrees with everything I said anyway. So it's like,
wait, just credit, because maybe I'm missing something in the timeline. When were you discredited?
Throughout that panel, multiple times, Tom and other people on the panel were saying, "Oh, there's this group of people that are saying this thing about food shops. Oh, I'm not listening to those people. We're not listening to those people. Nobody cares what those people think. Nobody cares what Queen thinks." Even Zonya on your stream the other day, I heard you say that my coverage was more extreme. It's like I'm saying the exact same things
more aggressive.
Everyone else is. No, you did say extreme. You said aggressive and extreme, and I was like, how am I more extreme? I'm saying the same things that everyone else has been saying. What is the fucking issue here? And it seems like people want to paint spicy chat as more than just a chat room, so that they can just sort of like, if something's ever said about them in there, they can brush it off. Wick does this with the tooth stuff as well. He's like, oh, those are just drama farmers. Those are just drama farmers. It's like, bro, you've had $3,000 for the last 8 months and nothing to show for it. Can we have an update?
I mean, that's how everybody handles criticism. It's not everybody. Most people do, right? They'll go and dismiss the people as being drama baiting
But it then creates. It means that other people don't take the claim seriously if they see it. So now someone.
Also, I feel like they'll carry on with an allegation or like something like that, whatever the fuck we want to call it, right? It feels like they also will carry on an allegation even after it's been like addressed. Like oh my gosh, I can afford 40 repels. Let's do 5. But yeah, it feels like they'll carry, because Wick has addressed the allegations, right, on his tooth stuff, right? And he just needs more work, and it wasn't enough once he went in to like actually get it fixed. It wasn't enough to just like fix that one tooth. He has like a cracked tooth or some shit elsewhere, and so like he needs more money for his teeth to get fixed. I'm pretty sure someone that has like a fucked up something that's fucked up on their face is probably likely to want to get that fixed as quickly as possible. Right? Who even says it with a big smirk? That's the difference. True.
If knows that claim is associated with spicy chat and spicy chat's bad, if they see that claim, they discredit it immediately. Whereas if it wasn't that there was some group associated with it, maybe if they saw the claim, they would take it more seriously, because the information isn't coming from a source that's been discredited. It's just sort of there. It's being presented.
Okay, yeah, well, I know a big reason why I wanted to do the coverage is because I know what the reputation that you guys have, and I figured a lot of this stuff would just get dismissed because of the spicy chat reputation, deserved or not. And so that's why I wanted to cover it and go through it and be very measured and cautious with my approach to it. So I saw I haven't seen a lot of your coverage, so I might have been talking out of my ass. I saw some clips and didn't really go through the whole thing, so I don't know your end-to-end coverage. As a matter of fact, tuning into your stream last night was the first time that I had checked out a large portion of it.
I'm not expecting people to have seen it, but then I'm also hoping that people wouldn't say things about it, if you know what I mean.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I think again, like it's a question of I'm not saying just how I feel. I'm just explaining to you why people are having the reaction that they are. So you can argue with me about the reaction. You can be like, that's not fair. But I mean, you're arguing with me, the wrong person, because like just on that panel, when the timeline came up and the question was asked, did food shops start this like calling you mental rapists before you'd been like you were actively doing 30%. Stuff? I got the clarification for that. I wasn't like, oh, it doesn't matter. I didn't.
All right, I need you guys to pray. I need you guys to give me your energy, okay? Because I really want to have an Aaron, whatever the fuck it is. I want this little dude, okay? I want him. There's only a 40% chance. Now, we've caught none of these Pokemon. So we're going to try and get a level 11. Do I have a level 11? Hold on. We actually might have a good chance at getting this.
Dude, I didn't demon mumber it and be like, I don't fucking care.
I know it's in cave.
I was like, Jesus Christ.
That's the thing.
But you have to, but we're doing Nuzlocke, and so you have to catch the first Pokemon in, I don't have a level 11. I have a level 10. We're going to level up our Magikarp to level 11. So that way, once we get to the second room, we can probably catch an Aaron. Because you can only catch the first Pokemon in any given spot.
That's the thing, is it seems like the assumption is always, oh, Spicy started it. That, and even when, you know, we had that conversation, sure, and you were like, you know, was it before she called you mental rapist or whatever? But then when you go on the panel, it's still Spicy targeted food shops. You know,
because the timeline I had heard at the time was the timeline.
I thought we clarified that on the call you just said, the call on Reservoir stream, and then you said this on the panel.
Well, fucking hammered, dude. I barely remember that. I barely remember that.
I feel timeline here.
So, yeah, no, that's fine. I don't remember that clarification. I don't remember a lot of that stream.
It just seems like I've approached you on these quotes and asked you, you know, why do you think it's targeted? Why do you think it's really, really serious? Why do you think I'm an assassin? You know, saying I'm trying to destroy someone. It's like, but then you're like, oh, there's actually this other, you know, really innocent explanation that isn't anywhere near as extreme as it sounds. This one just, you know, this is just what I said when I happened to be on a panel with a bunch of people who would listen to that and think, yeah, that sounds really right.
No. I think if you're gonna like criticize me for using hyperbolic language, you're criticizing basically everyone who has any conversation.
But it's not about hyperbolic language. It's about hyperbolic language. You know, you're using.
How do you want me to present you? Listen, Queen and the journalist has gone for a...
The way you're presenting is going to play very well to that audience, but then when I push you on it, you're like, oh, actually, no, I didn't mean it in the way that's going to play well to that audience. I mean it in the way it's going to play well to you.
Is it going to play well to the audience? I mean, like...
To Tom and people like that is saying Spicy targeted food shops, Spicy went after in a really, really serious way, Queen went full assassin mode. Is that going to play well to them? Yes, that's going to play well to them.
Yeah, okay, but at the same time, like, I'm not accusing you. I didn't call you a spurg. I didn't say you went all autistic.
I called him a spurg.
I didn't say any of that fucking shit. I called you things that plenty of people say about loads of people who make this kind of fucking content.
But I would almost care less if you called me a spurg, to be honest. Everyone calls me autistic on the internet, but not every chat room and every streamer is branded as like targeting people and, you know, fucking people serious going assassin. Like not everyone is branded like that. It just seems to be us.
Do you think?
Well, before I knew the whole story, when I was doing my coverage, I actually dedicated some time to talk about what it was that, because food shops went and just like randomly stirred shit up with you and Boots and DK and Chud Logic and Spicy Chat, and I talked about that, and I basically put it as food shops bit off more than she could chew because she went and poked that wasp nest for no good reason, and now she's saying stupid shit. And so the Spurgs come out and get focused on her. I'm like, oh, really? She said that? She said some other such shit, and start digging into it. So that was my statement. It wasn't so much that like you guys targeted her, is that she went and started shit with you guys and then said stupid shit. And then the autists in the room were like, hold on one second here. That was my statement. And I also pointed out that that's the same kind of shit that I do too. So I'm not much different there.
I think the mistake here, if I've made one, is
that's the best I can do for purple.
Treating you and your actions as kind of like Spicy Chat. Your comments earlier that it's like, oh, it's really selective who's in Spicy. And, you know, maybe with how much you've been doing, I haven't been keeping up with you, mate, but maybe with how much you're doing, that's unfair to you. Maybe you deserve to be treated more as a content creator in your own right.
It's like there's no doubt that, you know, obviously my core audience and the people I talk to on Discord and communicate with a lot, these are all Spicy Chats, obviously.
Yeah, you exist out of Chud's community.
However, you know, the reality is that, you know, recently, the whole time I've been covering the food shop stuff, I've been sort of like, streams have been anywhere from sort of like 40 to 60 viewers, has been sort of where I am. There aren't 40 to 60 regular Spicy chatters. That just isn't the case. And I see people in my chat that I also see in Chud's chat and Tom's chat and, you know, whoever else's chat. Even people from Stardust chat that I see in my chat. You know, there's plenty of people that I see everywhere that are in all over Twitch poll, all in these different chats that come into my chat now. So to be like, oh, Queen and Spicy Chat, it just feels like, well, what the fuck? You know, I understand that I'm heavily associated, but it's just like, but why is no one else?
Well, because you've grown out of Spicy. The way this gets referred to is Spicy Chat doing something, not just by us, but people in the chat. And you generally get. Look, I'm competent. Maybe listen. I started this by saying maybe that's unfair to you. Maybe you need your own Discord. Maybe you need your own little community group.
It's not even that I care about being associated with Spicy Chat, because it is the reality. You know, I know I'm associated with Spicy Chat, but I just don't understand why, when not just me, but any individual user I don't understand the selection process for whether they are Spicy Chat or not. I don't understand it, because it seems like there are some people that are chatters in lots of chats that are Spicy Chat. There's some people that chatters in lots of chats that aren't Spicy Chat, and there are some streamers that are in Spicy Chat that are Spicy Chat, and there are some that aren't. You know, Mindwaves gets painted as Spicy Chat now because Destiny is he's Spicy Chat and so he's best friends with DK, which is just
does Mindwaves get
yes, yeah. So DGG think Mindwaves is like hardcore Spicy Chat. You know, DK's best friend right now. That is literally the DGG myth if you go anywhere about Mindwaves. So. Yeah,
okay, so when you guys clown on him all the time.
Yeah, well, I mean, I like my waves. I've always liked my waves, but DK certainly doesn't. I know that.
I'd say it's generally speaking, if I say Spicy Chat, can't speak for other people. I'm thinking of people like you, Stylo, Bug, a couple of others, who are sort of the regulars in that chat and seem to be the people who are condensing information that's then put out or whatever antics you're getting up to. It seems to be like that core group, in the same way that there are people in my community who are in lots of others, but there are people who are sort of more known for being in my community, like Hoz or Shadow, someone like that. So, you know, it's, again, you're going to suffer with that as well, because your history in the space is very, very closely tied to Chud.
Yeah, like I say, I've got no issue with the association. I'm not trying to break the association. I'm just saying that I wish, you know, if we're going to paint people with a certain brush, we at least acknowledge when we're sitting there, you know, if we're saying something horrible at a spicy chat, maybe acknowledge the fact that, oh, you know, we're all in spicy chat too, or you're not, but, you know, when people are talking about this often seems to happen. It's like, you know, they're sitting there saying it's someone who's in there every other day. It's like, well, come on, you can't really be saying this and not acknowledging the fact that this is happening.
Can you understand that, like, okay, for those of us who aren't part of Spicy anymore and took a lot of criticism at the time when we were part of Spicy, or still are, we might not want to, like, I don't know, like, again, there is an optical play here. I don't think it's massive. Again, it doesn't really make a fucking difference for me. But I'm not trying to do a will here. I'm not trying to randomly get back into the community
Tentacles,
or farm
Beckett.
views from that side.
You're always welcome back, Beckett.
Listen, I'm happy to come and chat and things. I've got no like ill will to anybody. But at the same time, I think I said this when watching the Will and Chud thing. Like, if I made a piece of content and then the first thing I said to Chud after we had a bit of a fallout was, "Hey, can you come and promote my?"
We'll finish watching more of this later. I'm gonna go ahead and end stream. I'm gonna be streaming probably a lot earlier tomorrow. And we'll try and get some actual content rather than just like weird, dumb drama content. All right. I love you guys very much. Unfortunately, I don't know anyone who is streaming on Kick right now, I don't think. Well, actually, I can check that. Okay, we'll raid into Tom. All right. I love you guys very much. We'll have some actual content tomorrow. All right. Catch you guys then.